Our story begins in a quiet, unassuming medical clinic. This is where we meet our protagonist, Dr. Uzuki Takuma. He offers a gentle word to his patient as he prepares to meticulously remove the stitches from a healing wound. His focus is unwavering, his hands perfectly steady. The young child before him remains calm under his expert care. It's a delicate yet routine procedure for a man of his caliber. He completes the task with a few simple, professional instructions. A grateful mother offers her thanks as they head for the exit. With the room clear, he returns to face his true nemesis, paperwork. He exhales a weary sigh, the day's heavy workload finally finished. However, a curious junior colleague stops him with a sudden question. She's noticed something peculiar. He only ever uses his left hand. Sensing the mystery, an older nurse begins to recount a legend about a devastating landslide and a man with a tragic title, the Tragic Genius Doctor, because every great anime needs one. A flashback transports us to the scene where he's tending to a victim. He was providing critical aid just as the mountain gave way once more. It was a sudden rockfall, leaving him zero time to escape the debris. He shielded the patient, bearing the full crushing impact himself. The nurse explains that ever since that tragic day, Dr. Uzuki's right arm has remained completely paralyzed. Back in the present, he clutches the useless limb, lost in thought. While his stellar reputation kept him employed for another year, the physical limitations of his injury became impossible to ignore. He eventually reached a devastating conclusion. All the years of grueling work to become a top-tier surgeon were about to culminate in a pathetic, total failure. He lets out a heavy sigh, testing his arm only to find it still numb. Suddenly, a strange rattling sound snaps him out of his despair. He looks over to find the source, a pristine, snow-white cat. Dr. Uzuki can only stare back, utterly bewildered by its presence. He calls out to it, wondering how a stray could have wandered in, but he's immediately struck by the creature's unnaturally pure glow. It's a bizarre sight for a hospital storage room, to say the least. But then the space surrounding the cat begins to distort and warp. Uzuki's eyes widen in sheer disbelief as reality bends. The very atmosphere seems to twist around the mysterious feline, and in an instant the world shatters like a fragile pane of glass, plunging Dr. Uzuki headfirst into a dark and terrifying unknown. He watches helplessly as his very reality shatters, plunging headfirst into the dark abyss below. He eventually awakens, his senses completely disoriented, finding himself stranded in a cold, unfamiliar world. Before him looms a massive, futuristic machine. His mind reels as he tries to process the impossible sight. He stands dwarfed by the scale of the high-tech chamber, desperately questioning how any of this is even possible. Suddenly, a floating holographic screen flickers to life, and right on cue, that cat appears, acting suspiciously calm. He immediately recognizes the feline from his earlier encounter. It perches atop the shoulder of a mysterious robed figure, a man whose piercing gaze carries the weight of centuries. Without warning, the cat leaps from its master's perch. Dr. Uzuki is left reeling, desperate to identify the stranger. It lands squarely in his arms as the figure rises. The man begins speaking of gathering scattered fragments, a cryptic statement that makes absolutely no sense to the doctor. The stranger closes the distance between them in an instant and phases his hand directly through the doctor's chest. Dr. Uzuki stands frozen, his mind completely paralyzed by shock. The stranger retracts his hand, offering one final simple request. He expresses his hope that our hero will truly enjoy this new world. It's a cryptic sentiment that leaves the doctor utterly speechless. Suddenly, the floor beneath Uzuki simply vanishes into thin air. He's dragged downward before he can even process the situation. He plummets headfirst into a strange, shimmering, watery abyss, because apparently his day wasn't complete without a surprise swim. But instead of drowning, he feels an inexplicable lightness in his limbs. Suddenly, a brilliant, radiant glow erupts directly from his chest. This aura envelops him as he drifts through the viscous, liquid void. Looking up, he catches one last glimpse of the robed figure watching him. Gravity takes hold, and the liquid begins pulling him toward the exit. He's ejected, falling rapidly through a vast and unfamiliar sky. The horizon rushes up to meet him at a terrifying speed. His mind struggles to keep pace with the sheer kinetic whiplash. After all, falling from a floating island isn't exactly part of his routine. He hurtles toward the canopy of a lush alien forest far below. It's a vibrant landscape teeming with bizarre and unknown life. Somewhere nearby, a mysterious mage stands watch over his sleeping allies. His companions are drowning in distress. The mage grits his teeth, cursing their wretched misfortune. He reflects on the quest they so recklessly accepted, admitting to himself that they were utterly unprepared. They were woefully ill-equipped for the harsh realities of this journey. He crumples the paper, fueled by frustration frustration at his own naivety. Now his party is exhausted, starving, and rapidly losing hope. He tries to offer comfort, but his words lack any real conviction. Suddenly, a violent ambush erupts from the surrounding bushes, and the party's tank takes a jagged quill straight to the snout. The mage bellows a warning, but it's already far too late. The beastman stumbles back from the sheer force of the impact. He collapses to the earth as his friends scream out in panic. The mage is crushed by the weight of his failure to protect them. But then the injured beastman begins to laugh. He scoffs at his own pathetic weakness and hollow ambition. The cat-eared girl rushes to help him up, but she immediately recoils at a strange, wet, squelching sound. A sickening noise is pulsating from the open wound. She realizes with pure horror exactly what this means. She confirms their worst fears. The quill was laced with a deadly toxin. The mage, Asgray, is stunned that such a foul creature could even exist here. He curses, realizing only a high-level purification miracle can save Svelte's life. But suddenly their attention is diverted by an anomaly in the sky. The party gazes upward, baffled by a mysterious object plummeting toward them. It looms larger with every passing second as it breaks through the clouds. Asgray can only stare in disbelief, his mind reeling from the sight. It's the fallen Lord of Calamity, a title that definitely doesn't sound friendly. Yet the cat-eared girl views this terrifying omen as a sign of hope. She begins to fervently recite an ancient prayer for divine intervention. But Asgray, the ultimate pragmatist, is having none of it. He calls her a fool for putting her faith in dusty old poems and folklore. He insists the fallen lord is nothing more than a myth, a name lost to history. Just then, another party member shouts, pointing at the falling mass. Asgray and the girl turn back, their expressions shifting to pure dread. Sure enough, a small speck continues its rapid descent from the heavens. The girl frantically asks him to identify the color of the light it's emitting. He squints against the horizon, complaining that the sun's glare is blinding him. But then, his eyes widen in absolute paralyzing shock. The object is radiating a brilliant, unmistakable blue aura. A spark of hope suddenly ignites in the cat-eared girl's eyes. Wasting no time, she bolts toward the impact site. Gray calls out her name, Koraru, but she's already vanished into the brush. The mysterious object slams into the earth in a nearby clearing, and Dr. Uzuki makes an entrance that is anything but graceful. He quickly realizes the dense foliage and a strange liquid cushioned his fall. Still, his mind reels as he struggles to make sense of the situation. He attempts to claw his way out of the viscous, sticky substance. But suddenly, he notices he's clutching something tightly in his right hand. Before he can even process what it is, the cat-eared girl finds him. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Gray lets out a shout of pure frustration. Dr. Uzuki groans in pain, desperately asking what just happened. However, the girl's response is in a tongue he's never heard before. Every word she speaks is completely alien to his ears. She seems just as baffled by his own attempts at communication. He's left wondering what kind of language she could possibly be using. That's when his gaze drifts upward and he finally notices her ears. A dead giveaway that he's definitely not in Tokyo anymore. He can only gawk in silence, his brain completely short-circuiting. That is until she snaps back to reality, frantically crying out for help. Dr. Uzuki is still dripping with that mysterious viscous slime. The girl begs for his help, her voice trembling with raw desperation. But as he focuses on her frantic cries, something changes. The language barrier finally breaks, and he begins to understand her. Suddenly, a sharp rustle from the tree line catches his attention. The rest of her party bursts into the clearing in a panic. He quickly realizes these must be her adventuring companions. They embrace her, overwhelmed with relief to find her unharmed, though they can't help but stare at the bizarre goo covering the stranger. Dr. Uzuki observes the group, confirming they're finally reunited. She's stunned that his once alien words are now perfectly clear. Asgray orders the group to bring the doctor along as Uzuki faces the impossible. He's forced to accept the reality that he's in an entirely different world. Before he can even protest, the girl snatches his hand and urges him to move. She begins hauling him back toward their makeshift camp at full speed. He tries to demand answers, but she doesn't miss a single beat. Their destination is a grim one, the campsite where Svel lies on the brink of death. She shouts their arrival while our poor doctor is already completely winded. She lunges to Svel's side, desperately begging her friend to hold on. And that's when Dr. Uzuki finally lays eyes on his first patient. Kororyu desperately tries to comfort her dying companion. Dr. Uzuki stares in disbelief, struggling to process the chaotic scene before him. The beastman's face is horrific, smothered in a strange, bubbling substance. The cat-eared girl turns to him, her voice trembling with a desperate plea. With tears in her eyes, she begs the stranger to save her friend's life. Dr. Uzuki stands frozen, completely caught off guard by the raw emotion. Her eyes are wide, filled with paralyzing fear and a tiny sliver of hope. But Gray, ever the cynic, steps in to crush those hopes instantly. He argues that they're in way over their heads and shouldn't assist a total stranger. Dr. Uzuki simply brushes past him, his focus already locked onto the patient. Gray shouts for him to stay back, demandingly asking who he thinks he is. Uzuki can't understand the language, but the man's hostility is crystal clear. Yet none of that matters. He's a doctor, and someone needs his help. He places a reassuring hand on Kororyu's shoulder, signaling her to leave it to him. Her expression shifts in an instant from desperation to utter shock. Gray attempts to intervene again, demanding that the doctor step away. But Kororyu stands her ground, blocking his path and telling him to stand down. She reminds him of the simple, profound promise the stranger just offered. Gray remains baffled, pointing out the massive and obvious language barrier. But Uzuki is already kneeling by the patient, completely ignoring the local drama. His expression is one of intense professional focus. Gray, on the other hand, stands there completely stunned. He wonders aloud why only this stranger's words are coming through clearly. He shouts at Uzuki, demanding he stop this bizarre act at once. But Uzuki ignores him entirely, asking Koreru for the patient's medical history. Through her tears, she explains that Svel was struck by hedgehog quills. Uzuki glances down at the evidence scattered on the ground, a grim collection of massive razor-sharp needles. He immediately shifts his attention back to the wound itself. He calls for a blade to clear away the fur and get a better look. He instructs Koreru to pull back the matted fur surrounding the injury. As she assists him, she begins to notice something unsettling. She realizes he hasn't used his right arm even once during the examination. Uzuki, however, remains laser-focused on the task at hand. He notes the surprising lack of severe inflammation or necrosis. For a supposedly venomous attack, the wound is remarkably clean. Something about these symptoms just isn't adding up. The only visible sign of distress is some localized swelling around the neck. He reaches out with his right hand to investigate the area further. The moment he makes contact, a sickening cracking sound fills the air. Koreru cries out in despair as she realizes the affliction is rapidly spreading. Gray and the others are paralyzed, forced to watch the horror in stunned silence. The bizarre, bubbling substance continues to crawl across Svel's face. Dr. Izuki pulls his hand back, his expression unreadable and cold. He notices that his touch has left a distinct, lasting imprint on the infection. A flicker of realization slowly begins to dawn on the doctor's face. He gazes down at the suffering beast man as a new theory begins to take shape. He urgently asks the party to describe Svel's current body temperature. The others look at their fallen comrade, completely unsure of how to respond. Their answers are a mess of contradictions. Some say he's burning, others say he's freezing. Gray finally steps forward, volunteering to check the temperature himself. He places a hand on Svel's back, reporting that he feels no different than usual. Dr. Izuki processes the data, and the final piece of the medical puzzle clicks into place. Without a word of explanation, he suddenly bolts into the surrounding forest. He quickly tracks down the source of their misery, a very angry, spiky potato. He stands there, completely baffled by the existence of such a bizarre creature. Koreru screams a warning, identifying it as the beast that first attacked Svel. Gray grits his teeth and prepares to hold the line for the party, but the creature is lightning fast, launching another deadly quill through the air. Koreru can only watch in horror as history begins to repeat itself once more. The spiky creature blinks, its lethal projectile already in flight, but Dr. Uzuki is already moving, reacting with impossible speed. His expression is a mask of sheer, grim determination. He lunges in front of Koreru, shielding her with his own body. Gray can only watch in silence, paralyzed by the doctor's selfless sacrifice. The rest of the group looks on in absolute horror. The jagged quill embeds itself deep into Dr. Uzuki's shoulder. Koreru screams, devastated that he took the blow meant for her. He grits his teeth, fighting through a searing wave of agony. Without a second's hesitation, he brutally rips the quill from his flesh. He falls to his knees, yet the sensation of the wound is strange. Finally, Gray snaps into action and lunges forward, staff at the ready. He charges headlong toward the spiky little menace. With a powerful, focused thrust, he strikes the creature dead on. The impact sends the monster spiraling helplessly through the air. Suddenly, the party's young witch steps to the front lines. She vows to end this skirmish once and for all. She unleashes a devastating fire spell from the tip of her staff. A massive blast of heat completely incinerates the tiny beast. The party looks on, claiming a decisive and perhaps slightly overkill victory. Koreru rushes to his side, desperately asking if he's all right. He remains on his knees, gritting his teeth against the agonizing pain. But as he staggers to his feet, he seems strangely distant. He stares at his right hand, a look of pure bewilderment on his face. Koreru can only watch, completely unsure of what's happening. It's no illusion. He can genuinely feel the sensation returning to his right arm, and for the first time in over a year, he can move it with total freedom. He has no idea how this is possible, but he wonders if this strange new world is the source of this incredible, impossible miracle. The rest of the party can only stare, baffled by his bizarre reaction. Asgray points out the strange, conflicting mix of tears and laughter. Kureru begins to panic, fearing he'll suffer the same fate as Svel. But Dr. Uzuki calmly tells her there's no need to worry. He explains that Svel's condition is likely subcutaneous emphysema, a medical diagnosis that goes completely over their medieval heads. The horse-tailed party member asks him to elaborate on the situation. He clarifies the quill punctured the windpipe, leaking air directly under the skin. She struggles to process this unbelievable new information. But Kureru and the witch are still confused, asking about the supposed poison. Dr. Uzuki calmly explains that with rest and a pressure bandage, he'll be fine. Uzuki explains that Osfel will recover naturally since the creature's quills aren't poisonous. The party stares back, completely baffled by his nonchalant explanation. And right on cue, the supposedly dying patient begins to stir. Osfel sits up, admitting that he actually feels surprisingly fine. It's a revelation that leaves his comrades absolutely speechless. Their paralyzing fear quickly melts into joyous relief as they celebrate his survival. Dr. Uzuki offers a gentle smile, assuring them that their panic was only natural. The group listens intently, still trying to wrap their heads around the chaotic turn of events. However, Asgray's expression remains grim as his thoughts drift back to the mysterious stranger. Asgray reflects on how Uzuki calmly assessed the crisis while everyone else was losing their minds. The man even put his own life on the line just to ensure their safety. Suddenly, old legends of a savior descending from the heavens resurface in his mind. Asgray watches him closely, a wild theory beginning to take shape. He can't help but smile, wondering if this man is truly the miracle they've waited for, the one destined to be their ultimate salvation. Meanwhile, Dr. Uzuki finds himself lost in the haunting memories of his own accident. He recalls how his debilitating injury left him with nowhere to call home, and how, at his absolute lowest point, he was pulled into this strange new world. Looking up at the vast sky, he finally accepts his bizarre new reality. Perhaps, just perhaps, this is his chance to finally start over. The party looks on as Svel offers a sincere apology for all the chaos. But Dr. Uzuki is preoccupied, desperately trying to pinpoint exactly when his arm was healed. Was it that strange, glowing liquid that cushioned his fall? Or did the miracle occur even earlier than that? Perhaps it was when that enigmatic figure reached deep into his chest. He vividly recalls the man's final words, a simple parting request. He was told to truly enjoy this new world he'd been thrust into. A faint smile forms as he realizes he might actually owe that creepy dimension hopper a thank you. Gray watches in confusion as Dr. Uzuki seemingly expresses gratitude to the empty forest. He asks the others what on earth this stranger is muttering about now. Svel quickly counters, noting that they should be the ones thanking him instead. The party can only stare in silence, wondering who this bizarre man truly is. But Uzuki is back in his own world, intently examining the palm of his hand. He suddenly pivots back toward them, jolting the group out of their daze. He can tell they're wary of him, which is fair, considering they've only just met. Gray calls out, trying to snap the doctor back to reality. However, Uzuki's mind is already racing with a far more terrifying realization. If this group abandons him here, he'll be completely and utterly stranded. He points out the obvious. They're all battered and in desperate need of aid. He offers to treat their wounds, provided they escort him back to civilization. As Gray clarifies the deal, professional medical care in exchange for protection. The mage carefully weighs the stranger's unusual proposal. Dr. Uzuki waits in silence, hoping his sales pitch was persuasive enough. Asgray's expression remains unreadable while his tactical mind goes to work. He then asks the most pressing question: where exactly did he come from? He points toward the floating island, wondering if that's his true home. It's a question that our protagonist has absolutely no answer for. He tries to explain using concepts they might grasp, like teleportation magic. The witch repeats his words back to him, her voice filled with disbelief. It's an explanation that sounds like a total fairy tale to them. Asgray sighs, admitting this situation is way above their pay grade. He decides to escort him back to town for a much-needed second opinion. Dr. Uzuki finally introduces himself, giving them his full name. It's a title that only seems to confuse the locals even further. He tries once more to explain the simple concept of a fair trade. Asgray clarifies the terms of their agreement one last time. He'll treat their wounds provided they guide him safely to town. And with that, a formal deal is finally struck. With the contract settled, Dr. Uzuki gets right down to business. Kururu is his first patient, explaining how she got scraped up in the forest. Uzuki notes that her lightweight gear is ill-suited for such rugged terrain. He quickly spots several minor lacerations and insect bites marking her legs. Next is the young mage, who appears visibly flustered as she steps forward. She sheepishly confesses that her injuries were caused by her own magic backfiring. Uzuki finds the clinical concept of self-inflicted magical trauma fascinating. As she unwinds the dressing on her arm, a nasty-looking burn is revealed. Examining the bandage, he notes its rough, primitive, and unfamiliar texture. He's horrified to realize the cloth has been reused, a recipe for a lethal infection. His clinical instincts kick in as he analyzes the subpar quality of their medical supplies. Realizing this is the local standard, he tells the witch she's next for treatment. Then it's Asgre's turn, who is currently doubled over with a severe stomach ailment. Uzuki explains it's likely food poisoning caused by their improperly stored rations. Dr. Uzuki sighs, chalking it up to yet another perk of living in an isekai world. Surveying the battered group, he asks about the hardships they've faced on their journey. Asgre admits they're on a basic tracking quest that has proven surprisingly difficult. Uzuki asks if they plan to continue, though he strongly advises them to turn back. The mage seems to agree, acknowledging that it might be time to cut their losses. However, the others protest, insisting they must push forward for the sake of their home. But Asgre cuts them off, bluntly stating that their continued efforts are futile. He confesses that this grueling journey has taught him a very painful lesson. He can't justify endangering them any longer for his own selfish goals. With a heavy heart, he breaks the news. It's time to head home. The party stands frozen, their hopes completely shattered by the announcement. An oppressive silence settles over the defeated band of adventurers. He instructs them to pack up for the grueling trek back to town. Every face in the group is a mask of pure, utter dejection. But Dr. Uzuki cuts through the despair, ready to get down to business. Gray turns to leave, having momentarily forgotten about the mysterious doctor. Gray reveals that he's even studied a bit of recovery magic himself. He challenges Uzuki, demanding to know what science could possibly offer that's better than magic. It's a question that stops our protagonist dead in his tracks. He hadn't even considered that literal healing magic was a factor in this world. He admits he's unsure how his modern medical skills will stack up against spells, but he vows that as a physician, he'll give this patient everything he's got. Gray silently weighs the stranger's earnest declaration. He finally relents, giving Uzuki the chance to prove his worth. With the green light, Uzuki prepares to administer immediate first aid. But first, he needs to inventory the meager supplies he has on hand. He lays out his tools, a stethoscope, a thermometer, and a few syringes. He nearly collapses in despair, realizing just how little he has to work with. But he quickly pulls himself together, a brilliant plan already taking shape. He asks if they can track down a bee's nest, confident he can make it work. Koreru is perplexed, but claims she has a knack for finding them. With that, the party embarks on a bizarre new quest. Koreru returns triumphant, clutching a massive honeycomb in her arms. Uzuki thanks her, then asks if they have any vegetable oil on hand. Gray hands him a knife, deeply skeptical of what the doctor is planning. Uzuki explains it's for Magia's treatment, catching the young witch off guard. He starts by rendering the bee's nest over a makeshift fire. He then blends the melted beeswax with vegetable oil to craft a medicinal ointment. He carefully applies the salve to the young witch's burn. Next, he utilizes the sterile plastic from a syringe packet as a protective film. He finishes by bandaging her arm, completing his improvised moist wound treatment, complete with a handy diagram for any other doctors who get isekai'd into a forest. The witch is stunned. The pain is gone, and she regrets always discarding the nests. Dr. Uzuki then shifts his focus to Koreru, informing her she's next. After a brief examination, he determines her wounds require stitches, but first, he must extract a tick from her leg, another perk of this new world. He explains that since he lacks proper sutures, he'll have to use her own hair instead. He begins the delicate process, using a syringe needle to stitch the wound shut. A handy diagram illustrates his improvised surgical technique in action. With the procedure complete, Koruru is stunned by the sheer precision of the work. Uzuki stares at his right hand, relieved that his skills haven't dulled after all this time. He recalls the hundreds of lives this hand saved before his career-ending injury. It seems his body and muscle memory haven't forgotten the rhythm of surgery. Koruru and Maja are left speechless, completely floored by his medical prowess. Even Asgre watches in silence, forced to admit he's seen sutures before, but never any so flawless, especially when using human hair as thread. He realizes he's witnessing a level of technical mastery he never knew existed. Maya whispers to Koruru that Uzuki's skills far surpass Asgre's healing magic. Koruru agrees, noting that Asgre's methods always felt a bit unrefined. The mage grits his teeth, terrified that his magic has just been rendered obsolete. Suddenly, he barks at Koruru, demanding to see her injured arm once more. He seizes her wrist, a look of desperate determination etched onto his face. Uzuki can only watch from the sidelines, baffled by the mage's sudden outburst. Asgre shuts his eyes tight, focusing every ounce of his willpower. He unleashes his most potent recovery magic directly onto her wound. A soft golden light envelops her arm as the enchantment takes hold. Gasping for air with sweat pouring down his face, Asgre declares her fully healed. Yet Uzuki is the one left stunned, realizing magic is undeniably faster and more efficient. The rest of the party begins to tease Asgre for his petty display of one-upmanship. Koreru looks down at her arm in disbelief, finding the stitches and the wound completely gone. Uzuki is just as stunned, realizing the skin has perfectly fused back together. Asgray watches him intently, a silent challenge burning in his eyes. Uzuki marvels that a wound requiring a week of recovery vanished in an instant. Kwaru heaps praise on Asgray, who tries his best to act nonchalant about the success. But our protagonist's medical mind is already racing to reverse engineer the spell. Even Asgray privately admits he's never seen a wound heal with such flawless precision. He confesses that his magic isn't always perfect, usually leaving jagged scars behind. Dr. Uzuki explains that this miracle was likely a synergy between his sutures and Asgray's magic. The mage listens in silence, his fragile pride clearly taking a massive hit. But he quickly recovers, doubling down that magic is the only true way to treat the wounded. He dismisses Uzuki's methods as unreliable, claiming they can't afford to gamble with primitive medicine. Our hero can only stare, completely baffled by this stubborn refusal to adapt. The party debates the situation, but Asgray refuses to budge on his skepticism. He holds up a potion, calling its effects dubious at best. Clearly, he's no fan of modern medicine. As Dr. Uzuki listens, a sudden realization begins to dawn on him. He connects the dots. The crude bandages and over-reliance on magic prove this world's medical science is prehistoric. And if that's the case, a revolutionary new idea begins to take shape. He turns toward Kareru, his expression suddenly turning dead serious. He asks for her help, wanting to learn everything about this world's medical practices. She stares back at him, completely blindsided by the sudden request. To test the waters, he starts with a simple concept: a basic painkiller. Asgray explains that while they have remedies, their potency is incredibly weak. Using a stick, he carves the characters into the dirt to confirm the terminology. Asgray is stunned. How can a foreigner write their language? Guess that magic translation has a keyboard feature. Dr. Uzuki simply smiles, finally realizing the true extent of his potential in this world. He begins drafting an extensive list of the essentials needed to revolutionize their healthcare. Asgray stares at the sprawling list in the dirt, her mind racing with confusion. She realizes he isn't just naming supplies, he's promising to manufacture them from scratch. It's essentially a shopping list for a brand new era of medicine. Dr. Uzuki clarifies his ultimate goal: to synthesize modern, effective medical supplies. The mage is left speechless, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of his ambition. With the right raw materials, he's confident he can recreate the miracles of modern science. He clenches his fist, his heart burning with a renewed sense of purpose. Armed with his knowledge, he's ready to ignite a medical revolution right here and now. Asgray remains transfixed by the strange foreign symbols etched into the ground. In a voice trembling with disbelief, she asks once more what all of this truly represents. Uzuki explains that these are the blueprints for a reliable pharmaceutical arsenal. Asgray's mind reels as the truth sinks in. If he succeeds, their entire world will change forever. Uzuki snaps back to reality, remembering he's still in the middle of his rounds. He shifts his focus to Asgray, the very last patient on his list. But the stubborn mage flatly refuses, insisting he doesn't need any help. Turning away, he admits he still doesn't fully trust this mysterious stranger. He orders the party to pack their gear so they can finally hit the road. Koreru grumbles about his cold attitude, but Uzuki understands he's still on thin ice. With that, the path forward is set. The newly formed party begins their long trek back toward town. Gazing up at the alien sky, Uzuki finally starts to accept his bizarre new reality. He wonders what kind of future awaits him in this strange land. Naturally, there's a heavy weight of fear and uncertainty, but a small flicker of excitement begins to stir in his chest. For the first time in years, he feels like his skills are truly needed. His mind races through the list of modern supplies he could potentially recreate. The party watches him closely, unsure what to make of his sudden shift in mood. Asgray barks at him to snap out of it and keep up with the group. Uzuki is nearly jumped out of his skin by a passing six-legged llama creature. Shaking it off, he asks the horse-tailed girl to start teaching him their language. As night falls, Uzuki eyes the local cuisine with a healthy dose of skepticism. Svel confirms the recovery is going well, noting that magia is the next priority. The following morning, their arduous journey finally resumes. They push deep into the heart of the unfamiliar wilderness. Asgray announces they're nearing their goal, though Uzuki is clearly struggling with the trek. Suddenly, a deafening blast brings the entire group to a dead halt. They quickly realize the sound was an explosion originating from the village. In the distance, thick plumes of smoke billow from their destination. The party stands frozen, their minds racing with a mounting sense of dread. Upon arrival, they find the village in shambles, a scene of total devastation. A terrified villager points toward the culprit, a massive lion-like beast. The party immediately charges toward the wreckage, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. Dr. Uzuki struggles to keep pace, realizing he's severely lacking in the cardio department. Asgray signals toward the town's entrance just a few yards ahead. Suddenly, the strange white beast vaults over a fence, charging straight for them. The group freezes in place, recognizing the monster responsible for the carnage. Dr. Uzuki can do nothing but stare in paralyzed terror. However, the monster simply blurs past him, ignoring the party entirely. As it streaks by, Uzuki is struck by an overwhelming sense of familiarity. That piercing gaze, it's the exact same cat from the hospital. His mind reels, struggling to piece together this impossible connection. He can only watch in silence as the creature vanishes into the dense woods. He's certain it locked eyes with him for a fleeting moment. The party briefly debates whether they should give chase. Ultimately, Gray decides that their top priority must be reaching the village. Uzuki gazes at the sky, wondering what other horrors this world is waiting to unleash. They finally arrive at the outskirts of a small, peaceful-looking town. Gray exhales a heavy sigh of relief, seeing no signs of major destruction. Svel clarifies that this isn't their hometown, but a neighboring village. It's a hub for supplies and schooling, proving that even adventurers need an education. Uzuki points out a massive crowd beginning to gather in the village square. The locals are huddled around a single man sitting in the center of the plaza. Gray's eyes suddenly widen in a mix of shock and recognition. He calls out to the man, an older gentleman by the name of Gerald. Gerald looks up, a visible wave of relief washing over his weathered face. Gray rushes forward, both men clearly grateful to see the other is unharmed. Uzuki discovers this is the former captain of the guard and a respected local hero. The veteran treats Gray with a warm, almost fatherly affection. Gray immediately presses him for details about the monster that just ravaged the town. Gerald reveals the creature actually fell from the blackened fallen lord in the sky. He lets out a weary sigh as the crushing weight of the attack finally settles in. He admits they already have their hands full trying to fend off the demon tribe. Convinced that this new beast was a force of nature far beyond anyone's control. Asgray asks if he's finally a believer in those ancient legends. Gerald solemnly confirms it, haunted by the calamity he witnessed firsthand. The party is left speechless. If a legendary warrior like Gerald was bested, they're all in serious trouble. However, he notes something chilling. The creature wasn't just on a rampage, it was searching for something. This revelation gives Asgray some serious food for thought. Gerald entrusts him with the town's safety while he focuses on nursing his wounds. Asgray agrees, but he already has a plan to deal with that nasty injury. Before they can act, Dr. Uzuki cuts in, demanding they stop immediately. He warns them that a beast's bite is far more dangerous than it looks and can't be ignored. Both Asgray and Gerald turn to him, baffled by his sudden intensity. Gerald demands to know who this eccentric stranger is and why he's so agitated. Asgray begins to recount their unexpected meeting deep within the forest. But Gerald's eyes widen as he connects the dots. This is the infamous fallen doctor. Uzuki confirms his identity, and surprisingly, Gerald decides to put his life in the man's hands. He extends his mangled arm, requesting the doctor's immediate attention. Asgray is stunned, wondering if trusting this stranger's bizarre methods is a huge mistake. The rest of the party watches with bated breath, eager to see how this plays out. Uzuki confidently accepts the task, though he has a few specific demands first. Gerald remains skeptical, asking if the doctor plans on doing more than just basic stitches. However, Uzuki quickly corrects the veteran warrior's misconceptions. He clarifies that he'll also require clean cloth and a razor-sharp blade. It's a request for basic supplies that leaves the man utterly perplexed. With the entire village watching in silence, Dr. Uzuki begins his work. He swiftly completes the initial procedure, declaring the first stage finished. The crowd can only gape in silence, baffled by his unorthodox methods. Instead of magic or mud, a simple, sterile bandage now protects the injury. Even Gerald is stunned, admitting he's never witnessed anything like it. Skeptical, the villagers ask if that's really all it takes to heal the man. Uzuki explains that he's inserted a twisted thread directly into the wound. It's a drainage technique designed to pull out toxins and prevent infection. He then gives them a crash course on bacteria and the dangers of animal bites. Gerald seems to follow along, quickly recognizing the logic behind the science. However, Asgray remains completely floored by this alien approach to medicine. He stares at the simple wrap, doubting if this even qualifies as real treatment. Gerald laughs, noting that some people still use animal dung, which is a choice. He jokes that he almost feels like he's being swindled by this mysterious doctor. Regardless, Asgray reluctantly chooses to trust the old warrior's instincts. But their debate is suddenly interrupted by a group of panicked villagers. They desperately beg Asgray for help, claiming a merchant has just collapsed. The mage hesitates, admitting his magic alone might not be enough to save them. Desperation mounts among the villagers as they plead with him to hurry. Gerald gives him a gentle nudge, urging him to go if only to provide the people some peace of mind. Asgray finally relents, accepting his heavy burden as the town's only hope. He dashes off to attend to the patient, leaving Uzuki to observe from the sidelines. Dr. Uzuki is left puzzled, questioning how simple peace of mind is supposed to help. Svel begins to reveal the true motive behind their search for the demon tribe. But Magia interjects and grabs Uzuki, insisting he needs to see the situation with his own eyes. She reveals her true intention. She wants him to assist Asgray. It's a request that leaves Dr. Uzuki utterly bewildered. The rest of the party trails closely behind them. They sprint through the winding village streets. Eventually, they arrive at what appears to be the town hall. Magia points the way while Uzuki struggles to catch his breath. But he's suddenly frozen by the sound of agonizing groans. Inside, the hall is overflowing with the sick and the injured. Uzuki's eyes widen as he takes in the grim scene before him. He quickly realizes that every patient is severely weakened and burning with fever. The entire hall has been converted into a desperate makeshift infirmary. He demands to know exactly what kind of plague they're dealing with. Maya details the agonizing symptoms: uncontrollable tremors, total paralysis, and excruciating pain. She identifies it as a curse, a dark decree unleashed by the demon tribe 2 years ago. This was their true mission: to track down the demons and shatter the curse for good. However, the concept of a curse isn't exactly a term found in modern medical textbooks. He finally realizes the weight of the burden this party has been fighting so hard to carry. Gerald offers his gratitude, but dismisses their entire quest as nothing more than a fool's errand. He tells them they should consider themselves lucky just to have survived the journey at all. He orders them to leave this land immediately before turning back to attend to his own kin. It's then that he discovers Gerald's own wife is among those suffering from the affliction. But before he can process that, something else in the room seizes his full attention. A massive, luminous crystal sits anchored at the far end of the Great Hall. He wonders if this is some kind of sacred religious artifact unique to this world. Suddenly, a strange, disembodied voice begins to echo within the depths of his mind. Meanwhile, Asgray desperately attempts to channel his magic to heal another patient. Dr. Uzuki watches the scene unfold in silence, his expression remaining completely unreadable. The patient confirms the grim reality. The magic is about as effective as a mere placebo. Asgray's face falls as he realizes his best efforts are proving to be utterly useless. Svelis explains that healers like Asgray are exceptionally rare and highly precious. She reveals he learned healing magic just to save them, yet it remains powerless against the curse. And that crushing failure is exactly why they've become so desperate to find a real cure. Dr. Uzuki scans the rows of suffering patients, realizing their only hope for recovery is magic. This isn't a simple bacterial infection or a viral outbreak. Something far more sinister is at work. Aside from Asgray's futile efforts, a standardized medical system is completely non-existent here. Instead, they rely on primitive folk remedies like the burning of incense and the application of bizarre, questionable pastes to the skin. He spots a bucket filled with a dark, murky liquid, a chilling hallmark of medieval medicine. It's a battle fought with pure guesswork, a scene ripped straight from the Dark Ages. But then, a terrifying new possibility begins to take shape in his mind. Maya turns toward Dr. Uzuki, her voice dropping to a somber whisper. She explains that in this cruel world, heroes are nothing more than a myth. There is only the demon tribe, a threat far more lethal than any dragon. She clutches his sleeve, her grip trembling with desperation. She acknowledges that dealing with a curse is far beyond his modern expertise. Yet she pleads with him to save Asgray and the rest of this dying town. Dr. Uzuki stands frozen as the crushing weight of her words finally sinks in. A curse is a concept completely foreign to a man of science. However, the symptoms presented by these patients are undeniably consistent. And as a man of medicine, he knows there is only one path forward. He surveys the devastation once more. This so-called curse of the demon tribe. Maya seizes his hand, insisting that his modern medicine is useless in the face of such magic. She confesses her complete lack of knowledge regarding the nature of curses. However, Uzuki reminds her that his duty as a physician is to provide aid regardless. With unwavering certainty, he vows that he will find a way to save them. Stunned by his sheer resolve, the young witch can only watch him in silence. Turning away, he strides forward to confront a literal curse. No big deal. Her desperate plea echoes through his mind, pulsing in his freshly healed hand. He approaches Gerald, who is currently kneeling beside his fading wife. Uzuki immediately takes charge, demanding the data he needs to prove his worth. To him, this isn't black magic. It's just another disease to be conquered. He begins the examination, grilling Gerald for a detailed medical history. His analytical mind is already racing, connecting the dots and looking for patterns. Every symptom and detail is meticulously recorded in his notes. He ponders why Gerald remains immune and what the nature of this affliction truly is. Once the preliminary checkup is complete, He signals the group that it's time to go. Gray watches him closely, still unable to fully trust this mysterious doctor. As the sun begins to set, the group navigates the winding village streets. But their progress is suddenly halted by a frantic commotion on the road. A villager wails in despair, fearing the plague has finally claimed his animal. He desperately tries to force-feed the beast, but it's clearly too late. It's then that Uzuki realizes this curse doesn't just target humans. Asgray surveys the scene, realizing the entire village is drowning in despair. Meanwhile, Uzuki's mind is already piecing together the truth. Gerald offers the exhausted party a place to rest for the night, but Asgray's expression remains heavy, crushed by the weight of his perceived failure. Suddenly, he turns to Uzuki and invites him out for a drink. He insists the doctor joins him, perhaps as a peace offering for their earlier tension. Gerald watches the two with a knowing, subtle smile. He even slips Uzuki some pocket money to cover the evening's tabs. Gerald leans in, quietly asking Uzuki to keep a close eye on Asgray. With that, he sends the rest of the group ahead, leaving the two men to themselves. Asgray leads Uzuki through the eerie silence of the village streets, and it's here that Uzuki begins to truly understand the mysterious mage. He realizes Asgray is carrying a burden far too heavy to share with his own comrades. They eventually arrive at a local tavern, glowing dimly under the pale moonlight. It's clear Asgray has already been drowning his sorrows with impressive efficiency. Uzuki can only stare in disbelief at the mountain of empty mugs piled on the table. He honestly wonders if everyone in this fantasy world has a liver made of reinforced steel. He cautiously asks if Asgray drank all of this alone, worried for the man's health. Finally, the walls come down as Asgray begins to speak about the demon tribe. Uzuki listens intently, his expression remaining perfectly unreadable. Before he can say another word, Asgray tips back his mug for a massive gulp. He drains the entire drink in a single impressive go. It's a feat of endurance that leaves Uzuki absolutely floored. Uzuki tells him to pace himself, wondering if the mage is secretly a legendary drinker. Asgray slams the empty mug onto the table, shouting out Uzuki's name with sudden intensity. Then he promptly faceplants into the wood. So much for being a heavyweight. Uzuki stares in disbelief, noticing the mage's face has turned a brilliant shade of crimson. Even through the drunken haze, Asgray manages to offer a sincere thanks for all the help. He mumbles that there's still so much about this world Uzuki doesn't grasp. With a heavy sigh, he asks if he can just vent his frustrations for a moment. Uzuki simply listens, his expression remaining calm and patient. Bathed in the soft silver glow of the full moon, the mage finally begins to reveal the inner workings of his world, and our protagonist is hanging on to every single word. Asgray explains that recovery magic is divided into two distinct forms: the miracle of healing for physical wounds and the miracle of purification for ailments. Users are revered as divine officials, their powers seen as true miracles in a world devoid of medicine. But Asgray admits his own magic is lackluster. He can't even cure his own drunkenness. He laments that even his mediocre magic is considered a godsend in this desperate land. Uzuki watches closely, noticing the mage is finally starting to sober up. Gray sits up with a clear mind and begins explaining the region's dark history. He reveals that knights once protected this land, but their patrols ceased 2 years ago. That was when the demon tribe cursed the soil, unleashing a mysterious plague. Uzuki recognizes the sketches on the paper as the very monsters they've been hunting. Gray notes that even slaying these creatures won't solve the underlying problem. Because of this, he decided he must become one of the legendary Four Saints. It's a title that means absolutely nothing to our protagonist from another world. Gray explains that with that rank, he could reinstate the night patrols and protect his home. However, he somberly admits he's already stumbled at the very first hurdle. Uzuki listens in silence to the young mage's heavy confession. Asgray clenches his fist, consumed by frustration over his own failures. He views himself as a worthless healer, unable to wield his own magic effectively. He dismisses his dream of becoming a saint as nothing more than a foolish fantasy. Uzuki watches as the mage's confidence completely shatters before his eyes. He realizes Asgray is being crushed by the weight of his own powerlessness. It's a feeling Uzuki remembers all too well from his previous life. Defeated, Asgray decides he must tell his party that their quest is over. It's a declaration that leaves Uzuki completely stunned, but Uzuki suddenly interrupts, offering to take the boy under his wing. He promises to teach Asgray his own advanced medical techniques. It's an offer that catches the mage completely off guard. Asgray can hardly believe what he's hearing. He scoffs, admitting that he still hasn't fully placed his trust in the man, and he questions if he's even capable of mastering such complex medical skills. But Uzuki insists that with his guidance, it's well within his reach. The mage dismisses it as a hollow pep talk, clearly in no mood for a motivational speech. He scoffs again, claiming that such empty words mean nothing to him. But Uzuki explains that he's actually been watching him very closely. He's seen how Asgray consistently puts his companions' lives before his own. The mage's eyes widen, visibly taken aback by the unexpected praise. Uzuki points out that he is always fighting for the sake of others, and that selfless desire to help is the true hallmark of a great doctor. He urges Asgray to finally have some confidence in his own potential. Dr. Uzuki offers a small, encouraging smile to bridge the gap. Asgray scoffs, desperately trying to brush off the doctor's earnest words. He mutters something under his breath about fate and the stars finally aligning. He finally looks up, admitting there is no other path left for him to take. With his head bowed low, he begs Uzuki to teach him everything he knows. Asgray agrees to the deal, promising to look after Uzuki for the time being. Dr. Uzuki raises his own mug in a silent, respectful toast. He suggests they exchange cups, a traditional gesture that leaves the mage utterly baffled. He clarifies that in his homeland, it's a simple invitation to share a drink together. But then, he reveals that the phrase carries a much deeper, hidden significance. It's a sacred vow, a solemn promise to protect one's comrades at any cost. Gray's eyes widen as the true weight of those words begins to sink in. A knowing smile tugs at his lips. It seems he's fully embraced their new partnership. Uzuki then shifts the focus, asking what Asgary intends to do next. He's determined to investigate the blighted animals, certain he can unmask the curse's true nature. He presents a stack of notes, detailing a meticulous plan to uncover the truth. Gray stares blankly at the foreign script, which might as well be ancient runes to him. Regardless, his resolve is unshakable, swearing to follow this man to the ends of the earth. If it means finding a cure, he's finally ready to address him as teacher. The following morning, a fresh light breaks over the quiet village. Gerald wakes up and is stunned to find his wound has almost completely healed. However, a sudden ruckus outside quickly demands his attention. The rest of the group is at his door, announcing that their two missing members have finally returned. They find Gray and Uzuki passed out cold on the dirt without a care in the world. It turns out their epic night ended with them collapsing in a nearby barn. Gerald orders them to be cleaned up, starting with a brutally rude awakening. Later, over a meal, Svel demands to know exactly what went down the night before. Uzuki interjects, revealing that he has some incredible news for them. He's finally cracked the mystery behind the demon tribe's supposed curse. The girls exchange whispers, stunned by how fast he's mastering their language. Asgray returns with her findings after scouting the local food and water supplies. The girls watch in awe, noting the deep bond forming between teacher and student. Uzuki slams a bizarre plant onto the table, identifying it as the root of their suffering. However, Gerald notes they dismissed it long ago, as no one would ever eat such a thing. Uzuki's gears turn as he realizes they aren't dealing with a conventional poison. He explains that the toxin is actually transmitted through the milk of nursing mothers. Gerald immediately draws a connection to an ancient dwarven legend. Asgray deduces the poison is fat-soluble, meaning it's been contaminating the livestock's milk. Uzuki reveals that in his world, this devastating illness is known as milk sickness. It's caused by white snakeroot, a plant that once acted as a plague in his own history. The girls are left speechless that a mere weed could cause such a terrifying curse. Asgray realizes there is only one way left to confirm his theory. They must systematically wipe out every single trace of the plant from their territory. The girls fall silent as the sheer magnitude of the task begins to sink in. Gerald nods, admitting that without a cure, this unconventional plan is their only hope. Uzuki reiterates that the curse is nothing more than the biology of the plant, but Gerald cuts to the core of the issue. Can those already afflicted be saved? The rest of the party watches in silence, their hopes hanging on his every word. Gerald's voice trembles as he admits the grim truth. His wife has already been infected. Yet Uzuki stands firm, insisting that it's not too late to save her. For the first time, a spark of hope flickers within the old warrior's weary eyes. Uzuki's focus becomes razor-sharp, his mind already calculating the necessary treatment. Gerald exhales a heavy sigh, finally allowing himself to believe in the impossible. Wiping away a stray tear, he hails Uzuki as a literal godsend. He places his absolute trust in the doctor, pleading with him to do whatever it takes. Gray watches from the sidelines, still stunned by the doctor's unshakable confidence. Uzuki extends his fist, a silent, modern offer of partnership. The mage stares at it, momentarily baffled by the alien gesture. But with a firm bump, their alliance is sealed. I guess that's just how you make friends in another world. Gerald observes the exchange, a pensive look crossing his face. He turns back to Uzuki, preparing to offer his formal gratitude. He expresses how grateful he is for the doctor's arrival and his selfless resolve. However, Uzuki quickly waves him off, insisting that no thanks are necessary for just doing his job. Gray nods in agreement, admitting they were all at their wits' end before he arrived. Gerald absorbs their words, a newfound sense of respect dawning in his eyes. He realizes that the doctor's expertise is a treasure far more valuable than gold. He immediately instructs the party to assemble everyone at the town hall. Dr. Uzuki can only nod in agreement, still feeling completely out of his element. It doesn't take long for the entire village to congregate within the main hall. Gerald stands tall before his people, ready to deliver a monumental announcement. The crowd whispers in anticipation, wondering what could be so urgent. He starts by thanking everyone for coming, his voice resonating with power. Without hesitation, he asks if they are truly prepared to die to protect their home. The gravity of his words leaves the entire room in a stunned silence. He then presents Dr. Uzuki, citing his own miraculous recovery as undeniable evidence. He explains that this man has opened their eyes to a brand new path forward, a path of survival, offering them a way to finally fight back against their grim fate. Holding up the white snake root, he asks the villagers if the plant looks familiar. They confirm it's everywhere, admitting the weed has been overrunning the area recently. Gerald reveals the truth. The plant is a deadly toxin that's been poisoning their animals. Hearing the word poison sends a massive shockwave through the gathered crowd. He declares that by eradicating this weed, the so-called curse will finally be broken. The villagers are left reeling. Who knew a demon lord could be defeated with gardening? Gerald continues the good news, announcing that Uzuki can also cure their sick. A wave of pure relief washes over the villagers as they realize there's actually hope. But Gerald's tone shifts, warning them that the real battle is only just beginning. Once the poison is gone, the demon tribe will have no choice but to launch a direct assault. A fresh wave of dread ripples through the gathered crowd. While some dismiss the demon tribe as nothing more than old wives' tales, others scoff, figuring an enemy that relied on a simple weed for 2 years can't be that formidable. But Gerald silences them, recalling the legends of holy knights and the terrifying demons they once faced. He declares that this moment is their ultimate turning point, a final chance to reclaim their home, provided they have the will to fight. The villagers look between their sick kin and one another, the gravity of the choice sinking in. The curse might be broken, but they've essentially traded a plague for an all-out war. Fantastic. Gray then asks Gerald the million-dollar question. Just how powerful is this demon tribe? The veteran warrior admits that some of them possess strength on an entirely different level. However, he believes that with the party's arrival, their situation is no longer a lost cause. Now, they can finally treat the sick and force the demons to crawl out of the shadows. The doctor's breakthrough has transformed these terrified villagers into a united front with a shared purpose. With a weary smile, Gerald tells the party that they are officially the town's saviors. It's a title that leaves Asgray completely stunned and speechless, but Gerald's expression soon darkens as he warns them of the looming carnage. He insists they have their own lives to get back to and shouldn't have to throw them away here. Asgray immediately cuts him off, refusing to be treated like some passing stranger. He stands his ground, declaring that he isn't going anywhere until the job is done. One by one, the rest of the party joins him, their loyalty far outweighing their fear. Uzuki watches the scene unfold, a newfound determination etched across his face. He turns to Gerald, catching the old man off guard with his sudden resolve. He acknowledges the danger, but insists on fulfilling his duty as a physician. The veteran warrior is momentarily stunned by the doctor's steadfast conviction. That shock soon gives way to a faint, knowing smirk. Gerald admits their assistance is vital, given the overflowing infirmary. However, he issues a stern warning to Asgray: retreat the moment things turn south. With those parting words, he departs to prepare the village for the coming storm. Before leaving, Gerald rests a heavy hand on Uzuki's shoulder, entrusting him with their lives. As the old man walks away, Uzuki realizes the full weight of the responsibility they've inherited. The rest of the group briefly revels in their status as the town's local saviors. But Magia, the young mage, quickly dampens the mood with a sobering question. She demands to know exactly what their next move will be. Asgray counts down their priorities: treating the sick, clearing the blight, and holding back the demons. Yet he cautions that as outsiders they must be careful not to overstep. Uzuki stays silent, but a calculated strategy is already taking shape in his mind. Asgray reminds the group that they are still just a band of green adventurers. But Uzuki can't shake Gerald's final words. He has been entrusted with this town's survival. The doctor's gaze narrows with a piercing, newfound intensity. He tightens his grip, ready to seize control of their destiny. He reminds them that the fate of the entire town now rests on their shoulders. As the ones leading the charge, he insists they can't afford to show even a flicker of fear. He declares that in this moment, they are no longer just adventurers. They are medical professionals, and together they will fight to save every soul in this town. The party stares back in stunned silence, their expressions a mix of shock and newfound respect. Without a second's delay, he begins barking orders and prioritizing the most critical patients. Koriru snaps to attention, rushing to prepare the medicinal honey. Meanwhile, Magia gets straight to work boiling water for their makeshift field hospital. Svel dives in as well, checking the vitals and consciousness of their first patient. Dr. Uzuki's voice rings out, demanding that Asgray pick up the pace. Asgray reflexively stands tall, instinctively addressing Uzuki as his master. The group watches in awe as their new leader takes absolute command of the chaos. Koriru remarks that it feels like watching a grandmaster at a prestigious magic academy. Svel, however, seems particularly fixated on this sudden change in titles. The entire party is left reeling by this dramatic and sudden shift in their group's hierarchy. Asgray realizes that in this moment, he couldn't bring himself to call Uzuki anything else. Dr. Uzuki accepts the role, knowing he's finally earned the mage's unwavering trust. The rest of the team can only look on as their new dynamic is firmly established. They can't help but tease Asgray for his sudden, rigid formality. But Uzuki quickly calls them over, his focus already locked onto the lives hanging in the balance. Gray immediately asks his new mentor what their next move will be. Uzuki flashes a confident smirk, clearly operating in his natural element. He declares that they'll begin by mastering the fundamentals of poison treatment. With that, the entire village mobilizes, venturing deep into the surrounding woods. They work in unison, forming a united front against the supposed curse. However, a hidden observer watches their every move from the shadows. A mysterious figure clutches the exact same weed that caused the outbreak. It's a rabbit-eared woman, and she looks far from pleased with these developments. Back at the camp, Uzuki reiterates the importance of basic medical care. Meanwhile, Maya begins to question her specific role in this grand plan. To her, the simple task of boiling water feels entirely pointless. But Dr. Uzuki snaps her back to reality with a fresh set of instructions. She slumps her shoulders, feeling like she's been relegated to mere grunt work. He clarifies that sterilized water is the first line of defense against further infection. A helpful diagram illustrates why you shouldn't contaminate your water source with waste. He emphasizes that for those already ill, clean water is absolutely non-negotiable. Maya suddenly recalls Gray's previous agonizing bout with food poisoning. Fueled by a new sense of purpose, she prepares to channel her magic into the task. After checking the pot, Uzuki confirms the water has reached the perfect temperature. Using these basic ingredients, he prepares to craft a life-saving oral rehydration solution. Asgray questions what exactly can be made with just honey, salt, and warm water. Uzuki explains it's an oral rehydration solution designed for rapid absorption. However, the concept of easy absorption leaves the rest of the group completely baffled. Our hero struggles to explain the nuances of modern biology to a medieval audience. But Asgray steps in, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He's chosen to put his full faith in his teacher, awaiting the next command. Dr. Uzuki looks back at them, a small, confident smile playing on his face. Holding up 4 fingers, he begins laying out the 4 pillars of poison treatment. Kordaru and Svel are stunned, asking if he can truly synthesize a functional antidote. But Uzuki clarifies that he currently lacks the raw materials for a proper cure. The party's hope begins to deflate at the grim news, but Uzuki quickly interjects, telling them there's no reason to lose heart. He asks them to trust in his expertise, and more importantly, to trust in themselves. The party listens intently, their resolve hardening once again. Svel notes that unlike helpless animals, they don't have to just sit and wait for the end. Standing united, they are ready to learn whatever it takes to save the town. Dr. Uzuki smiles, finally ready to commence his first medical lesson. He breaks down the basics. Stop the intake, induce vomiting, and utilize charcoal and laxatives. Asgray then explains how the poison was unknowingly consumed through their contaminated food. Kororu looks over the simple ingredients laid out before them, wondering if this will be enough. Dr. Uzuki clarifies that this isn't a cure-all, but a method to flush the toxins from their systems. He looks out over the rows of agonizing victims. The hall echoes with the haunting sounds of their pained groans. He warns the group about the poison's most brutal side effects, explaining that this initial treatment is only for those with mild symptoms. He even provides a handy diagram for his DIY isekai-style sports drink. He tasks Kororu and Svel with distributing the solution to the less critical patients, leaving Asgray and Magia to handle the life-and-death cases. No pressure, right? To save the patients on the brink of death, he tells Magia he'll need her direct assistance. He offers her a small, reassuring smile to calm her nerves. The young witch nods in agreement, promising to give it everything she's got. The doctor explains that the first step of his plan begins with a simple distillation pot. He meticulously measures out the ingredients to create a makeshift saline solution. Magia then uses her magic to instantly sterilize the mixture. However, Asgray points out a fatal flaw. The critical patients are too weak to even swallow. In response, Uzuki reveals his final medical trump card: a syringe and a needle. The mage is completely baffled by the foreign concept of an injection. He recalls their world's own primitive attempts at the practice, which were often fatal and agonizing. Uzuki then describes a venous cut-down procedure, a concept that absolutely horrifies Magia. Asgray asks if he truly intends to cut them open, but Uzuki has a much more elegant solution. He holds up the syringe, prepared to perform a feat far beyond their comprehension. His explanation leaves his new disciples utterly bewildered. Requesting a candle from Magia, he prepares to work his next bit of medical sorcery. First, he draws the saline solution into the syringe. Next, he carefully heats the plastic tip over the flame, stretching it into a thin, flexible tube. Asgray watches in awe as the plastic melts and elongates before his eyes. Uzuki admits a professional IV tube would be ideal, but this makeshift version will have to suffice. He successfully crafts a 20-centimeter line, the absolute limit of his improvised methods. He's well aware this is only a stopgap. He'll need genuine medical supplies soon. Asgray and Magia look on, with the witch likening his craftsmanship to pulling candy. He meticulously threads the plastic through the needle, finalizing his makeshift IV. An on-screen diagram illustrates the improvised IV line, a 17th century concept reborn in this world. He breaks down the procedure. Insert the needle, then carefully withdraw it, leaving only the tubing behind to deliver the life-saving fluids. Asgray is floored. He's never witnessed medical ingenuity on this level. Uzuki explains that this will rehydrate the most critical patients, buying them a fighting chance. The mage and witch can do nothing but marvel at his extraordinary expertise. However, his triumph is fleeting as he realizes he only has 2 syringes remaining. He notes that there is only 1 critical patient left in need of treatment. Turning to his students, he encourages them to keep up the momentum, but a bizarre sound forces him to pause. Suddenly, colossal roots erupt through the floorboards. Dr. Uzuki stares in total disbelief. Guess this wasn't covered in medical school. Outside, absolute chaos sweeps through the village. A terrified villager screams as the trees themselves begin to move. Gerald's expression shifts to one of pure, unadulterated annoyance. He realizes the scale of this onslaught is far greater than he first anticipated. Panic consumes the villagers as the roots begin to close in. Gerald barks orders to his men, demanding an immediate evacuation. He turns to confront the source of this mayhem head-on. A mysterious figure descends from the writhing mass of roots. It's the rabbit-eared woman from the forest, emerging from the shadows. Her gaze is icy and her intentions are unmistakably hostile. Gerald draws his weapon, a pair of massive shears. Apparently, he's both the town gardener and its captain. The woman warns him against drawing a blade he doesn't know how to use. With a cold smile, she adds that she'd rather not have to hurt him. The grizzled warrior demands to know exactly what she's after. Without a word, she simply points toward the makeshift hospital. Holding up a small, dark seed, she vows to put an end to their little plan. But Gerald counters, explaining they were saved by the man who fell from the heavens. He sees right through her intentions. She confirms his suspicions, admitting that's exactly why she's here. Crushing the seed, she declares that salvation is no longer an option for them. Gerald's eyes narrow, his patience finally reaching its breaking point. He lunges forward, slamming the ground with a devastating blow, but his initial strike was nothing more than a feint. The woman is left stunned, baffled by how he managed to evade her. He's already sprinting past her, roaring about the subjugation of the demon tribe. To win, he declares he must treat her not as a person, but as a beast to be slaughtered. He leaps into the air, slashing through a massive root with his shears. The woman admits that he's remarkably strong and agile for his age, but she smirks, fully confident that he still can't lay a finger on her. Gerald struggles against the constricting vines, desperately hacking his way free. Suddenly, the woman's eyes widen as she senses an overwhelming new power. She claims that fire and smoke can erode the will of even the mightiest warrior. But Gerald roars back, promising to burn her and her demon sword to ash. The old man still has plenty of fight left. He unleashes a blistering fiery strike, swinging his shears with renewed ferocity. The woman can only stare in disbelief as the attack closes in. He brings his massive shears down, seemingly trapping her in his lethal grasp. But in that very instant, strange, tiny objects begin to fill the air around them. He's baffled to realize that not a single attack is actually aimed at him. With a smirk, she informs him that both he and the fallen lord are about to learn their place. Just as a bizarre sensation washes over his body. Glancing down, he finds her hand firmly pressed against his chest. He realizes too late that he's been ensnared in a web of countless threads. She explains that her wood fibers are stronger than iron, making escape impossible. Looks like his gardening shears won't cut it this time. As he struggles, he notices the floating island still looming ominously above them. The woman leans in close, whispering that it's a shame no one is coming to save him. However, the rabbit-eared woman effortlessly blocks his desperate counterattack. Back in the hall, panic erupts as the villagers cry out that the demon tribe has arrived. Gray and Koreru quickly realize these massive roots are the work of the demons. Dr. Izuki turns to the mage, frantically asking what their next move should be. He recalls Gerald's final desperate command. Immediately, a newfound resolve hardens his expression. Gray declares that their absolute priority is getting everyone to safety. The party begins the evacuation, doing their best to keep the terrified villagers calm. But a sudden, horrifying sight stops them dead in their tracks. The entire path out of the village is completely blocked. Well, so much for an easy exit. Gray turns to Magia, asking if she can use her magic to simply flip the entire ground. The young witch nods and begins chanting a powerful incantation. With a thunderous roar, she unleashes a spell that rips the earth asunder, but her confidence quickly evaporates into pure shock. The massive roots don't even flinch under the pressure. Uzuki realizes he's dealing with a power far beyond his comprehension. From above, the rabbit-eared woman smirks, finally locking eyes with her true target. She looms over the defeated Gerald, who is now helplessly ensnared by her vines. Asgray stares in horror, finally coming face to face with a member of the demon tribe. He screams the old warrior's name, realizing their last line of defense has crumbled. Uzuki and the villagers are left frozen in utter disbelief. The rabbit-eared woman then shifts her predatory gaze toward him. She offers a sinister smile, presenting him with a reward for his efforts. She glides forward gracefully as the roots part to clear her path. A single vine extends, presenting a vial filled with a legendary panacea. The deal is simple. Answer 2 questions, and the cure is his. A quick Q&A with a demon? What could possibly go wrong? Uzuki knows they are hopelessly outmatched in this encounter. He realizes she's fully aware that he's the one who sabotaged her plan. As Gray steps forward, demanding to know her true intentions, she warns them to handle the wounded with care, unless they want to live with regret. Uzuki can do nothing but break into a cold sweat, completely out of his depth. The woman begins her interrogation, dangling the panacea like a coveted prize. She demands to know if he possesses any other secret medicines. Asgray attempts to play it cool, claiming they've only been chasing baseless rumors. Ignoring his deflection, she moves to her next question. Was Uzuki the one who saved them? Our protagonist steps forward, admitting he was the one who neutralized the poison. Her expression shifts. Her lingering suspicions have now become a certainty. In exchange for his honesty, she offers to reveal her true objective. She confesses that raw strength isn't enough to survive the unique suffering they endure. She explains that while the fallen lord might save this town, he won't do the same for her people. Asgray mutters in confusion, having no idea what she's talking about, but the woman quickly corrects him, insisting she isn't the monster here. She gestures toward a plant on the ground, asking if they recognize the specimen. Uzuki is floored to see it's rice, a common staple from his original world. The woman reveals that this supposed gift from the fallen lord is actually the very plague that decimated her entire homeland. Dr. Uzuki's mind reels as he struggles to process the concept of a rice-based plague. She explains her long search for other victims to understand the conditions of the blight. Now she's found her primary source of information as a root snakes toward the doctor. The root suddenly lashes out, coiling tightly around Dr. Uzuki's neck. His companions can only cry out his name in horror as he's ensnared. The woman releases him, tossing over the panacea while offering to return Gerald. She then ensnares Uzuki with a vine, dragging him away and declaring it's time to leave. She carelessly hands over the medicine, admitting she has no clue what it even does. But Uzuki ignores his own abduction, desperately pleading to check on the wounded warrior. The woman ponders the request for a moment before finally relenting. He immediately drops to Gerald's side and begins a frantic examination. He quickly identifies a broken femur, noting that the internal bleeding isn't critical yet. The doctor even breaks down the lethal statistics of such an injury with a handy chart. Carefully, he presses his stethoscope against the old warrior's chest. But something is off. He hears a strange rhythm he can't quite identify. He stalls for time, elaborating on the extreme severity of Gerald's condition. The rabbit-eared woman demands he hurry up, her patience clearly wearing thin. As he continues the assessment, however, the symptoms simply don't match the injury. Suddenly, he feels it, a deliberate, rhythmic tapping against his leg. His eyes widen as the startling truth finally dawns on him. There's no mistaking it. The old man is faking the whole thing. He realizes Gerald is only feigning unconsciousness, waiting for the perfect opening to strike. And their captor, for all her overwhelming power, hasn't suspected a thing. Dr. Uzuki realizes that if he plays his cards right, they might just survive this. But if Gerald acts too soon or moves recklessly, it's all over for both of them. A desperate plan begins to take shape. He realizes the old warrior is feigning his condition, though the internal damage is genuine. He commands the crowd to remain calm and hold their ground. Gray and the others can only watch, forced to trust his judgment. Gerald remains motionless, biding his time for the perfect opening. Uzuki offers himself up, bargaining for the village's safety in a classic hostage exchange. She coldly warns him that her patience is wearing thin. With a violent jerk, she drags him away from the village outskirts. Dr. Uzuki is hauled off, his protests falling on deaf ears. Suddenly, Koreru cries out, pointing back toward the settlement. The massive restrictive roots begin to dissolve into shimmering light. Maya realizes the immediate threat has finally vanished. But safety came at a devastating price. The loss of their newly appointed doctor. Gray stands frozen, seething with pure, unadulterated rage. Without a word, he spins around, ready to launch a solo pursuit. The party screams for him to wait, but he's already vanished into the distance. Only then does Gerald finally sit up. His deception no longer necessary. Rising to his feet, he explains that playing dead is an age-old battlefield tactic. He gambled on them catching the hint, knowing Uzuki had seen through the ruse instantly. He realizes Uzuki sacrificed himself to lure the demon away from the village. Once again, the veteran warrior admits they owe their lives to the doctor. Asgray's expression hardens. There's no way he's abandoning his mentor. He tells Gerald to handle the evacuation while he goes to settle the debt he owes. Gerald shouts back, reminding him that Uzuki's final order was for them to stay put. He admits his injuries make him useless in a fight, especially after his previous defeat. But he insists the demon isn't invincible, begging Asgray to heal him so they can hunt her down. The mage agrees, placing a hand on the veteran's shoulder as his magic begins to surge. As Asgray watches the warrior depart, the man's words echo in his mind. He questions if they truly possess the strength to face this nightmare. But a sudden sound forces him to turn around. His entire party stands behind him, their faces etched with grim determination. He stares in awe, stunned by their unspoken resolve. They aren't running, and they aren't giving up. The pity party is officially over. In that moment, clarity finally hits Asgray. He recalls how Dr. Uzuki gave every single one of them a purpose. It was the ultimate lesson his mentor had drilled into his soul. He turns to his comrades, his own determination now unshakable. He declares that from this moment on, their true adventure has only just begun. Gray calls out to Gerald, stopping the old man in his tracks. He boldly declares that they're going to hunt down the demon tribe once again. The veteran warrior can only stare, stunned by their sheer audacity. He warns them not to be fools, reminding them of the overwhelming power they just witnessed. However, Magia stands her ground, insisting their enemy isn't invincible. She's certain that if they can just find a single opening, they still have a path to victory. Gerald is left speechless by the group's unwavering resolve. Gray argues that the four of them together are far stronger than one wounded veteran. He challenges Gerald, saying if the old man truly views them as heroes, then he needs to put his faith in their judgment. Still skeptical, the old warrior asks if they even have a concrete plan. Gray explains that he's been observing Dr. Uzuki's movements very closely. Gerald listens intently, confused about where this realization is leading. Gray points out that their teacher is, to put it lightly, physically pathetic. Gerald is baffled, wondering how the man's lack of cardio helps them in a fight. He questions what that weakness could possibly have to do with their strategy. But suddenly the realization hits him, and a look of understanding dawns on his face. Gray offers a knowing smile, seeing that the old warrior has finally caught on. Svel and Kororu quickly step in to outline the specifics of the strategy. As Gerald listens, he realizes their plan isn't just reckless. It might actually work. Asgray requests the legendary demon sword, promising that they can handle its power. The veteran warrior hesitates, haunted by the memories of their previous training. However, Asgray's expression is one of grim, unwavering determination. Gerald finally relents, though his face remains etched with deep concern. He hands the volatile blade to Magia, warning her of its untamed, wild nature. The young witch accepts the weapon, ready to prove her worth on the battlefield. Gerald then briefs Svel and Kororu, giving them their final tactical orders. He turns to Asgray, knowing the mage already fully understands the weight of his role. He issues one final solemn command to Asgray: protect the party at all costs. Despite his warnings of the looming danger, the party accepts the mission without a second thought. Gerald instructs them to make a break for the trade city if they manage to escape. The mage offers a simple nod, his resolve now completely unshakable. With their objective clear, the party sets off on a desperate mission to rescue their doctor. Meanwhile, our protagonist is having a much less heroic experience elsewhere. His captor actually apologizes for losing her temper and nearly killing him. Standard stuff, really. She seems genuinely embarrassed by her sudden, violent outburst. Uzuki tosses her the vine as she confesses that the miracle panacea was nothing but a bluff. He eyes the vial, recalling her prying questions about his homeworld and his medicine. She asks him point blank if he's been searching for a cure for her people this whole time. He struggles against his vine restraints, desperate to finally ask some questions of his own. Gazing at the sky, she questions the true nature of the fallen lord. Uzuki confesses his ignorance, describing himself as a man who's lost his way. She remains skeptical, pointing out that he clearly isn't acting of his own volition. Curious, he asks about her mysterious organization and who's pulling her strings. She abruptly yanks his leash, demanding he pick up the pace. So much for a friendly chat. He attempts to explain that he was actually summoned here from a different world entirely. The mention of teleportation catches her off guard, momentarily sparking her interest. However, she quickly dismisses it as a blatant lie, giving his leash another sharp tug. She reveals that various objects and beings are often dropped into this realm from other dimensions. Surprisingly, this revelation doesn't seem to faze Dr. Uzuki in the slightest. Instead, it brings back memories of the robed man's cryptic warnings about fragments. His captor is visibly baffled by his calm reaction to such a strange truth. But her train of thought is violently interrupted by a sudden sharp whistle in the air. An arrow streaks past her head, missing her by a fraction of an inch. Dr. Uzuki is left paralyzed, staring in absolute shock at the near miss. The woman spins around, realizing they've been tailed. Guess her stealth skills aren't as sharp as she thought. Uzuki immediately recognizes the fletching on the arrow. It belongs to Querteru. The rabbit-eared woman readies herself for combat, shouting a challenge to their hidden assailant. Dr. Uzuki's expression quickly shifts into a mask of pure, unadulterated panic. In a desperate move, he lunges forward and grabs his captor to hold her back. She reacts in a flash, a massive root deflecting the incoming strike. He realizes too late that he wasn't fast enough to stop the confrontation. He clings to her, desperately trying to shield her from his own allies. Suddenly, 2 more projectiles whistle through the tree line. The woman quickly finds that with him weighing her down, counterattacking is nearly impossible. His plan is literally to hug her into submission. She identifies the incoming projectiles as arrows tipped with gunpowder. She glares into the forest, visibly annoyed by their persistent tactics. Her eyes widen in genuine surprise as a new assault begins. A fireball streaks toward her from an entirely different direction, but she casually swats the flame out of the air. Turning her gaze, she sees the rest of the party has finally arrived. As Asgray and Magia stand ready, the demon sword gleams in hand. Dr. Uzuki can only stare in horror, realizing they actually followed him. The woman decides to prioritize the sword, recognizing it as the primary threat. She unleashes a devastating surge of roots directly toward them. A massive tidal wave of wood and vines erupts across the battlefield, leaving Dr. Uzuki screaming for his friends to run for their lives. But Asgray just smirks, asking who said anything about retreating. Dr. Uzuki is left speechless, completely baffled by his friend's sudden bravado. The mage springs into action, deftly weaving through the massive, crushing roots. He boldly declares that his combat skills far outshine his meager healing abilities. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen, her composure momentarily shattered by his speed. He barks orders for Magia to prepare herself, demanding she put her full faith in him. Meanwhile, poor Dr. Uzuki remains a bewildered hostage, caught in the center of the storm. The young witch unleashes a devastating torrent of hellfire from the demon sword. A sea of flames roars across the battlefield, completely incinerating the surrounding roots. Yet despite the sheer heat, their captor stands within the blaze, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, Svela emerges from the heart of the inferno, completely unscathed. The rabbit-eared woman can only stare in disbelief as her confidence finally begins to crack. He lunges forward, aiming a devastating, heavy-handed punch directly at her. Dr. Uzuki cries out in terror, watching the brutal chaos unfold before him. But the enemy is fast, effortlessly leaping back to create a safe distance. She touches down gracefully, appearing more irritated than actually threatened. Uzuki is left stunned, realizing the woman didn't take a single scratch from the blast. Gray clenches his fist with a smirk, praising Svela for a job well done. He screams that they've finally created an opening, urging Magia to strike now. Their captor's eyes narrow as she finally realizes the true nature of their gambit. Magia roars in defiance, refusing to let her target escape so easily. She channels every last ounce of her mana into the demon sword for a finishing blow, unleashing a massive, uncontrolled wave of pure destructive energy. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen as a strange mark manifests on her cheek. Major desperately fights to restrain the blade's overwhelming power. A chaotic torrent of force erupts, tearing through the forest like paper. Their captor stands paralyzed, completely awestruck by the raw magnitude of the blast. The explosion incinerates the clearing, spiraling entirely out of control. Dr. Uzuki bolts for cover, realizing his friend's plan failed to account for friendly fire. Panic sets in as he realizes he's about to be swallowed by the inferno. But just before impact, Sveld lunges forward, shielding the doctor with his own body. The entire world is instantly consumed by a blinding flash of white light. Sveld lets out a pained groan, somehow managing to tank the full brunt of the blast. Without hesitating, he hoists Uzuki over his shoulder and makes a break for it. Uzuki watches in disbelief, stunned that they would risk their lives just to save him. Sveld simply notes that since Uzuki saved them, It's only fair they return the favor. Overwhelmed with emotion, the doctor whispers a quiet thank you to his new allies. However, their captor isn't finished yet, her smoldering roots still barring their escape. She emerges from the wreckage of a massive, protective wooden cocoon, and her face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. She watches them flee, muttering that she never intended for things to escalate this far. But she's certain of one thing. Uzuki is definitely linked to the fallen lord. That connection could spell absolute disaster for everyone involved. Realizing she can't let him escape, she decides to end it right here. Suddenly, a mysterious wooden collar materializes around Dr. Uzuki's neck. Both he and Sewell can only stare, caught completely off guard. Swell's expression is one of pure shock. Jest's sudden intervention wasn't part of the plan. From the distance, Magia and Asgray watch the scene unfold in horror. The young mage is paralyzed as he watches his friend's desperate escape attempt crumble. A final, ominous shot of the collar hints at a truly grim fate for the doctor. Asgray and Magia can only look on, their teacher's name dying on their lips. The rabbit-eared woman turns to leave, coldly declaring the battle over. With a strange mark glowing on her cheek, she claims the deed is already done. Sewell cradles the unconscious Dr. Uzuki, desperately screaming out his name. The legendary panacea slips from his fingers, now utterly useless. Sewell frantically tries to administer the medicine, praying for a miracle. But Asgray shoves him aside, declaring the potion worthless and vowing to heal him himself. He pours his magic into the man, begging his mentor to open his eyes. He cries out, reminding Uzuki of his promise to teach him the ways of medicine. But Dr. Uzuki remains motionless, his body limp and unresponsive. Asgray realizes with horror that the collar was designed for this exact moment. He wails in agony, recalling how his own arm was once rendered paralyzed. But in his mind, it's Dr. Uzuki who is truly the one trying to save him. He pleads with his teacher to stay still and not overexert himself further. Yet Uzuki's spirit remains unbreakable, his will locked onto a single purpose. His consciousness begins to drift back to the floating island in the sky. He envisions the high-tech chamber where this entire ordeal first began. He remembers the enigmatic robed figure who sent him on this mission. With a simple, silent command from the mysterious man, a pristine white cat suddenly leaps into action. Out of nowhere, the elegant feline lands gracefully in the center of the clearing. The party can only stare in total bewilderment at this strange new arrival. Gray is left wondering what a cat could possibly be doing in a place like this. Koreru is just as confused, questioning where the creature even came from. The cat approaches Dr. Uzuki and begins licking the wooden collar. Standard feline first aid, apparently. Under the cat's touch, the strange device begins to glow and fracture. Gray's eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes the curse is actually being broken. Dr. Uzuki slowly stirs, clutching his neck as the agonizing pain finally recedes. For a moment, the entire party is frozen in a state of stunned silence. Their shock quickly melts into pure relief as they rush to their teacher's side. Dr. Uzuki lets out a shaky breath, still trying to process his sudden liberation. However, that brief moment of relief is instantly replaced by a new sense of alarm. Grace screams a warning, telling the others not to lower their guard just yet. The rabbit-eared woman halts her retreat, glancing back in confusion. She's left wondering what in the world that cat actually was. The mysterious feline ignores Grace's calls, casually trotting toward her. Suddenly, it sinks into the ground, vanishing like a living shadow. Dr. Uzuki and Svel can only watch the spectacle in utter disbelief. Even their captor is stunned by the disappearance, but she realizes this is her cue to leave. Seizing the moment, she finally decides to make a break for it. She sprints through the dense forest, desperate to make her escape. However, a sudden booming sound forces her to look back in shock. To her horror, she realizes she's being relentlessly pursued. It's the same massive white beast that laid waste to the village. The rest of the party can only stare, completely dumbfounded by the sight. Dr. Uzuki is equally baffled by this terrifying new development. The woman realizes this monstrous creature literally fell from the sky. The beast unleashes a deafening, furious roar that echoes through the trees. Their former captor is now frozen in place, paralyzed by pure terror. But Dr. Uzuki recognizes the creature. It's the cat from before. The rabbit-eared woman stares down the beast, acknowledging its overwhelming power. Grace shouts at Uzuki, frantically telling him to get back. He gestures toward a massive crystal, urging the others to take cover. But their former captor is ready, vowing to strike first and show no mercy. The giant white beast lunges forward, its attack a blinding blur of motion. It brings a massive paw down with bone-crushing force. But the woman catches the blow with a single hand. Talk about a serious power flex. The impact sends the beast reeling backward. Its eyes widen in shock, stunned by her effortless defense. But she quickly realizes it wasn't her strength. The beast jumped back on its own. While it seemed she blocked the force, The creature was actually repositioning. It was all a feint, and the beast immediately closes the distance once more. It slams into her, sending her crashing violently into the dirt. Her face is now a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. She struggles to her feet, visibly rattled by the sudden turn of the tide. But the beast is relentless, raining down a flurry of brutal strikes. She's finally brought to her knees, her pride completely shattered. From a safe distance, the party watches as the creature stands victorious. Before leaving, it casts a final knowing glance in their direction. Gray can only stare, wondering if this monster just saved their lives. He mentions seeing a giant version of that same cat when he first arrived. He wonders if the creature is Uzuki's protector rather than an enemy. Their former captor now lies broken and defeated on the ground, but Asgray's expression is anything but merciful. He draws a blade to end it. Apparently, the Hippocratic Oath doesn't apply to mages. However, Uzuki rushes forward, desperately telling him to stop. Asgray reminds him she's a killer, asking if he's really willing to protect a demon. Uzuki hesitates, wondering if this act could truly be justified as self-defense. Seeing an opening, the woman looks up, hoping she can still reason with them. But Uzuki's attention is pulled elsewhere as he senses a new presence nearby. He remains firm, insisting that execution is not their best path forward. Asgray calls him a fool, claiming his logic is dangerously weak. He asks what they'll do when her allies inevitably come looking for blood. It's a grim question that leaves the young doctor completely speechless. Uzuki explains that winning this one fight won't guarantee their survival later. He urges Asgray to consider the overwhelming odds of their current quest. The mage falls silent, his own cold logic now being turned against him. Uzuki reminds him that his priority has always been protecting his friends, and so, instead of executing their captive right then and there, he suggests they use her. Looks like the Hippocratic Oath has a few loopholes after all. He turns his gaze back to the defeated woman shivering on the ground. She looks up in terror, asking what he could possibly want from her now. Uzuki takes a steadying breath, preparing to make his gamble. He asks point blank if she's seeking a cure for the plague that ravaged her homeland. She shoots back a sharp glare, demanding to know why he even cares. He proposes a trade: her cooperation in exchange for a cure for her people. The demi-human woman's eyes widen in sheer, stunned disbelief. She's blindsided by the offer. It seems Uzuki's strategy is to kill his enemies with kindness. Uzuki waits for her response, his gaze unwavering and dead serious. Meanwhile, Asgray finally puts a name to their captor: Race. Uzuki then vows to protect them both until they've regained their strength. It's an unprecedented offer that leaves Asgray absolutely stunned. He can't fathom how Uzuki can place his trust in an enemy so easily. He asks if the doctor is truly unconcerned about the threat she represents. Uzuki simply explains that medicine is, at its heart, a humble calling. He believes that life is a precious, singular gift that cannot be replaced. He pays homage to the lineage of healers who walked the path before him, honoring the sacred knowledge passed down through the ages. He declares that his journey isn't fueled by a desire for wealth or status. He walks this path solely for the preservation of life itself. Asgray pushes back, asking what happens if the person he saves turns traitor. But Uzuki remains firm. To a true doctor, a patient's intent is irrelevant. A doctor's sole duty is to provide treatment, nothing more. Gray grits his teeth, fuming at his mentor's reckless self-sacrifice. He turns to his comrades, prioritizing their safety above all else. However, they've already overheard every word of the tense exchange. Gray argues that his teacher's logic is fundamentally flawed, and he's not wrong. But his friends remind him that they simply can't afford to lose a single soul. He looks toward Uzuki, questioning if they can truly trust this dangerous path. The party stands firm, their collective resolve already set in stone. They stare back with unreadable expressions, masking their inner turmoil. Despite the risk, they quickly fall in line, backing their teacher's insane gamble. Gray can only manage a small, resigned smile of acceptance. Still, he points out one minor detail: a house-sized furry problem. Dr. Uzuki turns toward the threat, his face a mask of calm. He calls out to the towering, massive white beast before them. Surprisingly, the creature thanks him and asks to be allowed to leave in peace. Its gaze is remarkably tranquil, radiating a high level of intelligence. Uzuki offers a faint smile as a silent understanding passes between them. With its business finished, the behemoth simply turns and wanders off. Rei struggles to her feet, desperately pleading with him to flee while he still can. But Dr. Uzuki stands frozen, his eyes wide with pure, unadulterated shock. She tries to move, but her body refuses to cooperate. Her lower half suddenly gives out and she collapses to the ground. Uzuki rushes to her side, immediately assessing her symptoms. Gritting her teeth, she admits a strange numbness is creeping through her legs. A look of grim realization washes over the doctor's face. He orders her to lie down, ignoring her stubborn protests to be left alone. He gently probes her lower back, and she lets out a sharp cry of agony. In that instant, Dr. Uzuki knows exactly what he's dealing with. He calmly delivers the diagnosis, a herniated disc. He even pulls out a handy diagram to give the audience a quick anatomy lesson. To explain the mechanics, he asks to touch her elbow. It's a bizarre request that leaves her completely bewildered. He taps a specific nerve, sending a sharp jolt shooting up her arm. He explains that this same agonizing sensation is occurring in her spine. The sheer force of the battle has compressed a vital nerve. He turns to Asgray, asking if magic can mend the damage. However, the mage admits that even his powers have their limits. A miracle of that scale is reserved only for legendary saints. She listens in silence, her expression a mix of pain and disbelief. But Dr. Uzuki explains that a medical treatment still exists. A surgical procedure to excise the herniated disc. She cries out in terror, convinced that drilling into her bone is a literal death sentence. But Uzuki explains that the greatest hurdle is simply pain, a problem doctors in his world solved centuries ago. He declares that right here and now they're going to speedrun 1,000 years of medical history. It's a bold claim that leaves Race completely speechless. He turns to the rest of the group, a new plan already unfolding in his mind. He tells them he has one crucial question to ask before they proceed. They quickly set up shop in a borrowed alchemist's cottage, turning it into their makeshift base. He tasks the party with finding a suitable space where he can begin distilling alcohol. He then turns back to Race, who watches him from the couch with deep suspicion. He admits his explanation is brief, but emphasizes that they're in a desperate race against time. He asks her to trust in his preparations, and after a tense moment, she reluctantly agrees. With her consent secured, Dr. Uzuki rallies the party to begin the operation. Mejia is assigned to distillation duty, and she's clearly less than thrilled about the job. She complains about the pungent fumes filling the room, proving that alchemy isn't always glamorous. Despite her hard work, she notes with frustration that they've only collected a tiny amount. But Uzuki simply thanks her, urging her to continue as the vial slowly fills. Race watches from the sidelines, asking what exactly this mysterious liquid is for. Dr. Uzuki explains that they are creating the world's very first inhalation anesthetic, a concept that naturally leaves Race absolutely horrified. After hours of grueling labor, they finally finish synthesizing the diethyl ether. A quick diagram breaks down the history of this 19th century medical breakthrough. Uzuki admits the concoction is far from perfect and carries significant risks. However, in a world devoid of modern medicine, this is their only shot. He turns to his patient, urging her to endure the discomfort for just a little longer. Scouring the alchemist's shelves, he searches for the perfect container. Then he makes one final bizarre request. He needs a live mouse. It's a request Kororu is surprisingly well equipped to fulfill. Watching from the couch, Race nervously asks what the doctor plans to do with the rodent. Uzuki explains that the mouse will help him demonstrate how he intends to conquer pain. It's a promise that leaves his patient looking absolutely terrified. He soaks a cloth in the fresh ether and drops it into a jar with the tiny, unwilling volunteer. The mouse flails as the fumes take hold, but its movements soon grow wobbly until it finally drifts into a peaceful, chemically induced slumber. Race fears the worst, but Uzuki calmly assures her that the anesthetic was a success. He clarifies that unlike a lethal poison, this substance merely shuts down the body's reaction to pain. To prove his point, he firmly pinches the mouse's skin with a pair of tweezers. Race's eyes widen in sheer disbelief at what she sees. Despite the sharp pinch, the tiny creature doesn't even flinch. The rest of the party watches in stunned silence, baffled that the mouse hasn't woken up. Uzuki reassures her that she'll simply sleep through the procedure and wake up once it's all over. Even Asgray is floored, admitting he's never heard of a medicine this revolutionary. To the others, it's nothing short of a miracle. Divine medicine sent from the gods themselves. Uzuki simply smiles, noting he'd feel the same way if he saw technology from 1,000 years in the future. But Race is still trembling, the crushing weight of this impossible choice finally sinking in. Meanwhile, their furry little volunteer remains fast asleep, completely oblivious to the stakes. Asgray asks him to heal the mouse, and Dr. Uzuki solemnly agrees. He delicately places the tiny creature onto the table. Right on cue, the anesthesia wears off and the mouse begins to stir. Uzuki thanks the little guy for his help before gently setting him free. The party can only watch in awe, stunned to see the creature is completely unharmed. He turns back to Race, asking if she's finally ready to place her trust in him. She admits his medical prowess is far more incredible than any legend she's ever heard. Asgray watches the exchange closely, his expression remaining unreadable. Suddenly, he steps forward, signaling for Uzuki to wait. He produces a document, declaring it a contract they must sign, because nothing says trust like legally binding paperwork. Race explains the terms. If they grant her wish, she will become their protector. But if they fail, a literal hole will be torn into their hearts. Asgray clarifies this isn't some poetic metaphor, it's a magical contract with zero room for error. Uzuki tries to protest, calling the terms far too dangerous to accept, but Asgray counters, explaining that this is her only shot at redemption. Dr. Uzuki can only listen in silence, realizing he's completely out of his depth. Asgray considers the offer with a wry smile. He warns her that this is a life-or-death gamble for everyone involved. She bites her thumb, admitting it's a raw deal for her. Regardless, she prepares to sign the contract in blood. She agrees to the terms, following the corrupt proposal of the man before her. Uzuki realizes that when dealing with former enemies, a simple pinky promise won't suffice. Asgray vows to uphold his end of the bargain until the very end. He holds the contract aloft with a look of unwavering determination. Suddenly, the paper bursts into flames, magically sealing their pact. Gray explains it's a magical contract before urging his teacher to return to the surgery. With the legalities settled, Uzuki orders the group to boil as much cloth as possible. Asgray quickly spots the perfect tool for the task. It's a massive ornate pot that seems far too elegant for sterilizing rags. Syl immediately gets to work, filling the giant vessel with water. Asgray mutters that boiling every single scrap by hand is a massive headache. The girls pitch in, tossing the linens into the oversized pot. However, Asgray has a shortcut, utilizing his magic to flash heat the water. Dr. Uzuki watches in awe as the mage takes over the sterilization process. The water reaches a boil instantly. Magic truly is the ultimate time saver. Gray explains that the pot itself is a magical artifact designed for this exact purpose. Uzuki asks if there's anything else to do and is instructed to go sterilize his own tools. Leaving the rest to Asgray, he places his full trust in his new student to handle the final preparations. He returns to Rice, reassuring her that the preparations are nearly finished. Holding up 2 fingers, he explains there are only a couple of minor steps left. The first step, he clarifies, is pinpointing the exact location of the internal injury. It's a thorough plan that leaves his patient looking absolutely petrified. He starts the examination by testing her knee-jerk reflexes. This is followed by her ankle reflex before he finally checks the muscle response in her foot. Once the physical exam is finished, he brings out his next teaching aid, a full-sized skeleton. He positions the model right beside her, which isn't creepy in the slightest. Rice objects immediately, claiming the skeleton is a terrible omen for her health. Dr. Uzuki offers a quick apology but insists that the model is absolutely vital. He explains that every detail is necessary to maximize the chances of a successful surgery. He describes how he'll reverse engineer her anatomy to map out the upcoming procedure. Rice admits she's completely lost, but she can tell by his tone that he's deadly serious. Uzuki muses on how bizarre it is that their skeletal structures are identical to those of humans. However, a new and unsettling realization begins to dawn on him. Suddenly, Rice calls out a name he doesn't recognize: Forn. It's a name that Dr. Uzuki has never heard in his life. He kneels before her, making a solemn vow to safeguard her life throughout the procedure. Rice can only stare back, completely stunned by the sheer intensity in his eyes. Recognizing her fear, he offers a gentle smile to help ease her mind. He vows to face this impossible challenge with every ounce of his being. He asks for her absolute trust, urging her to place her life in his hands. Rice remains silent, the crushing weight of the decision etched across her face, but his expression is unwavering, radiating a sense of total confidence. In the face of his conviction, her own resolve begins to harden. After a long, heavy silence, she finally gives him her nod of approval. With that, the team assembles for the world's very first isekai surgery. He quickly briefs his new assistants on the vital importance of sterile procedures. Inside this quiet cottage, medical history is about to be rewritten. The tension mounts as the hours tick by under an unfamiliar alien sky. Now it's time for one final confirmation before they begin. He sends Svel outside to stand guard and ensure they aren't interrupted. With the team in position, he gives the order to start the anesthesia. Rice takes a shaky, hesitant breath, inhaling the strange medicinal fumes. The others recoil at the pungent odor, worried that the vapor might be poison. But Dr. Uzuki calmly reassures her, telling her to breathe deeply and stay relaxed. Kureru holds the cloth steady as their patient slowly begins to drift off. Together, they successfully administer the world's first isekai knockout drug. Uzuki confirms her vitals are stable, declaring that it's finally time to begin the operation. Working in tandem, the team carefully rolls the patient onto her stomach. With the patient finally in position, this makeshift surgical unit is ready to proceed. Dr. Uzuki issues his final critical instructions to the group. He demands they monitor the patient's breathing with absolute precision. For this procedure to succeed, they must serve as his eyes and ears. The girls watch on in silence, the tension in the room becoming suffocating. A quick diagram illustrates their 19th century anesthetic technique: simple, effective, and likely pungent. Asgray watches his mentor closely, his own nerves beginning to fray. Uzuki reassures him, emphasizing that Asgray's magic will be the linchpin of the surgery. However, the young mage's eyes remain wide with terror. He points out that it isn't just him. His teacher's hand is visibly trembling. Uzuki admits to his nerves, noting that his arm was paralyzed until very recently. He confesses that while he possesses the knowledge, he's never actually led a surgery before. This shocking revelation leaves Asgray completely floored. He realizes that if Uzuki's hand slips even slightly, he could sever a vital nerve. A single mistake would leave the patient permanently paralyzed. Uzuki listens intently, the mage's words mirroring his own internal dread. Surprisingly, Asgray offers a small smile, relieved to know his teacher is human enough to be afraid. He compares the pressure to his life as an adventurer, where one wrong move means death for his friends. He draws a parallel between his own quest and Uzuki's struggle to practice medicine with a single arm. He realizes that perhaps, just perhaps, they aren't so different after all. If that's the case, then their path forward is undeniable. Gray's words strike a chord, prompting Uzuki to declare it's time for them both to become the real deal. The mage can only stare as his deepest fears are finally laid bare, but Dr. Uzuki simply offers a faint, confident smile. In that instant, Gray's lingering doubt transforms into ironclad resolve. They seal their pact with a fist bump, teacher and student, ready to defy the impossible. With their confidence restored, Uzuki instructs him to open the medical kit. He details the specialized instruments required for such a high-stakes procedure. Tools designed for retracting nerves, shaving bone, and excising the hernia itself. But what they're actually working with is little more than a medieval carpenter's kit. Uzuki notes their equipment is better suited for amputation than delicate spinal work. Undeterred, Gray confirms he's ready to play his part in the operation. Dr. Uzuki performs one final critical assessment. He ensures the anesthetic has fully taken hold of the patient. He commands Kureru to keep a constant watch on the patient's breathing. With everything in place, he finally takes up his blade. With a steady hand, he makes the first incision. There's no turning back now. He narrates each step as he cuts through skin and fascia. He demands his next tools. A simple palette knife and a piece of cloth. He expertly bends them into a makeshift retractor, proving he can work with whatever is on hand. With surgical precision, he slides the improvised tool into the incision. His concentration is unbreakable as he carefully navigates around the spinal muscles. With the tissue finally retracted, the patient's vertebrae are laid bare. He orders Asgray to hold the position, and the mage complies without a second thought. But a new problem arises. The surgical field is being flooded by excessive bleeding. He curses the lack of modern suction equipment to keep the area clear. Steeling himself, he calls for the tools needed to remove the obstructing bone. He prepares to literally chisel away at her spine. You know, typical Tuesday afternoon vibes. He knows instinctively that this is the most perilous moment of the entire operation. He warns the room that a single millimeter of error could permanently paralyze Florin. Asgray tries to steady his teacher, asking if he needs the sweat wiped from his brow. Dr. Uzuki holds up a hand, his gaze never once wavering from the patient. He tells Asgray to stay calm and to put his absolute trust in his master's skill. He grips the crude, primitive tool, his resolve hardening into steel. He reminds himself of the oath he took to save the life currently lying before him. Then, with a sickening crack, he begins the harrowing task of chiseling into her spine. His eyes widen as the bone finally gives way. He's successfully made it through. Now only the delicate task of severing the ligament remains. Uzuki carefully maneuvers around the spinal cord until he finally locates his target. With the objective in sight, he prepares to extract the hernia. With steady hands, he removes the root of the patient's agony. Gray watches in awe, his breath hitching in his throat. He asks if that small piece was truly the cause, and Uzuki calmly confirms it. This microscopic fragment was the source of all her suffering, which Uzuki identifies as the hernia. Gray is stunned that something so minuscule could be so devastating. With the most difficult phase finished, Uzuki announces it's time to close the incision. Gray's mind reels as he realizes his teacher used sheer knowledge to pinpoint the cause, and then possessed the godlike skill to remove it with surgical precision. He realizes that this is what a true doctor is capable of. This is the standard of a master physician. Once the sutures are in place, Dr. Uzuki gives the signal. He tells Gray to finish the job using his healing magic. With a soft, ethereal glow, the wound is perfectly sealed. The exhausted medical team looks on, their arduous work finally complete. Dr. Uzuki exhales a long, weary breath of relief. He officially announces that the surgery was a success. A profound sense of victory hangs heavy in the silent air. Just then, a frantic voice bursts in, asking if the ordeal is finally over. He turns to the patient, desperate to know if she's truly been saved. Dr. Uzuki confirms that the surgery was a resounding technical success. Svel is left in awe, realizing she'll actually be able to move again. He beams at his mentor, proud that they've truly saved a life with their own hands. Meanwhile, Gray is utterly drained and on the verge of collapsing, but Dr. Uzuki remains fixated, staring down at his own trembling hands. He looks at the right hand that was once a useless burden to him. A subtle smile emerges as the identity of a doctor finally returns to his soul, as their patient, Race, finally rests in peaceful silence. The rest of the weary party can at last drift into a well-deserved slumber. Yet in his mind, Uzuki is transported back to another room watching a different patient. He gazes at her, fully aware that this surgery will redefine her entire future. He grows concerned, noting their crude, homemade anesthetic takes hours to fade. He realizes that better equipment and medicine will be vital for her recovery. Slowly, Race's consciousness begins to drift back to the surface. In her haze, her mind wanders back to a distant, fading memory. She recalls her homeland, a humble village tucked away in the mountains. Back then, she found it mundane and painfully uneventful. But it was a tranquil life, spent in the warmth of her own people. She vividly remembers the faces of her friends and her beloved family. Reyes realizes that within that humble existence, she had found true happiness. She recalls the day a new road was paved, connecting their world to the bustling city. New settlers soon flocked to the village, eager for a chance to till the fertile earth. Their ancestral fields were quickly transformed into sprawling rice paddies. For a time, everyone believed this newfound prosperity would last forever. However, the tide of fortune soon turned. A grim shadow began to loom over the once quiet village. A mysterious plague began to spread, one with no known cause and no cure. It left the afflicted frail, consumed by fever and agonizing pain. Her sister could only watch in horror, her heart sinking with every passing day. Fearing the contagion, the neighboring town helped by torching the entire village to the ground. In the chaos, her sister begged her to take their brother and flee for their lives. With a final tearful smile, she urged them to go and never look back. Reyes could only watch in despair, knowing that everyone else was lost to the flames. She and her brother Forn were the only ones who made it out alive. They wandered aimlessly through the woods as his strength ebbed away with every step. Just as hope faded, they were found by a woman covered in strange markings. This mysterious stranger offered to teach Reyes a new, darker way to survive. Reyes looked from her dying brother to the woman's outstretched hand. She was prepared to sacrifice everything if it meant saving his life. With a firm grip, a desperate new pact is forged. Risa's eyes snap open, her mind reeling from the echoes of an impossible dream. But instead of a nightmare, she's met with Dr. Uzuki's calm, gentle smile. He asks if she's conscious and if she can manage to squeeze his hand. She can only stare in silence, wondering if any of this is even real. He watches her intently, knowing this is the ultimate moment of truth. She responds with a grip that nearly crushes his fingers. Yeah, she's definitely not paralyzed. He laughs it off, noting that her legendary strength has fully returned. He then checks to see if she feels any lingering numbness in her lower body. She sits up and moves her legs, confirming that she's been completely healed. Uzuki realizes Gray's magic is on another level, mending in an instant what would have taken weeks. Reese admits that even magic has its limits and offers him her sincere thanks. She then apologizes for the whole magical death collar incident. You know, water under the bridge? But Uzuki just smiles, noting that they both gained something back in the end. With the air finally cleared, she asks him to teach her about the plague that destroyed her home. She explains that she was just dreaming of her tragic past. She recounts the story of her fallen village to a very attentive Dr. Uzuki, but she quickly cuts herself off, insisting she doesn't want or need his pity. Uzuki ignores her pride, his brilliant mind already racing to find a cure. He begins asking about specific symptoms like high fevers and jaundice. Reese pauses as the realization hits her. Every single victim showed the exact same symptoms. Desperate for answers, she asks if he truly understands the plague ravaging her people. She presses him further, demanding to know the true nature of this deadly affliction. Without hesitation, Dr. Uzuki delivers his professional diagnosis: malaria. A helpful diagram appears, illustrating one of the most notorious diseases from his original world. He explains how rice paddies, a blessing in this land, were actually breeding grounds for death back home. Risa's expression softens into one of desperate hope as she asks if a cure even exists. Uzuki confirms it is possible, believing the key to a remedy lies within this world's unique flora. She realizes that if this man can truly save her kind, she must protect him at all costs. However, Uzuki raises a vital concern. Would helping him be seen as a betrayal of her own people? Reese clarifies that the demon tribe isn't a unified nation, but a scattered group of outcasts struggling to survive. Intrigued by this revelation, Dr. Uzuki asks her to explain what they truly are. Reese reveals the tragic truth. The members of the demon tribe are actually just humans. They are people whose magic has spiraled out of control, leaving them mutated and on the verge of death. This bombshell revelation leaves our protagonist absolutely speechless. To prove her point, she demonstrates her unique magic by effortlessly manipulating the surrounding plants. She explains that despite their power, they're pariahs who are constantly at odds with the rest of humanity. This deep-seated hostility is exactly why she never even considered an alliance until now. She warns him that he's now made enemies on all sides, putting him in an incredibly precarious position. Realizing the massive target now on his back, Uzuki can only respond with a nervous laugh. Rice extends her hand, ready to cement their bizarre new alliance. Dr. Uzuki's eyes narrow as a new realization takes hold. He reflects on her warning that mere strength isn't enough to survive this world. With a firm, resolute grip, he accepts her hand. Rice can only watch in silence, completely blindsided by the gesture. He explains that if there's even a fraction of help he can offer, he won't hesitate. He's willing to reach out to anyone enduring such immense suffering. This straightforward declaration leaves her utterly speechless. With a grin, he admits that having an ally gives him the resolve he needs to win. Rice looks away, quietly processing his sincere words. She scoffs, calling him a fool for his blind trust, but warns him to stay vigilant. He offers a simple smile, thanking her for the genuine advice. Suddenly, a pristine white cat materializes in his hands out of nowhere. The enigmatic feline lets out a soft, satisfied purr. Rice is left stunned, while Uzuki warmly greets his furry little guardian. The cat hops down, its mysterious business seemingly finished for now. It calmly trots across the floor under Uzuki's watchful gaze, but without warning it leaps onto the table, startling them both. Just as quickly, it dissolves into a pool of shadow, a truly dramatic exit. They're left wondering, was it a familiar of the fallen lord or something else entirely? For now, however, Dr. Uzuki is simply too drained to care about anything else. Reese asks if he's finally going to get some well-deserved rest. Without another word, Dr. Uzuki promptly collapses and passes out right on the floor. He falls into a deep sleep, the grueling trial finally behind him. Reese watches over him, her expression a whirlwind of complex emotions. As she stands, her resolve finally begins to harden. She recalls his promise to take her hand without a single moment of hesitation. And in that quiet moment, she finally makes her choice. The following morning dawns upon a new and fragile alliance. Gray reports back to Gerald, recounting every detail of the chaos that transpired. But Uzuki is already back at it, brewing more anesthetic. Because who needs sleep when you're busy revolutionizing medicine? With the fresh anesthetic secured, Dr. Uzuki announces they're finally ready to move out. They set out on a new journey toward a dwarven village to procure specialized medical equipment. It's a vital mission in a world where even a simple broken bone can be a death sentence. For Dr. Uzuki, this is a golden opportunity to save an untold number of lives. But for Gray, it's a crucial stepping stone toward his dream of becoming a saint. Their noble quest is immediately interrupted by a pack of ferocious monsters. Gray leaps into action, commanding his teacher to stay back and out of the fight. Uzuki and Reese watch from a safe distance as the party engages the savage beasts. Reese seems impressed by their prowess, a small smile forming on her face. Asgray, however, is already on edge, realizing the burden of protection falls solely on him if a true threat emerges. Rice counters that a bit of struggle is vital if they ever hope to survive their training. As the sun begins to dip below the horizon, the group decides to settle in for the night. Rice drops to one knee, pressing her palm firmly against the forest floor. With a violent tremor, a colossal treehouse surges forth from the soil. Magia is stunned, questioning if they're actually going to spend the night inside a literal tree. The rest of the party agrees. This is a massive luxury compared to sleeping in the dirt. Rice assures them of their comfort, noting that quality rest is non-negotiable for what's coming. However, her gaze sharpens as she clarifies that this isn't a vacation. She demands to know if they truly seek power, warning them that they must be prepared to shatter their limits. Flashing a predatory grin, she promises to drag them through hell before bedtime. Boot camp has officially begun. The party stands frozen, blindsided by the sudden shift into a brutal training arc. And true to her word, Rice's regimen is every bit as sadistic as promised. The agonizing session drags on well past midnight, leaving every member of the party pushed to the brink of absolute collapse. Surveying the wreckage of her students, Rice finally decides they've earned their sleep. Yet Dr. Uzuki remains wide awake, mentally prepping for the challenges of the days ahead. Rice joins him, commenting on how Asgray never seems to stop pushing himself. She explains that he's desperately struggling to live up to the impossible standards he's set for himself. It's a sobering realization that Dr. Uzuki takes deeply to heart. She then provides him with a full breakdown of the party's various abilities. Uzuki nods in agreement, noting that everyone is truly giving it their all. Reese admits that while she's only built for combat, the others have plenty of room to grow. She reminds him that as their personal physician, it's now his job to support them. Uzuki smiles, promising to do everything within his power for the team. Reese asks what he's sketching, and he explains it's a blueprint for essential equipment. It's a detailed chart of surgical needles, a shopping list for their visit to the dwarven village. He tells her to just wait and see, confident he can procure everything they need. He returns to his work, sketching with an intense, unwavering focus. Reese admits she doesn't grasp the technical details, but she can see his absolute dedication. In that moment, she realizes that this is exactly how he fights his battles. His concentration is absolute, his entire mind lost in the intricacies of his work. Reese decides to stay up just a little while longer, simply to watch this mysterious man master his craft. Their journey continues, leading them across a vast and open landscape. Eventually, they board a ferry to cross a wide, rushing river. On the deck, a hooded passenger enjoys the cool, refreshing breeze. But a sudden, violent lurch sends them stumbling forward. A nearby sailor cries out in a sudden panic. He warns the passenger about a strange, horse-like creature lurking in the water. Suddenly, the creature blasts a jet of water at his hand. Turns out petting the local wildlife was a massive mistake. The force of the impact sends the hooded passenger hurtling toward the edge. Miraculously, they spring back onto the deck, catching the injured sailor in the process. The mysterious figure gently takes hold of the man's mangled hand. With a faint, ethereal glow, a high-level healing spell instantly mends the wound. The sailor stands frozen in shock, his agony replaced by total disbelief. He cries out that such a miracle could only be the divine work of a saint. The figure immediately shushes him, desperate to avoid drawing any unwanted attention. Left alone, the traveler mutters about their singular goal, staying as far away from the front lines as possible. As the hood slips, it reveals a young woman determined to remain in a support role. Heroics just aren't for everyone. Just as the tension settles, their long-awaited destination finally appears on the horizon. Meanwhile, deep within a dwarven forge, a young apprentice is learning a brutal lesson the hard way. His master berates him for his negligence, showing no mercy for the costly mistake. The boy can do nothing but sob as the searing pain becomes completely unbearable. It raises a grim question. Why exactly is the god of smithing depicted with only one eye? As the party continues their journey, they delve into the dark folklore of this new land. Svel explains the brutal reality of the forge, where occupational hazards are often life-altering. Dr. Uzuki notes that a strikingly similar legend existed back in his original world. Asgray realizes their destination will likely be overflowing with crippled and blinded craftsmen. This leads Race to wonder, can even his legendary powers fix something as permanent as blindness? However, Uzuki's mind is already racing as a new possibility begins to take shape. Svel calls out, announcing that their destination is finally within sight. Koru gazes out across the horizon at the sprawling dwarven settlement. It's a village forged for a single purpose: stripping the mountains of their riches. Plumes of black smoke rise from countless chimneys, a testament to their tireless industry. The air hangs heavy with the scent of coal and fermenting ale, essentially a dwarf's paradise. Rice questions if he can truly cure blindness, and Uzuki confidently confirms it's possible. He explains that he can treat the eye and even replace irreparably damaged components. Svel is stunned, though Uzuki clarifies that his success depends entirely on the equipment available. A nearby dwarf catches wind of their conversation and asks if he's truly an eye specialist. Dr. Uzuki humbly admits that he has quite a bit of experience in the field. The dwarf instantly seizes Uzuki, hailing him as a miracle worker sent from above. The rest of the party can only watch as their doctor is dragged away for the umpteenth time. They follow, navigating through the smog-filled streets of the industrial dwarven town. Deep inside a forge, a young boy is frantically trying to wash out his eye. An elder dwarf watches him sternly, asking why he's been struggling like this since yesterday. He scolds the apprentice, warning him that if he can't clear it out, he'll lose his sight forever. Uzuki steps in, asking the master smith if a shard of iron flew into the boy's eye. The old dwarf nods grimly, gesturing toward his suffering young apprentice. Dr. Uzuki's medical mind immediately identifies the severity of the problem. He identifies the culprit: a metal shard lodged in the cornea, a frequent yet lethal hazard for blacksmiths. The master smith narrows his eyes at the strangers, demanding to know their business. The dwarf quickly explains that this man is a traveling physician specializing in ocular injuries. However, the old smith remains wary, still bitter from a run-in with a charlatan just the day before. His companion pushes back, arguing it's worth the risk since a craftsman is nothing without his sight. Despite the sudden detour, Dr. Uzuki agrees to take a look at the boy's injury. He shoots a quick glance back at Asgray, wordlessly seeking his approval. Asgray admits that while this side quest complicates their mission for new gear, it's a necessary gamble. The dwarf then strikes a deal, If Uzuki saves the boy's sight, he'll forge whatever the doctor desires. Uzuki can't believe his luck, and the dwarf reaffirms that his word is as solid as iron. The master smith finally breaks his silence, questioning if a mere traveler can really fix such a dire wound. He stares intensely, desperate to know if there is truly any hope left for the apprentice. Uzuki remains professional, stating he can't guarantee a miracle until he performs a thorough exam. Even so, he asks the terrified young boy to put his faith in his steady hands. The old smith watches helplessly as his apprentice continues to writhe in agony. With a heavy sigh, he confesses that his hope has all but withered away. He knows all too well that for a smith, losing one's vision is a fate worse than death. He even recounts the brutal tradition of casting out those who can no longer see the forge. Sensing the tension, the other dwarf gestures for him to keep those dark thoughts to himself. The young boy looks up at his master, who, as it turns out, is also his father. The smith notes that this tragedy only proves how precious a craftsman's eyes and hands truly are. He admits that saving the boy's sight is the only outcome that matters now. The other dwarf stands by in silence, breaking into a cold sweat from the mounting pressure. The young apprentice is consumed by terror, knowing that blindness would strip away his very purpose. But Uzuki empathizes with that fear, vividly remembering the despair of his own once useless arm. Looking up through the pain, the boy offers a tearful apology for all the trouble he's caused. Finally, the master smith looks Uzuki in the eye and asks if he's truly capable of treating him. Without a moment's hesitation, our protagonist promises to save the boy's vision. As the other dwarves urge their leader to show some gratitude, the master finally relents. Rice watches intently, knowing this single procedure will determine the boy's entire future. Still trembling, the apprentice stares at the doctor, wondering if this stranger is actually his savior. Uzuki turns to Magia, asking if her staff is capable of producing a steady light. He then drapes his signature white coat over the top of her magical staff. He instructs her to ignite the light from beneath the fabric. He explains that by focusing the light into a thin beam, he can illuminate the various layers of the eye. A helpful diagram appears, detailing his brilliant improvised slit lamp technique. He asks the boy for permission to examine him, and the apprentice tentatively agrees. As the light pierces the darkness, it reveals the culprit. A microscopic metal fragment. Uzuki confirms it's treatable, declaring they need to begin the operation immediately. Terrified, the boy can only wonder how on earth he plans to perform such a delicate task. Uzuki presents his needle and makeshift anesthetic, joking that eye drops are still a distant dream in this world. He explains that the sedative will knock the apprentice out cold, assuring him that by the time he opens his eyes, the entire ordeal will be over. Trusting the doctor, the young boy lies back, bracing himself for the unknown treatment. Uzuki carefully presses the ether-soaked cloth over the boy's face. Within moments, the apprentice slips into a deep, drug-induced slumber. Now that the patient is under, it's time to begin the delicate surgery. It is a grisly sight that leaves his onlookers absolutely petrified. Uzuki nonchalantly notes that this is basic medicine where he comes from. Apparently, humans are just built different back home. With steady hands, he uses the needle to delicately extract the metal shard from the eye. With the source of the agony finally removed, he looks to Asgray to help wrap things up. The master smith watches in disbelief, barely able to ask if the danger has truly passed. Uzuki confirms the fragment is gone, and the boy is officially out of harm's way. Stunned by the miracle, the old smith stands frozen, his mind struggling to process what he just witnessed. A massive wave of relief finally crashes over him. Choking back tears, he's overwhelmed with gratitude that his son's life was saved. Uzuki watches the heartfelt reunion with a quiet sense of satisfaction. The head dwarf declares they now owe him a lifelong debt. Looks like those custom tools are back on the table. But Uzuki remains humble, insisting he simply did what any doctor would do. Suddenly, the master smith approaches, his expression shifting to one of profound seriousness. He asks if the doctor can also restore sight to those who have already gone blind. Uzuki admits it's possible, though the explanation is quite extensive. He presents another detailed diagram outlining the history of corneal transplants. He breaks down the risks involved, along with the necessity of steroids and antibiotics. When he introduces the concept of donor transplants, Asgray is visibly horrified. Even Suvel is stunned, realizing they've barely scratched the surface of their teacher's wisdom. The master smith realizes that backing this mysterious doctor is an investment in the very future of his entire people. He declares he'll forge any medical tool Uzuki requires without hesitation. This promise brings a massive wave of relief to our protagonist's face. The smith even offers a letter of introduction to the church, a massive advantage for their journey. Asgray watches closely as his teacher considers the smith's proposal. The old dwarf then asks if the doctor is willing to treat the rest of the townspeople. He's relieved, noting that Uzuki is already far more capable than the priestess who visited yesterday. Curious, Uzuki inquires about her, only to learn she's been tossed into a storehouse. The master smith suddenly takes on a thoughtful, almost mischievous look. He asks them to determine if she's a fraud, admitting his patience for clergy is non-existent. When Asgray mentions he's seen the local church, it immediately piques Uzuki's interest. A dwarf leads them away, prepared to introduce them to their next patient. They soon arrive at a plain, windowless storehouse. The dwarf flings the door open, announcing they've finally reached their destination. Inside, they find a young woman kneeling, her neck and wrists locked in a set of wooden stocks. Despite her predicament, she casually remarks that while she's hungry, it's not all that bad. She even suggests that the whole experience would be much more comfortable with a soft cushion. The master smith is baffled by how relaxed she is, while Uzuki is horrified that they've left her in such a state. The smith offers a half-hearted apology for the poor accommodations, though she doesn't seem to mind. Dr. Uzuki demands to know what on earth this priestess did to deserve such a punishment. The old smith explains she was causing trouble by demanding he forge some truly bizarre items. Looking up with a smile, she asks why he refused to build her that guillotine she wanted. She apparently intended to use it to amputate her followers' limbs, leading Uzuki to label her group a literal cult. The smith sighs, admitting that after hearing such madness, he couldn't possibly let her treat his son. Unfazed, the priestess asks what kind of injury they were even trying to heal in the first place. She nonchalantly explains that even a severed arm can be fixed. You just have to cut it again. The master smith assumes she's joking, but she insists this trial is the only path to recovery. Asgray stares at her in disbelief, completely stunned by this extreme level of medical malpractice. Suddenly, the smith recognizes her from a portrait Gerald showed him. She's the spitting image of one of the four saints. This revelation leaves both Asgray and Dr. Uzuki frozen in absolute shock. She cheerfully introduces herself as Justina, the fourth saint, gifted with the power to regenerate lost limbs. Our heroes can only gawk, their minds struggling to process this insane turn of events. A title card confirms the impossible truth. Justina, the fourth saint, a literal miracle worker. However, her miracle carries a grim cost, requiring a second, often fatal amputation to function. Gray can only stare in silence, trying to process her terrifying title. The Saint of Execution. Dr. Uzuki breaks into a cold sweat as a profound sense of unease begins to take hold. Justina shudders, admitting that even the memory of those amputations is enough to make her nauseous. Uzuki questions her horrific methods, noting that without expert care, a severed limb is just a death sentence. He points out that from his medical experience, amputation carries an astronomical mortality rate. A diagram illustrates the grim reality. It's a brutal procedure with an 80% failure rate. Fun times. But Uzuki realizes that if she can truly regenerate flesh, it changes the game and negates the risk. Overcome with guilt, the master smith bows his head and offers a sincere, humble apology. He's horrified that he locked away one of the kingdom's most revered figures in a filthy storehouse. Justina dismisses his concern, claiming the executions are a grim necessity rather than a personal hobby. She then offers him a way to make amends for the misunderstanding. He can compensate her by building an upgraded version of her device. Talk about twisted priorities. She confesses that she's currently backed into a corner by her own people. Her family is mounting pressure against her, labeling her a false saint. They are demanding she prove the worth of her divine power on the front lines of the battlefield. She explains to Uzuki that it's impossible, haunted by a past failure that nearly ended in a bloodbath. This is why she needs the guillotine, to silence the doubters and prove she is the one true saint. Gray and Uzuki listen on, completely bewildered by her warped logic. However, the master smith refuses, declaring that dwarves don't forge tools of execution for sport. She insists that with such a tool she could save countless more lives. The master smith needs time to weigh the offer, suggesting they grab a meal first. With that settled, the party heads out into the heart of the bustling dwarven town. However, news of the miraculous medical treatment is already spreading like wildfire. Justina overhears the gossip, realizing the church had dispatched someone else entirely. The master smith explains to Justina that a traveling doctor was the one who solved the crisis. He mentions that Asgray's party is aiming for sainthood, which immediately piques her interest. Elsewhere, Asgray and Koraru find a little something to help pass the time. They stumble upon a local archery range packed with dwarves honing their skills. Koraru is eager to jump in, but Asgray warns her to take the practice seriously. Suddenly, Justina is struck by a brilliant and likely disastrous idea. She claps her hands loudly, commanding the attention of every dwarf in the vicinity. She asks the party if they're ready to witness what a true saint is capable of. She proclaims that the Saint of the Bow has arrived, asking if anyone is suffering from hand injuries. Koreru and Magia are left reeling, completely baffled by her sudden new title. The Master Smith can only watch from the sidelines, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a burly dwarf shoves through the crowd, barking at everyone to move. He looks at her with a desperate expression, asking if a real saint is truly standing before him. Another dwarf explains that the poor man's hand was completely crushed in an accident. Presenting his mangled limb, the man falls before Justina and begs her for a miracle. He presents his hand, revealing fingers that are gnarled, twisted, and utterly useless. Stunned, the dwarf admits he never expected to encounter a legendary saint in a place like this. He explains that his digits were crushed under the immense tension of drawing heavy bows for years. While one hand was lost in the heat of battle, the other was slowly destroyed by his own craft. Justina notes that this is a tragically common ailment for long-lived races like the dwarves. A helpful diagram pops up to clarify that the condition is actually a severe form of degenerative arthritis. This expertise is exactly why she's hailed as the Saint of the Bow back in the capital. Meanwhile, Gray and Magia trade skeptical glances, clearly not buying a single word of her story. Without warning, she snatches a bottle from a nearby table to prepare for the procedure. With a cheerful smile, she asks if anyone would like to volunteer to chop the man's hand off. The onlookers can only gape in silence, paralyzed by the sheer horror of her casual request. Brandishing a small axe, she explains that in a pinch, you need a tool that anyone can use. When the dwarf asks about his other hand, she happily confirms that one has to go too. Staring down at his ruined limb, the man finds a spark of courage and raises the axe himself. He declares he'll be the one to do the deed, pleading for her to heal him once the dust settles. Justina is visibly delighted by his sudden, albeit violent, display of enthusiasm. The Master Smith can only watch in silence, his face a frozen mask of pure, unadulterated terror. The dwarf's hand trembles as he grips the handle, steeling his resolve for the incoming strike. Justina tells him not to strain himself, casually mentioning how much easier a guillotine would be. She explains that a clean, swift cut significantly increases the success rate of her miracle. With a final sadistic cheer, she sends him off to the chopping block. The dwarf raises his heavy axe, his resolve hardening for the grim task. However, Dr. Uzuki suddenly intervenes, calling for them to wait. He explains that if a clean severance is the goal, a crude guillotine is completely unnecessary. Justina admits that if a superior method exists, she's more than willing to entertain it. Intrigued, she turns toward the doctor with a look of genuine curiosity. Uzuki requests permission to demonstrate his own specialized surgical technique. She gleefully agrees, and just like that, the day's public amputation is officially postponed. With the execution on hold, the group decides to relocate to the forge. The party helps prepare the area, setting up a large table in the center of the courtyard. The Master Smith remains skeptical, asking if such a basic setup can truly handle what the doctor has planned. Uzuki presents a simple leather mask, explaining it will make administering anesthesia much easier. The Master Smith and his fellow dwarf watch the preparations with unreadable expressions. The smith checks in on his friend, asking if he's feeling anxious about the upcoming procedure. The man admits it feels pathetic to have to swing an axe at his own body. The young apprentice, eye now bandaged, desperately asks if his brother's arm can really be saved. Uzuki confidently assures him, reminding them all how he just successfully repaired the boy's eye. He tells the man to relax, revealing that a full amputation likely won't even be necessary. The dwarf with the hook hand gazes at Uzuki, a flicker of genuine hope returning to his eyes. But despite the optimism, the Master Smith points out that one major obstacle remains. Uzuki clarifies that the real challenge is whether the man's hand can be fully restored to its former glory. Confused, the dwarf questions what exactly the doctor intends to do with his right hand. Uzuki explains his strategy. He'll first test the saint's healing magic on the left hand as a trial. If that fails, he reveals a sophisticated backup plan involving a 20th century artificial joint. It's a revolutionary concept that leaves the veteran dwarf absolutely speechless. A quick diagram helps illustrate this modern medical marvel to the stunned onlookers. Uzuki admits that while he prefers to avoid invasive surgery whenever possible, if full regeneration is an option, it remains the absolute best path forward for the patient. Even the Master Smith admits he couldn't bring himself to recommend a standard crude amputation. The patient remarks that Uzuki is a world away from the butcher-like sawbones found on a battlefield. The smith then promises his friend they'll share a celebratory drink once he's fully recovered. After weighing his options in a heavy silence, The dwarf finally makes his life-changing decision. He bows his head deeply, placing his fate and his future in Dr. Uzuki's capable hands. Uzuki accepts the responsibility, vowing to give the upcoming operation everything he's got. Justina then inquires about the amputation process, suggesting several rather primitive and gruesome methods. However, Uzuki calmly explains that he'll be putting the man under anesthesia first. Justina finds the idea of sleeping through surgery impossible, certain the patient will simply bleed out. She continues to insist her guillotine is the cleaner choice. Clearly, she's a bit too fond of that idea. Uzuki simply tunes her out, announcing that it's finally time to begin the procedure. Justina watches on with intense curiosity, eager to see a demonstration of these modern methods. Under the open sky, the world's first isekai surgical team finally assembles. The dwarf drifts into unconsciousness as the anesthetic takes hold. Uzuki confirms their roles. Gray handles anesthesia, while Kureru manages bleeding control. He gives Kureru her final set of instructions before the operation begins. She applies a makeshift cloth tourniquet to the man's upper arm. She twists a wooden rod to tighten the bind, cutting off the blood flow in a primitive but effective display. With the preparations complete, Uzuki finally picks up his blade. Justina watches intently, curious to see if his alien methods actually work. He makes the first precise incision, slicing cleanly into the skin. He carefully identifies and isolates the critical nerves and blood vessels. Then he begins the meticulous process of tying them off one by one. As Justina observes the intricate work, her skepticism shifts into pure confusion. The patient remains deep in a drug-induced slumber, blissfully unaware of the blade. Uzuki narrates his process, slicing the skin only after the vessels are fully secured. Justina is puzzled, wondering why he doesn't just hack the limb off immediately. He explains that he's leaving a skin flap for sutures, just in case her miracle fails to deliver. She warns him not to fail, a command he shrugs off with professional ease. He continues the procedure, expertly cutting through the thick muscle layer. With a bone saw in hand, he prepares for the final, most grueling step. The limb is successfully detached with clean, surgical precision. He explains that while he's done his part, the rest of the procedure now rests entirely on her magic. Turning to Justina, he finds her standing there, utterly bewildered by what she's witnessing. She's shocked to see the patient lying perfectly still instead of thrashing in agony. He clarifies that his anesthesia blocks all pain, a revolutionary concept she struggles to comprehend. Cutting her off, he tells her to save the questions for later and start her part of the operation. She begins her incantation, chanting a spell that's surprisingly simple for someone of her status. A radiant light surges forth, completely enveloping the severed limb. Suddenly, the dwarven patient jolts awake, calling out in a daze of confusion. Looking down, he's stunned to find that his hand has been fully restored. The master smith can do nothing but stare, left entirely speechless by the miracle. The young apprentice turns to Suzuki, asking for his thoughts on the saint's incredible power. Justina tries to intervene, urging the emotional dwarf to settle down. However, Uzuki pulls her back, insisting that they let the man speak his mind first. She inquires about his mysterious medicine, realizing her own guillotine methods have been rendered obsolete. She proposes a deal. She'll reveal how to become a saint if he shares his medical secrets. But panic suddenly sets in as she realizes that if they become saints, she'll likely be demoted. She begins begging him not to help them. Terrified she'll be reassigned to the dangerous front lines. Gray jumps in to explain that the path to sainthood is actually quite straightforward. All they need is a recommendation from 10 dioceses followed by a formal evaluation. Uzuki listens intently, realizing his anesthetic might just be the trump card they need to succeed. The rest of the party celebrates, believing their path to becoming legendary saints is finally clear. However, Justina admits that on a personal level she has her own reservations. She's actually relieved that they are willing to reconsider such a heavy burden. She explains that if they truly become saints, her own safety will be put at serious risk. It's a cryptic statement that leaves both Race and Maya completely bewildered. Maya nervously asks if this implies Race will eventually be hunted down as a demon. Justina immediately panics, desperately trying to shush the group and kill the conversation. But Race notes that to those in power, saint and demon are just convenient labels used for political maneuvering. Justina continues to freak out while the others look on, thoroughly baffled by her behavior. Maya admits that while Justina's magic is the real deal, something about this situation doesn't add up. Race explains that magic is fundamentally shaped by an individual's personality and life experiences. Justina adds a chilling detail. Regenerating a lost limb is essentially a near-death experience. This revelation causes Uzuki to suddenly recall the dark details of Race's own past. Asgray's eyes widen as he finally connects the dots, and Race solemnly confirms his suspicion. Justina declares the ultimate truth, Saints and demons are the same, humans whose magic mutated after a brush with death. The girls can only stare in silence, completely stunned by this world-shattering revelation. Asgray is equally shell-shocked, watching his entire worldview crumble before his eyes. Justina, on the other hand, remains remarkably unfazed by the weight of the secret she just shared. She demands to know exactly how Race managed to figure out their most guarded secret. Race explains she heard the truth from someone else, and for the rest, Justina is the living proof. The saint is left speechless, her deepest secret now completely exposed. Rice draws attention to a peculiar mark etched onto her own cheek. She explains that when their magic spirals out of control, these strange brands manifest. Justina brushes her own face, realizing her heart-shaped mark shares the same origin. Rice asks if she too had to stare death in the face to awaken this power. She recalls her own mark appearing as a plague-ridden fire consumed her village. Justina offers a somber nod, acknowledging the painful bond they now share. She opens up about her own tragedy, losing her entire family to a beast's rampage. As the sole survivor, she was only spared because her magic manifested within the church. The more she dedicated her life to helping others, the more her powers surged. She claims she finally found a place to belong, proving trauma is the ultimate power-up. Rice whispers a few kind words to Kureru, who basks in the rare praise. Justina jokes about her blessed life, while Asgray looks like he's about to have a stroke. However, the mood shifts as she explains the church's tightening grip on her. They've warned her that without her title, she's no better than the demon race. Her only hope for survival is to cement her status as a divine saint. To the elite, being a mere commoner is equivalent to being an enemy of the state. Rice listens in silence, feeling the weight of the saint's words against her own past. Asgray and Svel realize they've just walked right into a massive political conspiracy. Justina beams, declaring them all accomplices bound by this lethal secret. She breaks down, terrified of being hunted by holy knights if they fail. So much for being a confident saint. It's then recalled that Gerald was once a holy knight himself. Asgray complains about being hunted by the very people sworn to protect them. Justina asks if they truly desire the protection of the Holy Order. A sudden spark of inspiration flashes in Kureru's mind. Justina announces she's come up with a brilliant plan for their future. She offers them a chance to work directly under her, an offer they likely can't refuse. Both Asgray and Kureru are left completely stunned by the proposal. She insists the arrangement is perfectly safe and not at all suspicious. She explains that the church itself will become their new patron. In exchange for their cooperation, she promises to provide everything they need. With the holy knights on their side, she claims they'll finally be shielded from harm. She grabs Asgray, desperately begging him to agree to the deal. Uzuki recalls that this kind of security was Asgray's goal from the very beginning. He mulls it over, admitting that the proposal actually has some merit. However, Asgray remains skeptical, questioning if she can truly be trusted. Uzuki admits she's eccentric, but he doesn't believe she's being dishonest. Justina seems lost in a bizarre moment of her own. Uzuki reminds Asgray that he didn't trust him at first either. Yet, in the end, they still chose to accept the knowledge he had to offer. He argues that revolutionary technology requires the backing of a powerful authority. It's the only way to ensure they can save as many lives as possible. In his eyes, Justina's proposal is their most viable path forward. Asgray finally gives in, begrudgingly admitting his teacher has a point. Justina can't hide her glee. So much for her attempt at playing hard to get. Asgray acknowledges that while she's clearly shady, a shortcut is still a shortcut. He reflects on Gerald's advice about accepting help from anyone willing to offer it. Thus, he declares they'll work under her for now to fulfill their mission of saving others. Justina is absolutely ecstatic, celebrating their official debut as heroes. It's a title that leaves Svel looking completely and utterly baffled. Gray reassures his team, confident that they can tackle whatever challenges lie ahead. Justina claims her ultimate goal is to bring a smile to as many faces as possible. It's a sentimental pitch that leaves Asgray feeling totally out of his depth. She immediately announces their first mission, a beast hunt within the village. It seems the paperwork was already done. Suddenly, the Master Smith appears, calling out to the group. He announces that he's finally ready to begin forging their new equipment. Dr. Uzuki smiles warmly, expressing his gratitude as he accepts the offer. However, he has one final request for the legendary craftsman. He shares an idea to mitigate the physical strain that leads to arthritis in archers. The Smith asks if he's proposing an upgrade to the bow itself, as Uzuki unveils his blueprints. Uzuki breaks down the mechanics of the crossbow and the compound bow, introducing a massive leap in weaponry. The Master Smith admits the pulley system is entirely new to him, but he finds the concept fascinating. Uzuki explains that he wants this specialized bow crafted specifically to protect Koreru's hands from strain. He reminds her that even small preventative measures are a vital pillar of medicine. Koreru is left speechless, deeply moved by his genuine concern for her well-being. The smith estimates that crafting both the bow and the medical tools will take roughly 2 to 3 days. He promises to begin work immediately, earning a sincere word of thanks from Uzuki. Another dwarf insists on providing them with food and lodging as a token of gratitude. Classic dwarven hospitality. The party is quick to accept the generous and much-needed offer. The dwarves lead the group away, encouraging them not to be shy and to make themselves at home. They're escorted to a house right on the main street, which will serve as their temporary base of operations. Meanwhile, Uzuki catches Race's attention, though he mistakenly addresses her by the wrong name. As they walk, she mentions that she actually has a favor to ask of him. However, he cuts her off, revealing that he has something specific he wants her to create. Race is instantly horrified, assuming he wants her to use her powers for something dark or gruesome. She admits she's willing to use anyone to get what she wants, and Uzuki doesn't seem to disagree. He simply tells her that he's confident she'll find his specific idea quite intriguing. He then asks if she'd like to join him in starting a cloth revolution. You know, just your typical casual request. Race can only stare back in silence, utterly baffled by such a bizarre proposition. Koreru overhears and chimes in, noting that producing cloth takes months and is impossible while traveling. Realizing he intends to craft a legendary fabric in just a day or two, she tries to drag him out shopping instead. Dr. Uzuki simply responds with a calm, knowing smile. Race can only stare back, utterly bewildered by such a bold proposal. Eventually, she relents, admitting that his persistent grin is starting to feel a bit unnerving. Uzuki thanks Asgray, letting him know they'll be stepping out for a short while. As the afternoon fades into evening, the party is treated to a grand display of classic dwarven hospitality. A massive kingly feast is laid out in their honor. Asgray and Magia kick back with a few well-deserved drinks, while Svel and Koreru absolutely demolish the mountain of food before them. Even Justina seems to fit right in. It turns out she's a natural at this. The dwarf explains that they'll find every supply they need right in town. Their first stop is a local alchemist's shop, where Uzuki gleefully gathers an assortment of bizarre ingredients. With their supplies secured, they make their way back under the glow of the moonlight. They arrive back at the forge a little later than originally planned. The master smith greets them, seemingly unbothered by their late return. Uzuki wastes no time, asking to borrow a massive cauldron sitting in the yard. The smith agrees, happy to assist with their supposed cloth-dyeing project, the perfect cover story. And so, as the first light of a new day begins to break, Dr. Uzuki and Reese finally set their mysterious plan into motion. He sets down a massive pot, signaling that it's time to begin. Uzuki asks Reese if she's capable of manifesting plants using her magic. She confirms she can, noting that the ability is a bittersweet memento of her lost homeland. Curious, she asks what he intends to create with all the ingredients he's stockpiled. He explains his goal is to manufacture medical gauze using hemp from her home country. Reese is stunned, realizing he wants to incorporate her own magic into his work. He reminds her of his promise, emphasizing that his help extends beyond just her family. He asks her to let him help preserve the precious memories of her home as well. Reese is left completely speechless by the raw sincerity in his voice. She can only mutter that he shouldn't say such moving things with such a straight face. She agrees to help, realizing that her role is simply to cultivate the hemp. With a sudden flash of magic, she manifests a massive bundle of the raw plant. Uzuki confirms this is exactly what they need, and they immediately get to work. They toss the raw fibers into the large pot and bring them to a rolling boil. Reese watches the steam rise, reminiscing about the nostalgic and grueling process of making cloth. She turns to Uzuki, questioning how exactly this traditional method is a revolution. He explains that the real secret lies in how they refine and bleach the fibers. It's a task she knows from experience is an incredibly difficult and time-consuming ordeal. A handy diagram illustrates how alkaline solutions soften the material, proving that science always gets the job done. Reese notes that the traditional method usually requires 6 months of painstaking labor. However, Uzuki points out that this long time frame was the primary barrier to mass production. Reese is stunned, catching his use of the past tense and wondering what he has planned. He presents a jar of sodium hydroxide, claiming it's the key to accelerating the entire process. To her, the name of the chemical compound is nothing more than complete gibberish. As he adds it to the pot, He explains it will dissolve the waxy coating on the fibers instantly. He tells her to pay close attention, as it's time for a high-speed science lesson. A few hours later, the pot is still boiling away with the chemical mixture. Uzuki pulls out a sample and encourages her to feel the texture for herself. She's absolutely shocked by how soft and absorbent it is after only a few hours of work. He explains that this material will become gauze, a vital tool for modern medicine. Reese stares in awe, finally realizing the life-saving potential of this new material. She never imagined such a common fabric could be transformed and used this way. Uzuki notes that even the most brilliant minds often overlook the simplest solutions. Reese can only blink in confusion, unsure of what he's trying to imply. He then draws a parallel between her own journey and the legend of Saint Justina. Placing his hands on the gauze, he declares that this innovation will save countless people. She watches him in silence, letting the weight of his profound words truly sink in. He reminds her that true healing doesn't always require a flashy, divine miracle, and with her unique talents, she has the power to become a true savior herself. He reminds her that the simple act of tending to a wound was the very origin of medicine. With a warm smile, he takes her hand and promises that from this moment on, everything will change. Ray stands frozen, his profound words leaving her utterly speechless. She eventually scoffs, claiming she doesn't care if he's a demon or a legendary hero. But Uzuki insists it's just a simple request from a doctor. They both need to keep moving forward. Race lets out a sheepish laugh, clearly caught off guard by such raw sincerity. And so their vital work within the dwarven village continues. However, their next assignment sends them venturing deep into the rugged mountains. They descend into the pitch-black winding tunnels of the ancient dwarven mines. Meanwhile, rumors circulate that the new doctor is brewing a peculiar new spirit. The dwarves call it a divine elixir, a potent drink capable of numbing any pain. With a boisterous cheer, the workers raise their mugs in a celebratory toast. One dwarf notes the peculiar flavor, but he's more than willing to power through it. But just then, a small label begins to peel away from the side of the barrel. It reveals a very blatant warning: keep away from open flames. Naturally, the warning goes ignored right next to a flickering torch. What's the worst that could happen? Elsewhere, Kureru is busy testing out her state-of-the-art new bow. It features a complex pulley system engineered by none other than Dr. Uzuki himself. She pulls back the string, marveling at the sheer ingenuity of this advanced archery tech. With a resonant thrum, she releases the tension and lets the arrow fly. The arrow slams into the target with bone-shattering force, leaving Svelv staring in absolute shock. The practice target is left smoldering in the aftermath, as Asgray marvels at how a simple bow could possess such raw power. Kororu is ecstatic, feeling as if she's wielding a legendary relic. But the master smith humbly credits Dr. Uzuki's brilliant designs for the upgrade. Svelv remarks on how much they've gained from their teacher's immense wisdom. Escray fondly recalls the medical training Uzuki shared back in the village. Maya jokingly reminds him of the food poisoning lecture. Some lessons stick better than others. Asgray steels himself, knowing that knowledge is only valuable when put into action. He agrees that this upcoming beast hunt is the perfect trial by fire. Kororu adds that to become true saints, they must do whatever is necessary. However, Uzuki is preoccupied with finding a cure for the malaria plaguing the homeland. He realizes their previous ignorance was a barrier and vows to help everyone without prejudice. Kororu admits that while their teacher is kind, he's also incredibly strict, a fact that brings a rare, subtle smile to Dr. Uzuki's face. Asgray boldly declares that they must first prove their strength to the entire world, a sentiment that earns a playful chuckle from Maya. She teases him for acting like a legendary hero, much to his embarrassment. The young witch calls him an idiot as they resume their journey. Some things never change. Their beast hunt is abruptly cut short by a violent, sudden tremor. Gray watches in horror as a profound sense of dread washes over him. A massive explosion has just rocked the nearby mountain mine. Billowing smoke fills the sky, proving that dwarven workplace safety is non-existent. At the mine's entrance, panicked dwarves gather in a frantic swarm. The party arrives to find the entire area overflowing with terrified evacuees. Amidst the chaos, Gray manages to spot a familiar face. The young apprentice rushes toward Dr. Uzuki and Justina. The rest of the party follows close behind, demanding to know what happened. The apprentice explains they were just requesting more anesthetic when the blast occurred. He reveals that some of the guards had been secretly drinking inside the mine. Gray questions if that liquid is even drinkable, given its pungent chemical odor. Uzuki admits that while it isn't a deadly poison, it is extremely flammable. A handy diagram then explains the long storied history of getting wasted on ether. Gray realizes that several workers are still trapped inside and need to be rescued. He turns to his teacher, desperately asking if there is anything he can do to help. Suddenly, a mysterious fox-eared woman watches them with an unreadable expression. She declares that this disaster is actually the perfect opportunity. She announces that she and Gray's party will be the ones to handle the rescue. Gray immediately objects, calling her plan reckless and demanding she stand down. Race counters, insisting this is the ultimate opportunity for them to surpass their limits. Skeptical, Gray asks what she realistically expects him to accomplish in such a dire situation. She fires back, asking if he's really content to just stand by and watch when he has the power to act. Gray stands firm, adamant that he has absolutely no intention of abandoning the trapped dwarves. Race clarifies that she doesn't want to leave them behind either. She wants the party to evolve through this trial. She explains that she's only pushing them because she knows they're truly capable of greatness. The young mage breaks into a cold sweat, feeling the crushing weight of her expectations. Extending her hand, she demands a quick decision. Will he accept her help or not? Koreru nods in agreement, realizing they can utilize the first aid skills Uzuki taught them to save lives. Gray sighs, realizing this is the total opposite of Gerald's methodical plan. It's trial by fire. Svel and Magya remain silent, the heavy gravity of the decision hanging over them. Race and Justina agree that this is their defining moment to prove their worth. Gray admits they're still green, but standing idly by is no longer an option. He turns to his comrades, declaring that it's finally time for them to step up and grow. The rest of the party gives their silent approval, ready to follow his lead into the unknown. Race wears a small, satisfied smirk. It seems her pep talk did the trick. Gray tells his teacher to prepare for the incoming casualties, trusting him to handle the aftermath. With their resolve steeled, the rescue party charges into the depths of the collapsing mine. Justina watches them disappear into the dust, genuinely impressed by their sudden display of courage. Dr. Uzuki immediately turns to the crowd, barking orders to set up a makeshift triage center. The Master Smith rallies the dwarves, calling for every able-bodied person to lend a hand. Uzuki immediately takes command, barking orders to get water boiling for the wounded. Meanwhile, the rescue party ventures deeper into the bowels of the unstable mine. Rice suddenly pauses, her heightened senses picking up a strange scent in the air. A low, ominous rumble echoes through the tunnel, causing the very walls to shudder. They locate the first group of injured dwarves, but Rice points even deeper into the darkness. Gray takes in the devastation before him, his expression hardening as the situation worsens. He navigates the debris with caution while the support beams groan under the immense weight. Looking up, he realizes with horror that the entire structure is on the verge of total collapse. He points toward the epicenter, warning the team that their window of escape is closing fast. Gray pushes forward, leading the party directly into the heart of the disaster zone. However, the fox-eared woman stops him in his tracks, placing a firm hand on his shoulder. She notes that the scent of alcohol is significantly stronger here, near the point of impact. Gray pauses for a moment, his mind racing as he recalculates his plan with this new information. Just ahead, they finally find them, a group of dwarves buried beneath a mountain of rubble. Kawararu and Magya can only stare in silence, paralyzed by the horrific sight before them. Svel rushes to their side, confirming they're alive, though one dwarf's leg is completely shattered. Gray realizes the injury is catastrophic, and amputation might be the only way to save his life. A helpful diagram appears to explain crush syndrome, a lethal side effect of being pinned down. Steeling his resolve, Gray prepares to put his teacher's grueling lessons to the ultimate test. He quickly applies a makeshift tourniquet, successfully staunching the blood. He reassures the wounded dwarf that Dr. Uzuki is standing by outside to treat them. With the first group stabilized, they immediately prepare to evacuate. However, the groaning support beams serve as a grim warning that the mine is on the verge of collapse. Reaching a fork in the tunnel, the team prepares to divide and conquer. Asgray orders Svel and Kororu to escort the injured out while he searches for the remaining survivors. They nod in agreement and head for the exit as he warns them to stay alert. Asgray's team then pushes deeper into the bowels of the crumbling mine, but their path is suddenly cut off by a massive secondary cave-in. The dwarves realize their exit is gone and the tunnel is closing in fast. Talk about a rescue gone wrong. One dwarf realizes with a sinking heart that at this rate, they're all as good as dead. Another violent tremor rocks the tunnel, raining jagged rocks down upon them. The entire party watches in helpless horror as their only escape route vanishes under debris. The trapped survivors stare up in terror at the buckling support beams above. Asgray's team finally reaches them, urgently asking if they're the only ones left. Overwhelmed with relief, the dwarves confirm they are the final survivors in this sector. Asgray notes their injuries are minor and barks at them to get moving immediately. But Reese's eyes suddenly widen as she senses the entire structure is about to fail. She screams a desperate warning that the support beams have reached their absolute limit. And in that heartbeat, the entire ceiling gives way and comes crashing down. Asgray stands frozen, his mind racing as he processes the chaos. Their only path of retreat has been completely obliterated. Looking at the rubble, the trapped dwarves realize their fate is sealed. However, the fox-eared woman notes the structural cracking isn't over yet. Maya frantically asks what they are supposed to do now. The fox-eared woman raises her hand, signaling for them to stay back. With a massive surge of power, colossal roots erupt from the cavern floor. They brace the collapsing ceiling as Reese explains it's only a temporary fix. Asgray can only watch in silence as the atmospheric pressure mounts. She asks one of the dwarves if this mine is officially a lost cause. The dwarf's hope fades as he questions if an escape is even possible. But Reese turns to the group, confidently declaring she has a plan. She points directly upward, giving Maya a brand new target. The young witch can only stare back, completely bewildered. Reese explains they'll simply blow a hole through the mountain. You know, simple stuff. Maya is horrified by the sheer insanity of the suggestion. She questions the brute force approach, fearing for the entire mine's stability. But Reese tells her not to worry about the details, promising to help her. Maya turns to Asgray, clearly looking for a more rational alternative. Reese tells her to just repeat her performance with the demon sword, assuring her they have time. Maya snaps back, calling Race's plan nothing short of suicidal. But Race simply counters, insisting that her hidden potential makes the impossible possible. The young witch is drenched in sweat, still completely unconvinced. She glances toward Asgray, desperately searching for some sign of support. He responds with a silent, steadfast nod of encouragement. Maya remains on the brink of a total, full-blown breakdown. But with a defiant roar, she decides to push past her limits. She slams her staff down, bracing herself to unleash her mana. Yet even her maximum output isn't enough to shatter the barrier. Race watches closely, noting that they're still falling short of the mark. She barks at Maya to stop complaining and sharpen her focus. She commands the girl to pour every ounce of her power into this single spell, explaining that her only objective is to blow everything in her path away. Asgray looks on, his faith in the duo never wavering. Race places a hand on her shoulder, promising to back her up no matter the cost. Maya's eyes widen as her paralyzing fear transforms into a burning resolve. The rest of the group can only watch, their lives resting on the young witch's shoulders. She's still trembling under the pressure. After all, vaporizing a mountain is no small task. But she tightens her grip on her staff, prepared to go all out. And with one final desperate scream, she unleashes her true, unbridled power. Reese watches in awe, stunned by the sudden transformation in the young witch. Magia realizes she isn't fighting this battle alone. Her friends are right beside her. She shouts her name, her voice resonating with a newfound, overwhelming authority. Since her allies have cleared the way, she refuses to let their efforts go to waste. Trusting in their bond, she calls upon the heavens themselves to tremble. She unleashes a devastating torrent of mana to shield her companions. The resulting blast obliterates the cavern wall with catastrophic power. Just like that, they've carved their own exit. Guess subtlety wasn't on today's agenda. Utterly spent, Magia collapses against her staff, her mana reserves completely bone dry. Reese stands frozen, staring at the destruction with an unreadable expression. Reese gently instructs the exhausted girl to lift her head and witness her handiwork. She acknowledges this display as undeniable proof of Magia's incredible growth. The young witch can only blink in shock, blindsided by the rare words of praise. The party stands amidst the dust and debris, their path to freedom finally wide open. Far outside the tunnels, the dwarves hear a low rumble and wonder what caused the quake. Dr. Uzuki looks toward the peaks, fearing another explosion has devastated the mountain. However, Justina realizes the truth. That sound was the roar of Magia's magic. She's certain that the young girl has finally surpassed her own limits. Dr. Uzuki can't help but offer a small, knowing smirk at the revelation. He knows it's time to get to work and prepare for the survivors' arrival. Elsewhere, a mysterious group of robed figures makes their way toward the village. Noticing the smoke billowing from the mountain, they begin to question the cause of the explosion. However, their leader remains unfazed by the chaos, his focus fixed on a different goal entirely. He coldly declares that their absolute priority is to track down Justina. Back at the mine, Dr. Uzuki has already taken full command of the rescue operations. The air is filled with the agonizing groans of the first wave of wounded dwarves. He quickly assesses the casualties, noting that most have fortunately escaped with minor injuries. Still, he grits his teeth, knowing he could save so many more if he only had his advanced tools. His focus is suddenly broken when he spots a new group arriving on the horizon. Leading them is a blindfolded man in ornate robes. It looks like the church has finally arrived. Uzuki realizes these newcomers aren't dwarves, just as Justina cheerfully exclaims that they've been found. She explains that these men are holy knights and personal acquaintances of hers. As the robed figures draw closer, Their leader radiates a silent and imposing aura. Uzuki blurs out a familiar name in shock, but Justina is quick to correct his mistake. She mutters under her breath about being sent to the front lines, a fate she is desperate to avoid. She explains that by combining his anesthetics with her regeneration, they can perform a brand new kind of miracle. Dr. Uzuki can only stand there, completely overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. She insists that if they demonstrate their combined skills, the church will have no choice but to accept them. Our protagonist can only stare, realizing he's been caught in a political mess he never asked for. He lets out a long, weary sigh, feeling the full weight of the world settling onto his shoulders. He realizes he's standing at a pivotal turning point for this world. The moment to take action is finally here. Looking toward the mountain, he knows they'll have to give it everything they've got. However, his focus is broken when the Holy Knights finally make their entrance. Their leader demands an explanation, refusing to turn a blind eye to the chaos. Justina mutters that they've been spotted. The welcoming committee has arrived. The knight sternly informs her that it's time to return to the capital. His resolve is ironclad, making it clear he won't tolerate any more delays. But Justina steps forward, telling Edgar that now is not the time for orders. She gestures to the injured dwarves, urging him to assist with the rescue efforts. Edgar stands his ground, stating they'll settle their business once this is over. Yet, she insists that the situation is far more complicated than he realizes. Uzuki watches the exchange, wondering if the danger is truly that extreme. Justina attempts to defend them, explaining that these are actually good people. But before she can finish, his attention is suddenly pulled elsewhere. Svel and Koreru rush in, carrying a patient in critical condition. He immediately drops to his knees to examine the man's mangled leg. The tourniquet is already in place, applied exactly as he taught them. Edgar notes the severity of the contusion, warning that they're rapidly running out of time. He delivers a grim verdict. They must amputate the limb immediately. Uzuki's mind is already racing through a list of deadly complications. We get a breakdown of compartment syndrome, a condition where internal swelling restricts critical circulation. Svel asks if the leg can truly be saved, and Uzuki admits it's a slim possibility. He warns that while a perfect recovery isn't guaranteed, they've officially run out of time. He steels his resolve, realizing he'll have to improvise yet again. Suddenly, a loud shout from the crowd brings everything to a halt. The master smith pushes through the throng, clutching a familiar wooden chest. He proudly declares that the doctor's custom tools are finished. Talk about perfect timing. Uzuki can only stare, his eyes wide with newfound relief. He accepts the chest, thanking the smith for the literal life-saving delivery. With his tools in hand, Uzuki calls for a clean room to begin the operation. A nearby dwarf quickly points him toward a local workshop. Edgar calls out for them to wait, but Uzuki just glances back with total confidence. The Holy Knight offers his strength, assuming they'll need a crew to hold the patient down for the amputation. However, Uzuki calmly explains that he and Justina can handle the procedure alone. Edgar is floored, arguing that restraining a thrashing dwarf usually requires a dozen men. He simply can't fathom how only 2 people could possibly manage such a feat. Even Justina looks skeptical. Clearly, she hasn't been clued in on the plan yet. Edgar finally relents, leading the way to the workshop. Uzuki just smiles, promising to show him why there won't be any struggling to worry about. Edgar stands frozen, completely floored by the man's unwavering confidence. Uzuki charges ahead, barking orders at Svelta to move the wounded immediately. The Holy Knight watches them leave, reluctantly commanding his men to tail them. The rest of the group arrives, letting out a sigh of relief upon seeing their allies safe. They explain that the Holy Knights have arrived specifically to escort Justina. The knights trail closely behind, their suspicion of the situation written all over their faces. Justina looks on, clearly unimpressed by the unfolding drama. Rice decides to lay low with Magia, using her oversized hat as a makeshift disguise. Gray entrusts Magia with her safety before heading off to assist his mentor. The group finally reaches the workshop, the tension rising as surgery looms. Inside, the team frantically prepares the wounded dwarf for the operation. Dr. Uzuki takes a brief pause, surveying the chaotic scene before him. He knows they're dangerously short-handed, but there's zero time to look for backup. Justina asks if he's truly insane enough to proceed with only the 2 of them. Despite her doubts, she begins prepping the anesthetic without hesitation. Gray and Koreru watch from the sidelines, exchanging a look of pure anxiety. The young mage can't resist stealing a glance at the brand new equipment. It's a full set of pristine surgical tools, a massive upgrade from their previous kit. Uzuki inspects the blades, certain that these are the keys to a successful operation. Yet Edgar remains a skeptic, wondering how a few shiny tools could possibly change their fate. Edgar watches from the sidelines, his skepticism plain to see. Uzuki tells him to stay quiet and watch as the operation is about to begin. The Holy Knight can only comply, his curiosity finally piqued. With his newly forged tools in hand, Uzuki readies himself for the operation. Grasping the scalpel, he declares that it's time to get to work. With a rock-steady hand, he makes the first precise incision. He navigates the blade through the inflamed, swollen tissue. His concentration is unbreakable, even under this immense pressure. He cuts deeper to relieve the swelling. Clearly, delicate isn't a word in the Dwarven medical dictionary. The Holy Knight stands frozen, completely floored by the display before him. He gazes in disbelief, questioning if his own eyes are deceiving him. The patient remains perfectly still, without so much as a flinch of agony. He wonders who this mysterious doctor is and how he managed to sway a saint. In that moment, a sudden realization strikes him. This man must be the reason Justina abandoned her post. As the surgery draws to a close, the world outside remains none the wiser. Gray and the others arrive just as Uzuki confirms the procedure was a success. Edgar continues to stare at the patient, his mind reeling from the impossible feat he just witnessed. Uzuki turns to him, casually asking for his thoughts on the demonstration. The Holy Knight can only admit that the lack of bleeding was truly miraculous. Edgar realizes this procedure is on an entirely different level than anything he's ever seen. However, Uzuki humbly deflects the praise, crediting Justina's flawless post-op care instead. Edgar is left speechless, struggling to process that our protagonist was the one behind the blade. He then presents a drafted report to Justina, which he's already prepared. It outlines Uzuki's revolutionary methods for drastically improving surgical success rates. Justina cheerfully claims the breakthrough as her own innovation, noting that even a saint's magic has its limits. Edgar notes that this medical advancement could silence her political rivals once and for all. It's a prospect that Justina finds absolutely hysterical. He warns her to be cautious and stop giving the nobility more ammunition to use against her. Ultimately, Edgar insists that she must return to the capital immediately. She agrees, realizing these new techniques are her best shot at avoiding a demotion. Turning to the group, she prepares to unveil her next move. At that moment, two dwarves rush forward to hand Asgray official quest forms. Justina explains they'll be traveling in her name, racking up points on their journey to the capital. To Asgray's shock, Dr. Uzuki immediately agrees to the proposal. He believes that with proper recognition, they'll have the power to save even more lives. Asgray points out that the shortest route is also the deadliest. Clearly, there are no easy shortcuts here. Suddenly, Edgar addresses the young mage by name, catching him off guard. Asgray can only stare in confusion, wondering how this high-ranking knight knows who he is. Edgar reveals the truth. He's been receiving detailed letters from Gerald. Edgar mentions a student who is currently striving to reach the rank of saint. He then asks the group if they've heard the legends regarding the hero. Uzuki recalls that Asgray was often hailed as a hero back in their village. However, Edgar clarifies that historically the saints were the ones who chose the hero. He admits he had hoped Asgray would eventually walk that very same path. This revelation leaves the young mage lost in deep contemplation. The knight confesses that he harbors massive expectations for Asgray's future. Justina, however, is far more interested in finding some sweets. Talk about skewed priorities. With their business concluded, the two parties decide to go their separate ways. Justina and Edgar take to the skies, departing atop a massive winged beast. Koreru waves a cheerful farewell as they disappear into the distance. Asgray watches them go, muttering that the girl was a handful until the very end. He suggests the group head back to the inn to finally get some sleep. The party makes their way back to their temporary lodgings in the dwarven village. Asgray assumes that Magia and Reese should already be inside resting, but the moment he swings the door open, he's met with an eerie silence. Inside, a giant white beast is holding a dazed Reese in its mouth. Well, that's one way to make an entrance. Reese looks completely bewildered, clearly just as confused as everyone else. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the creature vanishes into a shadow on the floor. Uzuki and Asgray can only stand there, frozen in utter shock. A botanical encyclopedia suddenly materializes from the shadows. He picks it up, questioning the origin of this mysterious gift. However, one of the illustrations immediately catches his eye. He tells Reese that this might be the legendary cinchona tree, the exact plant required to produce a cure for malaria. Reese is left utterly stunned by this sudden revelation. The cat, having coughed up the tome, finally drops to the floor. Clearly, its delivery service could use some refinement. Asgray asks to see the book while the cat stands calmly behind him. He scans the description, noting the distinct red branches and vibrant green leaves. Asgray realizes that this specific tree grows in the Ankoselka region. It's a detail that Dr. Uzuki doesn't seem to fully grasp yet. Asgray explains that their next beast hunt is located right beside that very area. Uzuki can only stare in disbelief at the sheer convenience of it all. Reese mutters that it feels like they're being manipulated. After all, a magical cat delivering the perfect solution is a bit too convenient. But Asgray points out that even if it's a trap, it's an opportunity they simply can't ignore. The Major questions whether they should truly pivot their plans so abruptly. Asgray turns to Svel, asking if malaria is a well-known affliction in this world. Svel confirms it, explaining that many from the older generations suffered through the illness. With that, Asgray declares that finding this cure is a far more heroic quest than simply becoming a saint. Race explains that aiding them is simply part of her agreement with Uzuki. Rice coldly reminds them that this is strictly business, not an act of charity. But Kuroeru ignores the attitude, tackling her with a massive hug and thanking her for being so kind. Rice is left completely flustered as Dr. Uzuki watches the scene with a gentle smile. Panicked, she begs anyone to peel this overly affectionate archer off of her. Instead, Uzuki just notes how nice it is to see them bonding. Clearly, he's no help at all. He then turns his focus to Asgray, asking to review the specifics of their next objective. With the party gathered, he points out their destination on the map, Ankaselka village. Their mission is twofold: exterminate the local beasts and locate a legendary medicinal herb. With a unified cheer, the party officially accepts their new quest. A day passes after the group departs from the dwarven village. Their trek toward Ankaselka village proceeds without a hitch. Svel thanks Rice for her help setting up camp, though she still acts unimpressed. Suddenly, she senses something and turns to call out to the rest of the group. Kuroeru emerges from the woods, proudly presenting the results of her hunt for dinner. She drops the fresh kill onto the ground with a heavy thud. However, Svel's expression quickly shifts to one of deep concern. He spots a tick, remembering Uzuki's warning about dangerous local parasites. Rice explains that she can simply flash freeze the surface to kill off any pests. With a burst of magic, the carcass is instantly sterilized. Talk about efficient food prep. Rice then turns her attention to Magia, assigning her a new task. She drags the witch away, insisting that Kuroru is also in desperate need of a thorough scrubbing. Asgray asks if the rest of the group can handle the butchering, and Svel confidently steps up. Kuroru immediately gets to work, stringing up their dinner to prepare the carcass. She unsheathes her knife, her expression hardening with intense focus. The young archer begins the delicate and messy process of dressing the animal. A handy diagram appears, detailing the adventurer's guide to butchering, a skill that's equal parts biology and economics. Svel offers to take over the skinning, a task Kuroru is more than happy to hand off. He dives right in, his movements displaying a level of speed and efficiency that only comes with experience. Another diagram highlights the importance of proper skinning to ensure the valuable hide remains intact. Svel cheerfully remarks that prepping food together is a blast, though Kuroru's exhausted expression says otherwise. Meanwhile, Asgray is deep in thought, his expression clouded with concern. Dr. Uzuki finds him hunched over the map alone, clearly troubled by their next move. The doctor approaches, asking the young mage what exactly is weighing on his mind. Asgray looks up, his gaze heavy and his expression grim. He asks Uzuki if he remembers the cinchona tree and the quest for the fake cure his brother once pursued. He points to a specific coordinate on the map, marking their intended destination. Unfortunately, the direct path is blocked by ancient ruins crawling with golems and massive man-eating plants. He explains that the alternative route is just as deadly, passing a volcano that erupts with blue fire. Beyond that lies a valley teeming with dragons, proving that there truly are no easy shortcuts in this world. Asgray warns the group that straying from the established path is nothing short of a death wish. He notes that the environmental hazards in this world are far from ordinary. He admits he can't let his party fall behind while he's busy making a name for himself. At the same time, he's determined to gather enough information to help his mentor return home. Uzuki is stunned, moved that the young mage was looking out for him this whole time. Gray urges him not to throw his life away, reminding him of the family waiting for his return. But Uzuki simply smiles, stating that since his arm was healed here, repaying that debt comes first. Shifting focus, he points to the map and asks about a place called the Valhalla Floating Island. Gray explains that it's a massive landmass suspended in the sky, similar to the Fallen Lord. It periodically descends, sparking brutal conflicts with the Empire, whose new ruler is itching for war. Gray notes that this ongoing cycle of violence claims thousands of lives every year. He adds that even elves and lizardmen are being conscripted into the front lines. Dr. Uzuki quickly realizes that their current maps are woefully incomplete. Gray confirms that each new region introduces a completely different race of people. Consequently, each of these races faces its own unique set of medical challenges. A handy chart displays common ailments of fantasy creatures, Apparently, even minotaurs suffer from indigestion. He explains that their journey is meant to treat these people while spreading Uzuki's expertise. In that moment, a sense of clarity finally washes over Dr. Uzuki. He begins to wonder if his true purpose was to save this world all along. However, Gray just smirks, calling such a lofty goal a bit too vague for his taste. Uzuki then asks for clarification regarding the robed man's cryptic words about the fallen lord. This is a revelation that leaves Asgray feeling completely lost. He explains that the fallen lord's essence scatters life across the entire world. Reese scoffs, questioning why they're being told to avoid such destruction. She asks if Uzuki was truly granted the power necessary to slay the Demon King, but our hero just smiles, admitting that such a feat is a bit out of his league. Reese notes his inherent kindness, sensing he'd likely try to save everyone if he could. She admits she never expected him to be so open with his knowledge toward a demon. Asgray begins to wonder if the demon tribe is anything like Gerald. It's a comparison that leaves Reese feeling completely baffled. However, Reese quietly finds herself agreeing with his strange assessment. She muses on Gerald's true nature, cryptically referring to him as that person. Elsewhere, in a bustling adventurers guild, a new quest is under consideration. The bounty poster depicts a massive insectoid beast terrorizing the Ankoselka region. A woman with peculiar markings notes that in such a remote area, help is unlikely to arrive. She smiles, deciding that if people are in trouble, she'll be the one to lend a hand. Meanwhile, an entirely different party of adventurers makes their way through the forest. One member points out that the large warrior's impressive gear was actually a gift. The warrior proudly displays his shield, eager to finally be of use to his comrades. They note that according to the map, they should be reaching Ankoselka village shortly. Uzuki reads that to find the cinchona tree, they must first brave the mosquito bird cave. Svel clarifies that a mosquito bird is really just a fancy name for a bat. However, Gray insists their main quest takes priority, meaning the search for a cure will have to wait. Elsewhere, another party of adventurers discusses their own mission, noting their target doesn't seem very formidable. They spot a gate looming in the distance, realizing they've finally reached the village. At that exact moment, our heroes reach their destination as well. But Dr. Uzuki suddenly freezes in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief. He gazes up at a massive, sprawling settlement built directly into the towering trees. He stands there stunned by the sight of houses floating in the sky. It seems Rice's treehouse was just a teaser. This is Ankoselka village, a settlement unlike anything they've ever encountered. It's a breathtaking city suspended high within the canopy of the ancient forest. A prompt explains that this is a remote beastman village, home to elite hunters who trade in high-quality leather. Magia explains they live in the trees because the forest floor is crawling with dangerous nocturnal monsters. Their objective is to hunt a massive predatory insectoid known as a horsefly. Uzuki surveys the area, noticing mysterious glowing stones hanging from the branches. He takes in the sights, feeling completely out of his element once again. The local beastmen seem perfectly at ease in their unique, gravity-defying home. The village is a hive of activity, with residents diligently going about their daily routines. Gray observes that the village is populated by several powerful-looking wolfkin. He spots various leatherworking stations, confirming this is a community of both hunters and craftsmen. However, Gray begins to sense that something is strangely off about this village. Rice explains that this is a renowned settlement for hunters and elite mercenaries. This makes Asgray wonder why such a formidable group would ever need to hire outsiders. It's a mystery that Dr. Uzuki finds equally perplexing. Asgray decides they'll have to get answers from the village chief, since Yelp reviews aren't exactly an option. However, their discussion is cut short by a sudden, desperate cry for help. A young beastman sprints toward them, begging the group to save his dying father. Without a moment's hesitation, the party rushes to the scene. Dr. Uzuki's eyes widen as he takes in the grim situation before him. A massive wolfkin is struggling to draw breath, his panicked son trembling at his side. The warrior gasps for air, his face contorted into a mask of pure agony. Dr. Uzuki's expression shifts instantly to one of deep professional concern. He rushes to the man's side, checking his vitals while asking if he can hear him. Uzuki listens intently, quickly identifying the telltale labored wheezing of pneumonia. He instructs the young boy to do his best to keep his father calm for now. The warrior continues to flail, with every single breath becoming a torturous effort. Dr. Uzuki's mind races as he tries to diagnose these strange, aggressive symptoms. Just then, an elderly canine beastman arrives, harshly scolding the man for his recklessness. He declares this the curse of the white snake, claiming the man won't survive the night. Talk about a terrible bedside manner. The struggling wolfkin wheezes that if he doesn't act as a shield, the horsefly will destroy their entire village. Even in his weakened state, the the Wolfkin insists that he is the only one who can fight. Dr. Uzuki is left reeling at the mention of this mysterious curse. Having recovered, the Wolfkin asks if they are simply travelers passing through. Gray steps forward, clarifying that they've arrived to deal with the horsefly infestation. He explains they are here to gather more information regarding the current crisis. The elder beastman is shocked that anyone would actually accept such a specific quest. The party is soon escorted to the village elders for a formal meeting. The chief is stunned to see their humble request answered by legendary saints. However, Gray points out that the quest form conveniently omitted any mention of a curse. Realizing their predicament, the elder agrees to reveal the full details of the mission. He explains that the horseflies breed within the nearby swamp every single year. The Wolfkin warrior remains silent, his expression growing increasingly tense. The elder notes that the beasts themselves aren't an insurmountable threat. However, the majority of their able-bodied warriors have been conscripted for war. They are fighting the Valhalla Floating Island, a name that Uzuki immediately recognizes. With only the cursed remaining to defend the village, they were forced to seek outside help. Gray presses for more information about the nature of this curse of the white snake. The elder describes it as a divine punishment that strikes directly at the heart. The swamp is the domain of a white snake, serving as a breeding ground for the flies. For 5 years, their warriors have succumbed to this curse, which supposedly manifests inside their chests. Even in minor cases, the affliction results in total blindness or permanent paralysis. Gray realizes this curse literally devours its victims from the inside out. Meanwhile, Dr. Uzuki is already deep in thought, clinically analyzing the symptoms. Rice points out that neither holy magic nor brute force can halt its progress. Gray refuses the request, adamant that he won't let his friends gamble with their lives. The Wolfkin warrior can only watch in silence as his last shred of hope begins to wither. However, his son lunges forward, desperately pleading with them not to abandon his father. The boy explains there's a secret medicine, a glowing moss hidden deep within the cave that can cure him. Magia's eyes widen the moment the cave is mentioned. Rice quickly realizes that's the exact same cave they need to enter to find the cinchona tree. Gray asks if simply being near the swamp is enough to contract the curse. It's a terrifying possibility that leaves Magia trembling with fear. Gray decides the risk is far too great for his party to handle. But Rice seems to have a completely different plan in mind. She steps forward and offers to handle both dangerous quests by herself. It's a bold offer that leaves the rest of the party utterly speechless. Gray immediately objects, warning her that venturing in alone is suicide. But she reminds him that the cinchona tree is her one and only hope. She asks if she can just grab the moss while she's there, treating it like a minor errand. However, Dr. Uzuki warns that the secret medicine is likely a myth, while the curse is very real. Rice listens intently, her expression remaining completely unreadable. The warrior offers his thanks, vowing to fulfill his promise even if it takes 5 years. However, she insists that his life is far more important than her own quest. The rest of the party can only watch, caught in the middle of the heavy atmosphere. But Dr. Uzuki's mind is already at work, a new theory beginning to take shape. He steps forward, clutching the plant encyclopedia in his hand. Ray tells him not to interfere, insisting that she'll handle the situation herself. But Uzuki asks a simple question. Is there any actual proof the glowing moss works? It's a blunt inquiry that leaves Ray completely stunned. The beastman can only repeat the word proof, a concept they've clearly never considered. He asks for the data, wanting to know the results of every past treatment they've attempted. The elder defers to the warrior, who seems to be the most knowledgeable about the moss. The warrior explains that the moss is a sacred tradition passed down through generations. Ray can only watch, completely baffled by this scientific line of questioning. After a moment of contemplation, the wolf warrior finally seems to make a decision. Dr. Uzuki asks them to let him uncover the true nature of this so-called curse. The beastman can only stare, stunned by his audacity. Apparently, clinical trial data is a new concept here. He explains that with their help, he might be able to solve the entire mystery at once. The wolf is left sweating, completely overwhelmed by this sudden spark of hope. The elder bows deeply, promising to tell the doctor everything he needs to know. As Ray agrees to hear her teacher out, the rest of the group reluctantly follows suit. Dr. Uzuki decides to begin with a thorough medical examination. With a grim expression, he listens intently to Wolf's ragged breathing. Every symptom and agonizing detail is meticulously documented. He presents his gathered data, and just like that, a deadly class is in session. His lecture centers on a single vital point: how to survive the curse. He reveals that the swamp itself is the source of the corruption. And those horseflies? They're far more than just a simple nuisance. Suddenly, Major unleashes a devastating ice spell, instantly freezing one of the massive beasts in its tracks. She grips her staff, her concentration absolute as the air chills. Svel and Koreru charge forward, ready to shatter the frozen monstrosity. Gray shouts a frantic warning, telling them to avoid the stingers at all costs. The Beastman Elder agrees, barking orders to finish the creature quickly. With a deafening crack, the beast shatters into 1,000 icy shards. Gray looks on, praying they've finally dealt with the worst of the swarm. But his fleeting sense of relief is instantly replaced by a cold dread. He screams a warning as another insectoid nightmare buzzes into view. This one is massive. It looks like it's time to meet the parents. Realizing this is the Queen, Gray orders everyone to stay on high alert. But before the Queen can strike, another drone lunges forward to protect her, only to be swatted out of the air by Wolf's bare hand. The party stands frozen, completely paralyzed by his sudden explosive movement. However, Ray remains unimpressed by their hesitation in the heat of battle. As Ray attempts to excuse their lack of real-world combat experience, she fires back, declaring that doing nothing would haunt her for the rest of her life. Ray realizes that after everything Uzuki taught them, they have no choice but to act. Back at the village, Dr. Uzuki delivers his final diagnosis, filariasis. It's a medical term that leaves the Beastman warrior utterly bewildered. A helpful diagram explains how parasitic worms are transmitted by insects like these horseflies. He explains that Wolf's condition is actually caused by worms infesting his heart. Another handy visual shows how the parasites obstruct blood flow. Science is a blast, kids. Wolf is floored, realizing his curse is nothing more than a biological infestation. Uzuki confirms that horseflies inject larvae that mature and thrive inside their hosts. The rest of the party watches on, visibly repulsed by the gruesome details. The Elder realizes that this biological reality is just as terrifying as any supernatural curse. Uzuki theorizes that the white snake's disappearance allowed the fly population and the disease to skyrocket. Wolf admits they never viewed the snake as a threat, so they never bothered to protect it. Dr. Uzuki listens quietly, a plan already beginning to take shape in his mind. The Elder realizes that if they aren't fighting a curse, they finally have a chance to fight back. Wolf clutches his chest, solemnly accepting this grim reality as his fate. However, Dr. Uzuki stands firm, refusing to let him surrender to despair. He reveals there is only one experimental treatment left to try, a high-stakes surgical procedure to manually extract the parasites with his tools. But before he can elaborate, a sudden knock at the door cuts him off. A scarred woman and a hulking man with an eye patch enter, asking if anyone needs help. Uzuki can only stare in silence as the woman directs her attention toward him. He's completely blindsided, having no clue who these strangers are. The woman stifles a laugh, clearly finding something about him amusing, leaving our protagonist completely baffled by her bizarre demeanor. She leans in close, sniffing his neck and catching a distinct plant-like aroma. Flustered, Uzuki mentions race, mistakenly calling her by her brother's name. She lets out a chuckle, realizing Race was cautious enough to hide her true identity. At this point, our hero is totally lost, wondering who this newcomer actually is. She turns to him with a wry smile, playfully asking for his name. The eye-patch-wearing giant pulls her back while Uzuki struggles to process the chaos. The man notes that Race is currently acting as skittish as a threatened cat. The woman simply explains that she's incredibly sensitive to the presence of others. Uzuki quickly realizes that if he drops his guard for even a second, she'll tease him for flirting. Clearly, personal space isn't a concept in this room. She laughs at his bewilderment while the big man scolds her for being so aggressive. Our protagonist struggles to process the identity of these unexpected guests. Despite the mounting tension, the duo remains eerily calm and at ease. Suddenly, the door creaks open, cutting their bizarre introduction short. The young beast man nervously asks if granting them entry was a mistake. Uzuki quickly reassures him, assuming they must be old acquaintances of Race. It's a sentiment the mysterious woman finds particularly hilarious. She clarifies that this isn't just about healing wounds, it's about saving her life. The weight of her words leaves Dr. Uzuki absolutely speechless. The man with the eye patch finally offers an apology for their chaotic and forceful arrival. Shifting his focus, the scarred man calls out to Wolf by name. He presents a weathered quest form asking if Wolf recalls their shared battle a decade ago. He then invokes a legendary title, the Mercenary King. Shocked, Wolf mentions he'd heard the king was dead, but clearly those rumors were premature. Uzuki stands by as a silent spectator, completely lost in the middle of this intense reunion. The scarred woman turns to him next, demanding to know Forn's whereabouts. The Mercenary King shows her the poster, clearly annoyed they missed out on the hunt. Turning back to Uzuki, she offers to let him in on a little secret while they wait. She admits that Race can be a handful, but asks him to remain patient with her. She explains that her cold distrust is simply a shield used to keep the world at bay. Dr. Uzuki can only stare back in silence, realizing he's way out of his depth. The scarred woman simply offers a smug, knowing grin. He finally asks about the nature of their relationship with Forn. She pauses, seemingly weighing her response for a long moment. Uzuki waits expectantly, his confusion only mounting. The eye-patched man decides it's time for proper introductions. The woman, Alfrila, reveals she is Forn's master, while the man is her assistant, Bernhardt. Uzuki is completely floored by the mention of a master. Alfreda then flips the script, demanding to know who he is. He introduces himself as Takuma, the doctor for a party striving to become saints. Alfreda is visibly stunned to hear of their lofty ambitions. She asks if Forn is traveling with them, which both Uzuki and Reis confirm. This revelation sends both her and Bernhardt into a fit of hysterical laughter. She declares that this journey is starting to sound like a lot of fun. However, she quickly snaps back, ordering Uzuki to focus on his patient. His attention is immediately pulled back to the struggling wolfkin. The beastman gasps for air as his terrified son cries out. Alfreda notes that the curse has reached its final, most lethal stage. Dr. Uzuki realizes the situation has become incredibly dire. Without wasting another second, he dives back into his examination. Bernhardt tells Uzuki to focus on the victim, promising to handle the root cause himself. But Uzuki is far too locked into the examination to even register those words. As he listens closely, he realizes the parasites have completely obstructed the right ventricle. A detailed diagram illustrates exactly how these worms trigger sudden, fatal heart failure. The sight triggers a memory for Uzuki, a childhood pet that met the exact same fate. Wolf gasps for air, the grim realization sinking in that without immediate treatment, he's a dead man. His son turns to Alfreda, his voice trembling as he asks what's going to happen to his father. She gently shields the young boy's eyes from the sight, telling him to say his final goodbyes while his father can still hear him. Talk about a cold bedside manner. The boy looks up, his face a haunting mask of pure, heartbreaking terror. The child wails, desperately begging his father not to leave him. He's unable to comprehend why such a tragedy is befalling his family. Alfreda coldly explains that this is simply the cruel reality of the curse. Wolf grits his teeth, bracing himself as he accepts the inevitable end. She declares that there is absolutely no way to save him now. But Rei suddenly interjects, shouting for them to wait. Dr. Uzuki steps forward, boldly declaring that a treatment actually exists. It's a revelation that leaves Alfreda completely blindsided. He turns to her, questioning if she truly grasps the gravity of the situation. She snaps back that the curse is clearly caused by the worms infecting the heart. Uzuki listens intently, realizing this woman knows far more than she's letting on. She adamantly insists that opening a man's chest is a guaranteed death sentence. Even Reis agrees, noting that even a saint's magic has its limitations. Uzuki is shocked, however, that Alfreda even knows the disease's true name. He turns to her, calmly explaining that invasive surgery won't be necessary. He boldly claims he can resolve the crisis with medicine, tools, and skill alone. It's a declaration that leaves Alfreda utterly speechless. He shifts his focus back to Wolf, admitting there's no time for a detailed explanation. Instead, he begs the warrior to bet everything on this one last hope. Wolf reels from the impact, the crushing weight of the choice visible on his face. Dr. Uzuki pleads with Wolf to place his trust in him. The hulking warrior can do little more than struggle for breath. His eyes are wide, filled with a volatile mix of fear and desperation. But with a final weak nod, he gives his consent for the procedure. Uzuki allows himself a small, relieved smile. He immediately takes command, ordering everyone to prepare for surgery. Alfreda watches him closely, a curious glint in her eyes. She's clearly impressed by Uzuki's sheer audacity. He's definitely caught her interest. He turns to her and Bernhardt, requesting their direct assistance. Bernhardt wastes no time, taking charge and assigning roles for the operation. He then asks Alfreda if she's genuinely on board with this radical plan. She simply smirks, admitting the situation is far too intriguing to pass up. Uzuki offers his thanks while Bernhardt confirms they are ready to move. But the young boy calls out to him, his face etched with desperation. Wolf's son tearfully begs the doctor to save his father's life. Dr. Uzuki can only offer a small, confident smile in response. He vows to give the procedure every ounce of his skill, and with that, the high-stakes preparations begin. Inside the hushed workshop, the makeshift surgical team takes their positions. The anesthetic mask is secured over Wolf's face, and the operation commences. Alfreda is fascinated by the anesthesia, but wonders how he'll operate on the heart itself. Uzuki begins his lecture, explaining the intricate flow of blood through the neck. Alfreda compares the concept to blowing an enemy's head off. Morbid, but she gets the point. Using a diagram, he illustrates his plan to ligate the jugular vein. He intends to thread a tool through the vein to extract the parasites directly. Alfreda eyes the tools skeptically, wondering if such a feat is even possible. She is stunned by his prowess, realizing his knowledge is built on a lifetime of experience. Uzuki simply admits he's lived a long, eventful life in his own right. Taking a deep breath, his focus becomes razor-sharp as he makes the first incision. He precisely inserts the retractor into the opening. Then he carefully spreads the tissue to expose the vein beneath. Bernhardt questions the technique, and Uzuki explains it's designed to bypass vital nerves entirely. He points to the exposed vessel, identifying it as the jugular vein. Alfreda is floored, admitting that his surgical precision rivals the efficiency of a world-class assassin. Uzuki then retrieves a long, specialized instrument, signaling the start of the next phase. With steady hands, he slowly threads the tool into the open vein. He guides it on a precarious journey, navigating directly toward the patient's heart. Alfreda watches in disbelief. Clearly, advanced cardiovascular surgery wasn't part of her mercenary training. Just like that, he begins the delicate process of extracting parasites from a living human heart. Alfreda can only stare in silence, struggling to process the miracle unfolding before her eyes. A diagram illustrates the tool reaching deep into the cardiac chambers to hook the parasites. She realizes that this method allows him to perform the impossible without even opening the chest cavity. Uzuki announces that the first phase is complete, and they now need to focus on stabilizing the patient. Alfreda asks with bated breath if he managed to clear out every single one, but Uzuki simply shakes his head, displaying the gruesome worms he's already pulled out. He explains that his current equipment can't reach the parasites embedded deeper in the pulmonary artery. He admits he's reached his limit for today, noting they'll need to engineer a more flexible tool for the next round. Alfreda is stunned, not just by his skill, but by the fact that he's already calculating his next move. Suddenly, Asgray's voice rings out from the doorway, calling for his mentor. Uzuki acknowledges his student, who has arrived just in time. He calmly instructs Asgray to take over and close up the patient's incision. With a sudden flash of magic, the incision is completely sealed. A short while later, within the quiet sanctuary of the treehouse, Wolf finally awakens, slowly recovering from the intense procedure. Overwhelmed with relief, his son breaks into tears, knowing his father is finally safe. Alfreda carefully examines the extracted parasites, the physical manifestation of the curse. The girls, however, are utterly repulsed. Clearly, foreign biology isn't for the faint of heart. Alfreda simply offers a smug, knowing smirk in response. She turns toward Reese, her eyes filled with an unspoken question. Reese immediately confronts her, demanding to know her true motives for being there. Alfreda just smiles, nonchalantly claiming she's just performing her usual good deeds. But Reese counters that Alfreda's twisted definition of helping is exactly where the trouble starts. Deflecting the tension, Alfreda asks where they found Uzuki, labeling the boy as truly exceptional. She then flips the script on Reese, suggesting that her aunt's meddling is the real issue at hand. Alfreda explains that the fallen lord is testing humanity, and Uzuki was the one sent to facilitate it. She reveals her original mission was to deliver Uzuki directly to Reese from the start. However, she was sidelined while our protagonist was busy being treated. Reese holds up their contract, reminding her that she's only here to secure a cure for her brother. Alfreda just laughs, finding their bizarre little arrangement absolutely hilarious. Even Reese seems begrudgingly forced to agree with her master's assessment. Alfreda smiles, noting that thanks to Uzuki, Reese has finally started to become more expressive. The remark leaves Ray completely flustered. Alfreda continues her teasing, noting how much Ray's expressions have evolved. She admits this turn of events is far more intriguing than she ever anticipated. Her gaze suddenly sharpens as a new thought crosses her mind. She muses on the fallen lord and his lost artifact, Uzuki. She wonders if this blessing could potentially extend to the demon tribe as well. But their conversation is abruptly interrupted by Bernhardt. Ray steps forward, offering to chat with absolutely zero sincerity. Asgray immediately questions the motives behind her suspicious offer. Alfreda introduces herself, claiming to be the mastermind behind the tragedy in their town. It's a revelation that leaves Asgray completely shell-shocked. His mind flashes back to the agonizing memory of a similar plague. The others can only watch in silence as this bizarre reunion unfolds. Alfreda wears an expression of pure, smug satisfaction. She dismisses Ray's concerns, claiming it's fine to revisit the past. However, Ray insists that the matter regarding her brother is far from settled, a statement Koreru cheerfully refutes with a sudden tight hug. Ray is left utterly flustered by the unexpected display of affection. Alfreda smiles, claiming she's happy to play the villain if it brings them all together. Ray can only look away, overwhelmed by her master's bold words. Gray notes that while they were out hunting, yet another mysterious stranger has appeared. He explains she was also involved in Forn's case, trying to manipulate them into accepting a quest. Alfreda simply responds with a smug, knowing smirk. Gray admits that just as Koreru predicted, they've successfully resolved the crisis. He tells his teacher he hopes no more meddlesome complications arise. But if they do, he insists they should all face the challenge together as a team. Dr. Uzuki smiles, explaining that the true importance lies in the path one chooses to take. It's a profound lesson that catches the young mage completely off guard. Gray admits his anxiety and asks his teacher and spell for their guidance. Dr. Uzuki simply offers a small, empathetic smile in return. He suggests they move their conversation to a more private location. After all, A room full of patients is hardly the ideal place for a strategy meeting. They eventually find a secluded spot where they can speak freely. Alfreda asks what they're discussing, acknowledging her own role as the mastermind. She explains that every move she makes is done with a very clear purpose in mind. Bernhardt listens in silence, his expression remaining completely unreadable. She admits that while her schemes cause trouble for others, she harbors no personal ill will, and that is precisely why she feels compelled to offer them an apology now. But Gray flatly rejects her apology, stating they have no intention of playing her games. Bernhardt agrees, adding that a hollow apology can't possibly atone for her actions. Alfreda offers them an alternative solution, holding out a simple knife. It's a gesture that leaves Uzuki completely and utterly bewildered. Alfreda drops the blade to the ground, revealing she's a wanted demon with a massive bounty on her head. The party can only stare in silence at the weapon lying in the dirt. She explains that if they aren't interested in her true motives, they can simply take her head and claim the reward. Talk about escalating quickly. Both Asgray and Uzuki are left speechless by her morbid proposition. Bernhardt notes that Asgray isn't even attempting to stop her from making such a reckless offer. Rice asks if everything Alfreda does is truly for the sake of the demon tribe. Alfreda confirms his suspicion with a smug, knowing smirk. Uzuki can only break into a sweat, feeling completely out of her depth in this conversation. Asgray brushes off the morbid offer, demanding to hear her actual purpose. Alfreda looks down, weighing his request for a long, tense moment. She then declares that if nothing changes, the entire world is doomed to destruction. It's a bombshell that leaves both Asgray and Uzuki paralyzed with shock. She explains that within a few years, or perhaps centuries, she intends to prevent that dark fate. Our protagonist can only listen, trying to process this sudden doomsday prophecy. Alfreda's expression turns grim, her resolve now absolute. She reveals that the incident in their town was merely an experiment for this very cause. Uzuki asks how the world could possibly be destroyed, wondering if a giant meteor is on the way. She admits she doesn't know the exact method, but she identifies two specific triggers. The first is the fallen lord, and the second is the persecuted demon tribe. This revelation leaves Dr. Uzuki absolutely speechless. Asgray points out that this seems like an entirely separate issue. However, Alfreda suggests a powerful demon might just curse the world out of pure spite. It's a theory that Asgray finds incredibly difficult to believe. Yet she confirms that his train of thought is more or less on the right track. This confirmation leaves the young mage completely floored. Alfreda clarifies that everything she's mentioned so far is merely the catalyst. The true world-ending threat is the next generation of demons born from pure tragedy. In other words, we're talking about a hero, or a demon king. It's a bombshell that leaves Asgray frozen in shock. Dr. Uzuki can only break into a cold sweat while trying to process this heavy news. The rest of the party is just as lost, their minds reeling from the implications. Rice, however, seems to understand the gravity of the situation all too well. Alfreda asks Wolf if he's ever heard of a demon so potent it could be mistaken for a god. She explains that demons are simply humans who gain power through a brush with death. They aren't born from natural disasters, but from the horrific tragedies of war. She elaborates that in the wake of such tragedy, only a thirst for revenge remains. It's a chilling sentiment that leaves Magya and the others paralyzed with fear. Race understands this agonizing sentiment all too well. She confesses that she harbors the same relentless fury toward those who leveled her home. Uzuki and Asgray are left speechless, finally grasping the true depth of her suffering. Takuma reminds her that her past drove them here, and her brother's salvation is finally within grasp. Race offers a faint, defiant smile, telling Takuma that she's placing her faith in him. Dr. Uzuki accepts that responsibility without a second thought. She vows to find a cure no matter the cost, telling him to leave everything to her. It's a display of resolve that Alfreda finds utterly entertaining. Alfreda notes that demons are birthed from tragedy, their hearts fueled by a thirst for vengeance. The more profound the tragedy, the more terrifying the demon that emerges from it. It's a vicious cycle she believes will eventually bring about the apocalypse. Bernhardt agrees, noting that as long as tragedy exists, these monsters will inevitably follow. Uzuki then realizes they're discussing the catalyst for a hero, or a demon king. However, Alfreda interrupts, pointing out the second trigger, the fallen lord. She describes it as an engine of pure tragedy, capable of erasing entire civilizations. Gesturing to the map, she highlights the desolate ruins left in its path. Wolf listens in silence as the grim reality of their world truly begins to sink in. Alfreda reveals this was her motive for experimenting on their town, to decipher the fallen lord's intent. Asgray lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he's been dancing in the palm of her hand all along. Alfreda explains that she shields the demon tribe because of the many broken souls like Forn. Race's expression hardens, clearly unconvinced by her master's twisted justification. Alfreda argues that those driven by revenge are the true seeds of disaster. She claims that for the sake of world peace, these unfortunate demons shouldn't exist at all. Her gaze is freezing, laying her grim philosophy bare for all to see. She reaches down and retrieves the knife she had previously dropped. This is her life's work, she explains, and she has no intention of dying a martyr. She thrusts the blade forward, challenging them to pass judgment on her right now. Asgray is left holding the weapon, an impossible choice weighing heavy in his hands. He stares back in silence as her dark offer hangs heavily in the air. His grip tightens around the hilt of the knife as he considers his next move. Glancing at his companions, he realizes their journey has always been about saving others. Race reminds him that everyone they've encountered, herself included, has found a reason to smile. Dr. Uzuki watches his student with pride, seeing him finally take the lead. Asgray asks if his mentor's list of medical breakthroughs is still far from finished. Uzuki confirms it, his mind racing through malaria cures and corneal transplants. A small, confident smirk begins to form on Asgray's face. He declares that the true purpose of their journey is to save anyone in need, and there is still so much work left to be done. Turning back to Alfreda, he rejects her morbid offer, calling it completely unnecessary. She can only watch him in silence, her expression becoming totally unreadable. He holds the knife with a calm, non-threatening grip. Handing it back, he bluntly tells her that her meddling was entirely uncalled for. Alfreda simply smiles, claiming they all just want to live in peace and avert destruction. The beastmen watch from the sidelines, completely bewildered by this philosophical clash. Uzuki admits the sudden blade gave him a scare, but he's relieved the tension has passed. However, her specific phrasing, avoiding destruction, strikes a chord within him. He suddenly recalls the robed man's cryptic warning regarding the fallen lord. Turning to Alfreda, he presses her on what she actually knows. He reveals those were the exact words spoken by the mysterious man residing within the fallen lord. Alfreda is visibly shaken, struggling to believe a human was actually inside that monster. Dr. Uzuki offers nothing but a somber, silent nod of confirmation. Seizing the moment, she grabs him and demands the full story. Our protagonist agrees, prepared to reveal every detail of the encounter. Beneath the vast open sky, he begins to recount the bizarre events he witnessed. Silence falls over the party as they hang on to every word of his tale. Alfreda drifts into thought, realizing the fallen lord's rampage may have served a deeper purpose. Bernhardt notes this revelation shifts the board entirely, forcing Alfreda to scrap her original plans. Koreru reminds Uzuki that despite his grand destiny, he's still just a doctor dedicated to saving lives. Alfreda lunges forward, her eyes gleaming with a sudden manic intensity. She declares with absolute certainty that their paths and purposes are finally aligned. Our protagonist can only stare back, looking completely and utterly shell-shocked. She explains that the fallen lord chose him and spared her for a specific purpose, and if they stay on this path, total destruction can finally be averted. Breaking into a cold sweat, Uzuki asks what any of that is even supposed to mean. Reese offers a simple clarification. Just save those who are in need of saving. It's a concept that leaves our hero looking baffled. Apparently, saving the world wasn't in his job description. With that, Alfreda grabs his hands, insisting that they all try to get along. Uzuki can only offer a nervous nod of agreement while Reese looks on in horror. Gray admits he's totally out of his depth, but it's clear they've already been dragged into this mess. Dr. Uzuki approaches Wolf, a burning question on his mind. He asks the Beastman if she's ever ventured to the demon ruins. Alfreda reveals that she's traversed most of the continent throughout her long lifespan. Wolf asks if she'd be willing to share her wisdom to aid them on their journey. She cheerfully agrees, even offering to teach them ancient languages. Looks like she's a walking encyclopedia now. The party rejoices over this incredibly fortunate turn of events. Soon, they all gather beneath a tree for an impromptu masterclass in history. Alfreda's expression turns grave as she begins to impart her ancient wisdom. Wolf diligently takes notes while Koreru drifts off to sleep right beside him. Dr. Uzuki listens in awe, completely stunned by the sheer depth of her knowledge. The rest of the party remains in rapt attention as the lesson continues. Asgray watches from a distance, noting that her extreme thoroughness is almost suspicious. Bernhardt pulls him away from the rest of the group for a private conversation. He explains that a true leader must occasionally observe their party from afar. To him, seeing everyone coexist in harmony represents the ultimate ideal world. Asgray accepts the praise, though he still seems a bit reluctant. Bernhardt offers a knowing smile in return, sensing his hesitation. He then assures Asgray that Alfrela is dead set on changing the world for the better. He explains that unlike them, she doesn't have the luxury of clinging to naive ideals. Asgray asks if he's genuinely committed to preventing the world's destruction. Bernhardt simply explains that if Alfrela says it's possible, he believes her. However, he admits that a lingering doubt remains. He fears they lack the manpower necessary to save the entire demon race. Asgray can only listen in silence as the gravity of those words sinks in. Bernhardt shares his dream of finding a leader who can save everyone through peaceful means. He then turns to depart, promising that their paths will cross again one day. With the intense conversation concluded, the group prepares to go their separate ways. But Dr. Uzuki calls out, requesting one final moment of their time. He admits he isn't sure if he can stop the apocalypse, but he knows he wants to save people. He turns to Asgray and explains there's one thing he still wants to try. Surprised, she asks if he's actually come up with a brilliant new strategy. Gray approaches his mentor, asking to be let in on the details of the plan. Dr. Uzuki merely responds with a small, self-assured smile. Reese explains that as their leader, she wields an unfathomable level of power. It is a claim that Alfrela seems to silently acknowledge and confirm. Uzuki then asks if he might be allowed to put that very power to the test. He believes that with her help, they can synthesize a medicine that far surpasses anything from his world. Race can only stare back at him, completely stunned by such a bold proposal. Without hesitation, Alfrela unleashes a torrent of her own energy as a demonstration. She funnels her massive power into a simple cup resting atop a tree stump. Alfrela asks if she needs to exert even more force, while Race breaks into a sweat from the sheer intensity. Race watches on, totally bewildered by this bizarre and overwhelming process. Alfrela's expression becomes a mask of pure, unadulterated strain. Finally, a single potent drop of liquid condenses from the overflowing energy. Uzuki explains that this tiny drop is their entire goal, proving that less is truly more. The scene then flashes back to the events of the previous day. Uzuki had laid out his plan to use their power to create a medicine that could control the fates of the elite. Bernhard questions his choice of words, but Alfrela just offers a smug, knowing smirk. Uzuki clarifies that he isn't talking about a simple poison, but something far more significant. He explains that only through the right medicine can they hope to end the deep-seated prejudice against the demon tribe. His goal is to harness their unique abilities to forge a new path for medical science. He remains confident in the plan, noting that a precedent for this has already been set. This revelation, however, leaves Bernhardt completely bewildered. Reese points to Justina, a demon whom humans find it convenient to label a saint. Uzuki confirms that this line of thinking is exactly what he had in mind. She recalls his promise that her destructive power could also be harnessed for healing. He had assured her that with enough dedication, even she could be revered as a saint. Alfrela finds his attempt to rebrand their innate abilities quite amusing. She then inquires about what this new medicine is meant to replace. He explains that the medicine is derived from xenon, a noble gas found in the atmosphere of his world. He informs Reese that it's a far superior anesthetic to ether, boasting significantly fewer side effects. A helpful diagram breaks down the history and unique properties of this miracle gas. Wolf is stunned, remarking that even their current ether was already a marvel. However, Asgray immediately suspects there's a major catch to this new method. Uzuki admits the cost is staggering, as it requires cooling a massive volume of air. A chart illustrates the extreme temperatures required, far colder than the harshest winter imaginable. Alfreda accepts the challenge, prepared to push her magic to the limit. Looks like someone's pulling an all-nighter. She begins by channeling her immense mana into a simple glass of water. After an exhausting effort, she's left completely drained while Reese watches in sheer shock. Reese shivers, amazed that a single person could generate such a bone-chilling level of cold. But Uzuki explains that to extract xenon, they must liquefy 100 cubic meters of air, a process Reese calls wildly inefficient. A nearby diagram confirms her suspicions, illustrating the staggering cost of this miracle gas. Turns out, the best medicine carries a heavy price tag. Alfreda stumbles back, her energy completely depleted by the grueling process. When Uzuki checks on her, she clarifies that this goes far beyond the scope of standard ice magic. She confesses that reaching such absolute zero temperatures is a feat impossible for any ordinary mage. This only reinforces Uzuki's resolve. He must protect her as an indispensable asset to his work. Alfreda simply responds with a smug, knowing smirk. Reese watches their exchange, her expression a turbulent mix of conflicting emotions. Uzuki notes that such extreme cold is essentially a form of torture. a brush with death itself. Elfrida points out that while ice magic is common, a witch of freezing could even be revered as a saint. This triggers a memory for Reese, who recalls being faced with a similar choice long ago. It's a revelation that finally seems to click for Dr. Uzuki. Reese offers a subtle, knowing smile of her own. We then flash back to a conversation between Reese and Justina. She questioned the saint on whether her past failures were truly as simple as they seemed. Elfrida watches on, her face reflecting a sense of quiet understanding. Reese turns back to her master, her eyes burning with newfound determination. Uzuki reaches out, admitting his plans aren't always flawless and that her assistance is vital. He invites her to join him in forging a better future for the entire demon race. Elfrida narrows her eyes, carefully weighing the weight of his ambitious proposal. She accepts, but leaves him with a chilling warning. She is far from the most dangerous demon he'll encounter. It's a revelation that leaves both Uzuki and Reis completely shell-shocked. Before they can process it, Bernhardt reappears, dragging the massive legendary white snake behind him. Our protagonist can only gape at the sheer, overwhelming size of the beast. Bernhardt casually tosses it aside as a souvenir, noting that catch and release just isn't his style. He then turns his attention to Reis, addressing her by her former alias, Forn. Offering a rare, subtle smile, he praises her for how much she's improved. Koreru gestures to the rest of the party, wondering if Bernhardt is including them in that praise. Bernhardt silently confirms it, his gaze lingering on this peculiar new group. He notes that while their individual skills are still unpolished, they've successfully learned how to fight as a single, cohesive unit. By covering each other's blind spots, they've maximized their collective potential. He tells Reis she's clearly found a teacher worth following. Looks like our boy is finally getting some respect. With their business in the village settled, Uzuki declares it's time to head out. Asgray eagerly asks if they're finally going to track down the cinchona tree. The party agrees, ready to push forward on the next leg of their journey. Reis takes one final look back, a whirlwind of complex emotions written across her face. Eventually, they arrive at the entrance of the ominous mosquito bird cave. It's a foreboding abyss, filled with jagged rocks and an unsettling atmosphere. The party carefully ventures deep into the massive, bioluminescent cavern. Magia marvels at the scale of the cave, noting it's a long way from the White Snake's former territory. Reis confirms their destination lies deeper still, guided by the Fallen Lord's journal. An old map reveals their path leads through the cavern to a plateau where the cinchona tree is said to grow. Asgray begins to realize that their legendary goal might finally be within arm's reach. However, their progress is suddenly halted as a winged creature swoops down from the shadows. Maya identifies the massive beasts as the mosquito birds they've heard so much about. Uzuki notes that with the white snake gone, these birds are feasting on larvae, restoring the cavern's ecosystem. With the threat past and the way clear, the group resumes their march. Deeper they venture, descending into the dark heart of the mountain. Dr. Uzuki meticulously cross-references his encyclopedia as they navigate the tunnels. The party winds through the narrow, claustrophobic passages of the cave. Suddenly, Asgray freezes, a look of pure shock washing over his face. Just ahead, the oppressive darkness gives way to a breathtaking, sun-drenched plateau. They emerge into the crisp, fresh air, finally leaving the subterranean gloom behind them. Korelu's eyes widen with pure, unbridled excitement. She points toward a nearby grove, certain that she's spotted their ultimate prize. Uzuki plucks a tiny flower, carefully comparing its petals to the ancient illustrations. He cradles the fragile blossoms in his hand, checking every detail. Reis confirms the discovery. It's an exact match for the legendary cinchona tree. Dr. Uzuki agrees with absolute certainty. They have finally found it. The rest of the party stands in silence, savoring the moment their arduous journey finally pays off. Koleru tackles Reis with a massive hug, absolutely overjoyed by their success. Reis can only offer a faint, awkward smile, clearly unaccustomed to this much affection. However, their celebration is cut short by the sudden arrival of another party. An elf-eared woman explains she's also seeking the tree to save her brother. It seems this place is quite the popular hotspot. Her companion looks on in shock, surprised to find that others have actually beaten them to the punch. Uzuki informs Reis that it was the Fallen Lord who originally guided them to this location. Overhearing this, the newcomer realizes their quest might be a small piece of a much larger, more complicated plan. Uzuki openly wonders about the Fallen Lord's true motives for giving them the book in the first place. Reis asks Dr. Uzuki if she can take the flower. He agrees, handing it over while questioning what she intends to use it for. He gently places the delicate blossoms into her outstretched hands. Suddenly, the rabbit-eared newcomer begins to radiate a mysterious, glowing power. She snaps her eyes open, her expression one of intense, unwavering focus. A bewildered Dr. Uzuki can only manage to ask what she just did. She calmly explains that she simply memorized the plant's biological structure. With a surge of magic, a massive cinchona tree erupts from the dirt. Who needs farming when you have cheats? Uzuki stares in absolute awe at the impossible sight unfolding before him. She explains she can now grow an infinite supply, asking which specific part is needed for the medicine. Rice notes that since this is a trial, they should focus on crafting an exceptionally potent medicine. Dr. Uzuki agrees, vowing to do everything in his power to make that a reality. The rabbit-eared woman observes them with a curious, lingering smile. The other newcomer shoots back a smug, knowing look of her own. Uzuki turns to her, explaining his plan to kill two birds with one stone. She suggests a detour to the Nardis chapel on their way to the capital. Uzuki is caught off guard by the sudden mention of a chapel. Her companion explains it's where the new pope is elected, by locking everyone inside until they reach a consensus. Sounds like a blast. Uzuki realizes this sounds suspiciously similar to the conclaves of his own world. The woman confirms his hunch, adding that plagues often break out during these endless debates. A helpful diagram illustrates the conclave, a system bogged down by heavy historical baggage. Uzuki deduces that the election is currently underway, and Alfreda confirms his suspicions. She explains this is the ultimate opportunity to test their new cure and put the church in their debt. She labels it the perfect next step on their journey towards sainthood. Dr. Uzuki weighs the plan, admitting it's an opportunity too good to pass up. With that settled, he declares their next move is officially decided. Alfreda says she'll return to Lace's brother, instructing them to meet her in the capital later. The rabbit-eared woman agrees that this is their most efficient path forward. Alfreda announces they'll be heading back to the village first. And just like that, the two groups part ways for the time being. Alfreda notes that Lais is a support fighter, and forcing her into close combat is a waste of talent. Bernhardt walks alongside the rabbit-eared woman, asking what's weighing on her mind. She confesses that she's never been this deeply invested in a mission before. Her expression softens, offering the group a subtle, knowing smile. Alfreda watches from a distance as the party finally begins to head off. Uzuki and the rabbit-eared woman share a few final words before they depart. Alfreda's gaze remains sharp, her mind clearly calculating her next move. Bernhardt admits that for the first time in centuries, he finally sees a glimmer of hope. With their business concluded, the party makes their triumphant return to the village. They arrive to find the horsefly threat has been neutralized and the quest is officially complete. The elder is left speechless, realizing they've successfully dealt with the legendary white snake. The massive beast has been toppled, its long reign of terror finally brought to an end. Bernhardt gives Asgray a gentle nudge, encouraging him to explain their victory to the crowd. Asgray stammers for a moment, clearly unaccustomed to the pressure of public speaking. But the villagers don't need a speech. They're already erupting in cheers to celebrate the news. He explains that with the serpent gone, the natural ecosystem will finally begin to rebalance. Uzuki questions the logic, but Race is quick to confirm the validity of his theory. He declares the curse officially broken, noting that it's time to update the local folklore. The Beastmen are absolutely overjoyed, hailing the group as the legendary future saints. The Elder offers his most profound thanks for a debt they can never truly repay. To mark the occasion, the Elder suggests turning the white snake into a massive celebratory feast. It's a delicious proposition that the hungry villagers are more than happy to get behind. The entire village unites to process the massive carcass. Bernhardt takes the lead, expertly butchering their main course. The meat is swiftly carved and prepared for the cooking pots. Before long, a rich, savory stew is bubbling over the open flames. With fresh bread baked to match, it seems even mythical beasts aren't wasted here. A magnificent banquet is laid out for the entire community to enjoy. The party can only stare in awe at the incredible feast spread before them. Uzuki muses that consuming the creature is a fitting way to honor the life they took. However, his medical instincts kick in, worrying if the meat was cooked enough to kill parasites. A helpful diagram reminds us that snakes are essentially crawling with parasites. How appetizing. Regardless, the Beastmen dive in, celebrating their hard-earned victory. Ray enjoys every bite, while Uzuki watches on with a doctor's lingering anxiety. Bernhardt, Rice, and Asgray share a toast, though Rice still looks miserable. Soon, the bowls are scraped clean, and the feast is declared a resounding success. The entire village rejoices, finally liberated from their long-standing curse. As the first light of a new day begins to dawn, the party prepares to depart, their mission in Onkaselka finally complete. The village elder offers one last heartfelt thanks for saving their home. Asgray signals that it's time to move out, but Uzuki asks for a moment. He calls out to Wolf, who stops and turns to face him. The doctor explains that the procedure isn't over yet, as adult parasites still linger within his lungs. Wolf listens intently, his expression hardening at the gravity of the situation. He prepares for the worst, but Uzuki reveals he's far from finished with his patient. He vows to develop a specialized tool and return in 6 months to finish the job. Talk about a long-term follow-up. Stunned by the doctor's dedication, the warrior realizes Uzuki didn't just save him, he broke the village's curse. He bows his head in deep respect, admitting that mere words could never express his gratitude. Dr. Uzuki simply responds with a modest yet self-assured smile. Inspired by their heroism, Wolf's son declares his dream of becoming a powerful warrior just like them. The village elder muses that this legendary tale will inspire the next generation for years to come. Asgray humbly dismisses the praise, insisting they were merely fulfilling their duty. With the mission concluded, the group begins their preparations for Nardis Chapel. The villagers promise them a hero's welcome should they ever return to their lands. Koreru waves a final farewell as the party begins to depart. They reflect on the kindness of the people they met, wishing the village a peaceful and prosperous future. It's a heartfelt sentiment that every member of the party seems to share. However, Bernhardt's curiosity is piqued by the massive basket strapped to his back. It's packed to the brim with white snake meat, certainly a unique parting gift. Bernhardt then drops a bombshell. This basket is actually their leader's personal ride. This revelation leaves both Asgray and Koreru completely speechless. Alfred steps forward, ready to provide a live demonstration of his unusual transport. Dr. Uzuki watches in stunned silence, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. The massive basket suddenly begins to dissolve, morphing into a swirling mass of energy. It quickly reforms, taking on an entirely new and terrifying shape. In its place stands a colossal winged serpent. Talk about a creative way to skip the baggage fees. Uzuki and Svel are left staring, their minds scrambling to make sense of the impossible sight. Race notes that the creature appears to be a lethal hybrid of a snake and a dragon. Maya asks if the beast can actually fly, and Race confirms it with chilling nonchalance. Alfrila explains that the beast was summoned and warns them to keep their distance for a few days. While Bernhardt seems to grasp the situation, Uzuki is left spiraling in total confusion. Race points out that the creature is a single-seater, questioning if Bernhardt plans to stay behind. He clarifies that Alfrila has personally ordered him to act as their guide and protector. Asgray is hesitant to accept, but she ultimately decides not to turn down the extra muscle. Bernhardt then declares his intent to hammer out Race's weaknesses, catching Asgray completely off guard. Wolf immediately objects, arguing that their current situation is already precarious enough. Maya recalls her reckless feat of blowing up a mountain. It seems overkill is the team's new motto. Race clarifies that while Maya will be training, their primary focus remains on Koreru. Alfrela simply laughs at their boundless youthful energy while Uzuki watches from the sidelines. Dr. Uzuki listens intently as Alfrela begins to lay out the cold, hard truth of the matter. She describes Bernhardt as a necessary insurance policy, just in case things take a turn for the worse. It's a concept that leaves our boy completely and utterly bewildered. She explains the church may already be hunting Race, and Bernhardt's help is vital. Alfreda insists that it's always better to have as many options as possible. Uzuki admits that having the mercenary king on their side is incredibly reassuring. Reese reminds him that the demon tribe remains completely isolated from the rest of the world. Alfreda then asks him to support them for as long as he possibly can. Dr. Uzuki agrees, offering a small, determined smile. She tells him she's counting on him as the party continues their grueling journey. Alfreda says she'll head to find Race's brother, telling the group to meet her in the capital. With a final wave, she takes to the sky atop her summoned beast. Gray watches her go, admitting that a flying mount would be a massive help. However, he knows their current travel situation is a major problem. He worries about the long walk, especially given his teacher's limited stamina. But Bernhardt tells him there's no reason to stress. He explains that a flying mount could cut their 20-day journey down to just 2. Uzuki recalls the winged beast Justina rode back in the dwarven village. Gray explains that those are reserved for nobles and cost a literal fortune. Our hero can only compare them to the airplanes and bullet trains of his old world. Bernhardt explains that to synthesize the cure, they'll need both time and equipment. Magia realizes he's already formulated a plan to fund their research. She wonders if they can truly create such a complex medicine in under a month. The rabbit-eared woman reassures Dr. Uzuki, telling him there's no need to worry. Uzuki explains that even a simple extract from the bark will be potent enough for their needs. Bernhardt smirks, confident that their ultimate goal is finally within their grasp. However, Uzuki notes a major catch. The medicine is agonizingly bitter. A helpful diagram illustrates how that very bitterness led to the invention of the gin and tonic. History is delicious. Flustered by the sudden tangent, the rabbit-eared woman quickly cuts him off. She warns him that discussing the history of cocktails around dwarves is probably a bad idea. Now intrigued, Bernhardt demands that Uzuki whip him up one of these legendary drinks. When Uzuki asks if he's a heavy drinker, Bernhardt boasts he could easily finish off an entire barrel. He urges the group to move out so they can party tonight, while the others realize alcohol is a taboo subject with him. Their journey resumes, leading them past the colossal skeletal remains of a long-dead beast. The party marches forward, their faces etched with newfound resolve. Once night falls, they establish camp, huddled around a crackling fire in the gloom. Rice and Dr. Uzuki pore over the encyclopedia, meticulously planning their next move. The entire group gathers around the flames to share a quiet, much-needed meal. Bernhardt offers Asgray a drink, mocking him for not joining in on the festivities. He then asks Quarteroo to pass another bottle, signaling that the party is just getting started. Quarteroo is stunned by the alcohol's potency, but Bernhardt insists it's essential for the long road ahead. Uzuki intervenes, warning him to stay hydrated unless he wants to suffer through kidney stones. He describes the excruciating pain of stones forming in the urinary tract, effectively killing the mood. A handy diagram illustrates the long, agonizing history of kidney stones, proving that some problems are truly timeless. Bernhardt offers to teach Svel some magic in exchange for a few pointers on drinking. Svel admits he isn't exactly a natural at magic, but Bernhardt reassures him. He explains that his magic is simple and systematic, making it incredibly practical for anyone. He instructs Svel to hold a cup as he prepares for a quick demonstration. With a sharp snap of his fingers, he unleashes his hidden power. The cup and a nearby book begin to glow, reinforced by the weight of his magic. Suddenly, Svel finds his hand pinned firmly against an invisible barrier. Bernhardt explains that this is his signature magic, a simple, impenetrable wall. It's a close-range barrier specifically designed for absolute defense. It can also restrain an enemy, which he demonstrates by pouring more liquor into Svel's trapped cup. Svel dispels the magic with a snap, having had quite enough of the lesson. Bernhardt reveals his magic was born from the trauma of an explosion, a power he desperately wished he'd had in the past. Svel can only stare in silence as the gravity of that statement sinks in. Bernhardt warns him that when you have something to protect, you can't afford to be reckless. The advice hits home, leaving Svel lost in quiet contemplation. Bernhardt quickly apologizes for the conversation taking such a heavy turn. Suddenly, Bernhardt stands up, his attention piqued by something nearby. He then chugs his entire drink in one massive gulp. Talk about a man of extremes. Svel asks if he's all right, clearly concerned by his new drinking buddy's behavior. Svel admits that while he's still inexperienced, he has things he's desperate to protect. With a deep bow, he humbles himself and asks Bernhardt to train him. The mercenary king is taken aback by the young man's genuine sincerity. Looking at Svel, his expression is one of pure, unwavering resolve. Bernhardt admits he's surprised to see a youth so willing to cast aside his pride. Gray explains that Gerald taught them to show respect to those who have truly earned it. Bernhardt's interest is piqued, realizing the legendary Holy Knight is their master. Thoroughly impressed, Bernhardt calls for another drink and another story. And so their long journey to the capital continues. Their path eventually brings them to the gates of the Grand Nardis Chapel. But inside the infirmary, a grim and harrowing scene is unfolding. The sick groan in their beds, their bodies racked with a violent fever. Many are so far gone they lack the strength to even beg for water. An observer notes that the timing of this plague couldn't possibly be worse. Meanwhile, one of the cardinals complains only of the oppressive, stifling heat. A frantic priest bursts in, calling out for the acting pope. Yet the man in charge seems completely unfazed by the sudden interruption. The priest insists this is a crisis, demanding they halt the upcoming election. But the acting pope remains dismissive, focused only on wartime medical policy. He explains that a new sickness, unrelated to the war, is spreading through the chapel. The priest insists they must establish their priorities immediately. He realizes with dawning horror that if they fail to act, the entire nation will collapse. Beneath a grim sky, the situation at the chapel grows more desperate by the second. Meanwhile, our heroes remain blissfully ignorant of the looming catastrophe. Dr. Uzuki gathers the group for a crucial announcement. He wants to visit a hot spring. The entire party is left completely flabbergasted by this sudden, whimsical shift in plans. In the distance, plumes of steam rise, signaling their supposedly relaxing destination. They arrive at a jagged, steaming landscape that Uzuki misidentifies as a natural bath. However, Reese corrects him, explaining that they're actually standing in a volcanic crater. The rabbit-eared woman admits their true goal wasn't a spa day, but a search for sulfur. This revelation immediately piques Dr. Uzuki's scientific curiosity. They soon encounter a group of miners and learn a landslide has trapped several of their comrades. Hearing this, Media's expression instantly fills with deep concern. Reese tells her to stay alert and prepare her magic in case another landslide occurs. The miners trudge through the treacherous terrain, their faces etched with grim exhaustion. One worker struggles to move as the acrid volcanic gas stings his eyes. Suddenly, his companion looks up, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Before disaster strikes, Suvel leaps forward, shielding the miners from the falling debris. The man offers his thanks, stunned by the warrior's lightning-fast rescue. Out of the dust and smoke, a massive volcanic beast suddenly emerges. Asgray commands them to finish it off quickly so they can make their retreat. And just like that, the battle concludes. Turns out it wasn't much of a boss fight after all. The miners express their profound gratitude for the timely rescue. They wave farewell from the cliffside, wishing the party safe passage on their journey. Svelts is just relieved that they managed to resolve the situation peacefully. Meanwhile, Asgray laments the fact that they missed out on the hot springs. But Magia insists that a magical substitute simply wouldn't be the same. Asgray then questions where Kororu and Reis have disappeared to. Bernhardt points them out, explaining that they're currently undergoing some special training. It's a term that leaves Asgray feeling more than a little perplexed. In the distance, a relentless barrage of projectiles suddenly fills the sky. Kororu leaps and weaves, desperately trying to dodge the incoming onslaught. Reis barks out orders, demanding she move faster and learn from her mistakes. But Kororu can barely keep pace with the assault. Talk about some extreme tough love. As Asgray watches on, he's certain that a counterattack is completely impossible. He can only marvel at the overwhelming raw power of the demon tribe. A single projectile slams into the earth with absolutely devastating force. Uzuki watches the session, hoping Kororu will emerge stronger from the ordeal. But Svelta's attention is suddenly diverted by something plummeting from the sky. He reaches out and catches the strange projectile before it hits the ground. It's one of the rubber balls Reis used during her training sessions. A large beastman is fascinated by its elasticity and asked to take a closer look. Bernhardt explains it's a plant discovered by the Fallen Lord, who then gifted the seeds to Reis. Uzuki chimes in, explaining that in his world, this material is known as rubber. However, Magia is immediately revolted by the pungent stench emanating from Uzuki's cup. She grabs his hand, aggressively demanding to know what kind of concoction he's brewing. He explains he's dissolving the rubber in ether for processing, proving that science is rarely a tidy affair. Asgray asks if this bizarre new material actually has any practical use. Bernhardt insists it has enough potential applications to turn them into world-class merchants. But Uzuki remains modest, admitting that while it's useful, it isn't exactly a world-altering discovery. He begins listing its many functions, ranging from shoe soles and tires to protective gloves. Asgray is stunned by its sheer versatility, but Uzuki promises that's only the beginning. He reveals its medical potential, specifically as a catheter to treat urinary blockages. A handy diagram then breaks down the long and rather painful history of the device. Bernhardt suddenly goes pale, wondering if his heavy drinking habits put him at risk. When the Beastman asks about bladder ruptures, Uzuki confirms it's a fatal condition. He adds that the current emergency treatment is a desperate life-or-death gamble. Bernhardt reiterates that rubber's flexibility gives it nearly infinite potential. However, Uzuki reveals there's still one crucial ingredient needed to make it truly effective. He pulls out the sulfur they harvested from the volcanic crater. He then offers an apology for the lack of a proper hot spring, seemingly killing any hope for a spa day. However, he explains that adding sulfur to the mix will finally unlock the rubber's true potential. He envisions a future filled with waterproof raincoats and even durable tires for their carriages. A helpful diagram then appears to explain the complex history of the pneumatic tire. Gray admits that the full scale of this scientific discovery is well beyond his understanding. Still, he agrees that high-quality rain gear would be a massive tactical advantage on the road. Uzuki offers a confident smile, suggesting they start small and take things one step at a time. Just then, Kararu and the rabbit-eared woman return from their daily training session. Gray is surprised, noting that they've finished up much earlier than they usually do. But Kararu is too excited to care, announcing that she's stumbled upon something incredible. She beckons them to follow her before immediately sprinting back into the thick of the woods. Left with no choice, the rest of the party follows, curious about what has her so worked up. She leads the group deep into the forest until they reach a hidden clearing. Suddenly, Dr. Uzuki's professional curiosity is piqued by what lies ahead. Right before them is a natural, steaming pool of water tucked away in the brush. Magia's eyes sparkle as she realizes it's a genuine hot spring. The spa day is officially back on. Gray agrees it's a perfect chance to unwind, while Svel suggests they check with the locals for permission. As the party approaches the natural spring, they take a brief moment of quiet contemplation. However, some of them wonder if they can really afford to waste time on such a luxury. The rabbit-eared woman quickly offers some reassurance, addressing her by her former alias. Uzuki insists he'll manage the medicine, reminding everyone that they deserve a moment to relax. He encourages her to at least dip her feet into the soothing water. The rabbit-eared woman hesitates, a rare, visible blush creeping onto her face. She stares back in silence, clearly flustered by his unexpected invitation. Meanwhile, the others prep for their soak, with Magia noting the men have a separate spring. No co-ed bathing today. Eventually, their journey leads them to the gates of a massive, sprawling metropolis. This is Nardis, the holy capital, the absolute center of the church's power and medical knowledge. We jump forward to 7 days after their arrival in the capital. The party reconvenes at the local adventurers guild to plan their next move. Magia explains that their research funds are starting to run dangerously low. Svel lays out the strategy. The team will tackle quests while Uzuki focuses on the cure. Gray bluntly tells his teacher that it's probably safer if he just stays out of trouble. Uzuki nervously agrees to the suggestion, opting to borrow the guild's office for his work. Reis promises to stay and assist, though this doesn't seem to reassure Magia in the slightest. With the plan set, the party splits up to tackle their respective responsibilities. Uzuki and Reis prepare to begin their intensive research within the city walls. Meanwhile, the rest of the group heads deep into the wilderness for their new quest. Bernhard and the rabbit-eared woman eventually wrap up their task, looking quite satisfied. The rest of the party regroups with them, eager to hear how the mountain excursion went. Bernhard admits he's dying for a drink, though he knows demons aren't exactly welcome in the local pubs. He decides they'll save the celebration for when their mission is truly complete. Meanwhile, back in the city, Uzuki is busy tending to patients in his makeshift clinic. He performs an examination while Reis assists him in the background. He confirms the man's jaundice has cleared and that he's making a full recovery from malaria. The patient is stunned, remembering how the illness used to leave him bedridden for weeks. Uzuki explains that the nearby lake is a breeding ground for the mosquitoes carrying the parasite. The man is relieved. Thanks to Uzuki's cure and supplies, his village is finally safe. Uzuki then asks Reis to bring over a week's worth of medicine for the man. He prepares the remedy along with a cup for the patient to drink from. Handing over the full bottle, he tells the grateful man to return when he needs a refill. With the clinic finally winding down for the day, Uzuki decides it's time to grab a bite to eat. They make their way to the Adventurers Guild, which has grown quiet for the evening. However, an elderly man with a magnificent beard calls out to Takuma. He reveals that the medicine they specially ordered has finally arrived. The man notes it's a local remedy for an endemic disease, a detail Uzuki finds fascinating. Reis, on the other hand, can't quite grasp what's so special about it. To show them, the man begins a demonstration, pouring the peculiar liquid into a vial. As the liquid settles, the vial in his hand suddenly begins to emit a mysterious glow. Staring in awe, Reis asks what this strange new concoction could possibly be. She wonders if they've stumbled upon some kind of rare alchemical elixir. Uzuki explains it's just a simple medicine, and the glow is merely a natural property of the ingredients. Science truly is the new magic. Kwaru watches on, completely mesmerized by the spectacle. However, her wonder quickly shifts into a look of deep concern. The guildmaster notes that because so many adventurers are failing their quests, their supplies have plummeted. A guild worker confirms the trend, noting that missions are failing for entirely unknown reasons. He clarifies that it isn't as simple as a high-level monster suddenly appearing. The failures seem bizarrely random, with no clear connection between the locations or the quests themselves. The guildmaster emphasizes that the situation on the ground is becoming increasingly dire. This revelation leaves Dr. Uzuki lost in silent contemplation. Pledging his full support, the guildmaster encourages them on their journey toward becoming saints. And with a final parting wave, he makes his exit for the day. The guild worker turns to Uzuki, expressing his hope that his companions will stay safe. But Reis and Kwaru quickly reassure him, radiating confidence in their party's strength. Uzuki jokingly admits he's the one who needs protecting, grateful for their reliable help. The worker promises to report their progress to the church, bringing them one step closer to their ultimate goal. With their business concluded, Reis announces that it's finally time for a break, and so the group steps out into the tranquil streets of the capital. Uzuki explains that they'll simply have to wait for the church to contact them next. He smiles, noting it's best not to rush things and risk drawing unwanted suspicion. Reis listens in silence, her expression remaining as stoic and unreadable as ever. Suddenly, she turns back to face him. She offers a heartfelt, albeit slightly awkward, expression of gratitude. Uzuki is caught completely off guard by her sudden sincerity. She confesses that she's been waiting a long time to finally thank him. She reflects on how much everyone has grown, each finding their own unique purpose. She's realized just how much more reliable the others have become during their hunts. And she knows it's all because of him, because he changed everything for them. Uzuki can only listen in silence, her words catching him completely by surprise. He smiles, insisting that their progress isn't just his doing alone. He adds that meeting her has been a true source of strength for the entire group. He hopes they can continue to learn from the people they encounter on their journey. Rice offers a rare, genuine smile, silently agreeing with his sentiment. Our protagonist seems relieved to see her finally letting her guard down, but her expression quickly turns serious as she worries about the others being targeted. He reassures her that if things get dangerous, they'll find a way through it together. It is a silent promise that both of them seem ready to uphold. And so, their journey through this vast and complicated world continues. The party stands over their latest kill, marking another successful hunt for the books. However, Gray notes that this beast wasn't strong enough to cause the recent string of failures. Meija agrees. Despite their growth, it's strange that so many elite adventurers are vanishing. Gray's expression hardens, certain there's a hidden motive behind all this. Bernhard, however, is simply relishing the thrill of the hunt. At least someone is having fun. Suddenly, a hand reaches out from the dense nearby thicket. It belongs to a hidden observer who has been tracking their every move. Gray's eyes widen as he senses a hostile presence looming from above. He whips his head around, desperately searching the empty sky. But there's nothing there, leaving him completely baffled. Without warning, a surge of strange energy ripples through the entire clearing. Maya is the first to react, realizing this is far more than just a passing shadow. She screams a warning, but it's too late. They've walked straight into a magic trap. The entire party is caught off guard as the ground beneath their feet begins to shift. Gray watches in horror as he realizes they are rapidly sinking into the earth. The soil itself transforms into a shadowy swamp, dragging them into the depths. He desperately shouts for the others to find a way to break the spell, but as he reaches out, his hands strike an invisible barrier, sealing them inside. He struggles against the force, but it's futile. Clearly, avoiding cursed ground wasn't in the training manual. As Maya is pulled under, a voice calls out to Gray through the chaos. Bernhard tells him not to worry, ordering him to abandon them and push forward. Gray realizes the caster must be close by, vowing to save his friends at any cost. He nods in agreement, his gaze fixed intensely on the dark, dense forest ahead. Bernhard prepares to shatter the trap with raw power. Apparently, magical restraints are nothing more than a nuisance to him. Meanwhile, Gray charges through the murky depths of the shadowy swamp. He leaps through the canopy, hunting for the source of the ambush. Suddenly, he spots a mysterious figure whose body is beginning to dissolve into leaves. The caster spins around as Gray calls them out, their hiding spot completely compromised. The figure grits their teeth, bracing for a clash they didn't see coming. Gray closes the distance in an instant, determined to end this skirmish immediately. The caster stumbles backward, paralyzed by the sheer speed of the assault. Gray lunges forward, tackling the mage with ruthless precision. He spins them through the air, executing a devastating takedown. He slams the attacker into the dirt, pinning them down before they can even blink. The caster gasps for air, utterly overwhelmed by Gray's superior strength. Gray demands they dispel the trap immediately. Clearly, he's finished playing games. He raises his fist to deliver the final blow, but a sudden realization makes him hesitate. He finally gets a clear look at his opponent, a mere child of the demon tribe. Gray freezes in his tracks, completely shell-shocked by the discovery. The child glares up at him, asking if he'd really go through with this regardless of what happens to his friends. He informs the child that subduing them is the only way to ensure everyone's safety. At that exact moment, the shadow trap finally begins to unravel. The rest of the party emerges from the darkness, finally liberated from the spell's grip. Gray calls out, visibly relieved to see that his comrades are unharmed. With the group reunited, their focus shifts entirely to the captured child. Gray demands the truth, asking if they're behind the recent wave of disappearances. However, the child can only stare back, their expression frozen in absolute terror. Bound tightly by Race's magic, the captive is forced into a tense interrogation. Gray issues a stern warning to start talking as his patience is rapidly wearing thin. Finally breaking, the child explains that being handed over to the authorities is a death sentence. Their face remains a haunting mask of pure, unadulterated dread. Despite the pressure, they remain silent, still restrained by the magical bindings. Bernhardt notes the irony, pointing out that both he and the child belong to the demon tribe. Desperate, the child begs for a single chance to explain their dire circumstances. But Race coldly declares that their fate was sealed the moment their demon identity was exposed. It's a brutal reality that leaves the young captive completely paralyzed with shock. Bernhardt points out that even if they cooperate, they'll likely still be handed over. He weighs their grim options, his face set in a dark, serious expression. He makes it clear, if they don't talk, they'll be sent straight to the knights for execution. Instead, he offers a swifter, more direct alternative. Clearly, he isn't a fan of bureaucracy. The child is left utterly stunned by the weight of his dark proposal. Yet, they manage to find their voice, deciding that if these are the stakes, they would rather gamble on the mercy of a fellow member of their tribe. It's a choice that leaves them wide-eyed with terror. The rest of the party can only watch helplessly as this grim negotiation unfolds. The child gazes downward, their face a mask of silent resignation. Reese watches them closely, her expression remaining unreadable. She recalls Alfrela reaching out with a similarly agonizing choice. Bernhardt and Reese's companion approach, sternly warning the child not to move. But instead of delivering a final blow, the magical restraints suddenly loosen. Asgray immediately questions her decision, warning that the child might strike again. But Reese's companion argues that true help shouldn't be offered alongside a threat. It is a sentiment that gives both Asgray and Bernhardt pause. The child can only stare up, utterly bewildered by this sudden change of heart. The woman cracks her knuckles, confident she can handle any surprise retaliation. She reaches out a hand, causing the child to flinch back in instinctive fear. However, she simply rests her hand on their head in a surprisingly gentle gesture. She warns that staying in this damp, dark place will only lead to sickness. The child's eyes widen, their defenses completely disarmed by her kindness. Her gaze softens as she recalls the memory of another ailing child. With a tender tone, she softly asks the child for their name. The young demon quietly whispers his answer: Klein. The woman repeats the name, her expression softening even further. She demands to know who issued their orders. Klein finally breaks under the weight of it all, bursting into tears. They reveal that an Imperial soldier had threatened their mother's life. Gray and the others stand paralyzed by this chilling revelation. Bernhardt notes that these ruthless tactics are a hallmark of the Empire. The Beastman recalls the war with Valhalla, searching for a connection. Klein clarifies that their only objective was to target adventurers. Major questions why an Imperial operative would be active so far from the front lines. Bernhardt remains silent, a dark theory beginning to take shape in his mind. The rabbit-eared woman suddenly realizes they've been infiltrated by a spy. Bernhardt deduces their true goal: assassinating the papal candidates. The news leaves Magia and the Beastmen reeling, proving subtlety isn't the Empire's forte. However, Gray acknowledges the logic behind it, given the capital's strategic importance. Bernhardt asks for his input, and Gray begins piecing the puzzle together. He explains that the Church effectively controls the nation's entire medical infrastructure. Healing battlefield injuries, especially magical ones, is their primary responsibility. Bernhardt adds that the momentum of the entire war effort is shifting. Someone suggests the Empire might just launch a direct assault on the Church. Gray immediately dismisses the idea, citing the Church's impenetrable security. Bernhardt explains the real strategy: lure the knights out and eliminate them one by one. It's a ruthless strategy that leaves both Magia and Svel completely horrified. He reasons that even if the assassination attempt fails, merely delaying the election constitutes a victory. Svel remains silent as the cold, grim logic of war begins to sink in. Suddenly, the rabbit-eared woman stands up, cutting through their dark discussion. She asks if she can make a selfish request, seemingly ready to derail their current plans. Bernhardt notes how out of character this is for her, while Asgray looks on in shock. However, her gaze is burning with a newfound, unwavering resolve. She pleads with them to rescue the hostage child and become the heroes they were meant to be. Klein looks up at her, a small flicker of hope finally returning to his eyes. Asgray questions the audacity of her request, but Bernhardt finds himself intrigued. She explains that she can't ignore their shared plight and truly believes they have the power to help. Asgray lets out a long, weary sigh, realizing their to-do list just got a lot more complicated. Magia admits that what she's asking for is incredibly unreasonable. The rabbit-eared woman nods in agreement, her determination never wavering for a second. She starts to turn away, admitting she wasn't thinking straight, and tells them to just forget it. But her companion interjects, laughing that this is just who she is, always demanding the impossible. Magia simply smiles, noting that impossible requests are business as usual, and agrees to the plan. The rabbit-eared woman's eyes widen, overwhelmed by their sudden support. The Beastman then outlines their new objective: intercept the assassins targeting the papal candidates. Asgray is left completely stunned by this sudden and dramatic change of heart. With a heavy sigh, he realizes there's simply no way he can walk away from this. He confesses that he refuses to be the kind of adventurer who turns his back on a child in need. His blunt honesty leaves her completely stunned and silent. Asgray urges the group to move out immediately before their presence is compromised. Though she tries to protest, the rest of the party is already fully committed. She lowers her gaze, her expression a complex blend of embarrassment and deep gratitude. With a whispered thank you, their unsanctioned quest officially begins. Looking at them with newfound resolve, she tells them she's putting her trust in their hands. The rest of the party can only stare back, caught off guard by the sincerity of her plea. Klein is left reeling, unable to fathom why strangers would show such sudden kindness. He wonders why they would go to such extreme lengths just to help him. Bernhard asks if his mother ever told him the old legends of heroes. He explains that this selfless act is exactly what a true hero does. That single word hangs heavy in the air, leaving Klein utterly speechless. The entire party stands united, their new objective finally clear. A hero, it's a title they never imagined they would ever hear. And so they begin their trek toward the assassin's hidden lair. Now working in tandem with the party, Klein approaches the enemy stronghold. They stand before the massive gates, ready to play their part in the coming storm. The young demon steels his resolve, knowing exactly what's at stake. They gaze up at the fortified structure, where a solitary figure watches from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Bernhardt weighs their options and calculates their next move. Klein takes a steadying breath, mentally preparing to serve as the decoy. As they step forward, their shadow stretches out. It's time to begin the infiltration. With a deliberate knock, they announce their presence at the lion's den. The heavy door creaks open, revealing a stern Imperial soldier. He invites them inside, blissfully unaware that he's walking right into a trap. Klein watches the exchange, their expression clouded with hesitation. The soldier escorts them into a hall packed with hostile Imperial reinforcements. The troops glare at the newcomers, their faces etched with grim hostility. Klein steels their resolve, their gaze fixed firmly on the path ahead. Barking an order, the soldier leads the group down a narrow flight of stairs. They descend into the bowels of the hideout, where the real welcome party awaits. A man who radiates authority looks up as the group approaches. He acknowledges their arrival with a chilling, calculated stare. Suddenly, Klein's eyes widen as a wave of pure horror washes over them. Chained inside a damp cell is the hostage they've been looking for. Klein's mother. Klein stands frozen, their mind reeling from the devastating sight. The leader carelessly kicks another captive aside before addressing the adventurers. With a sharp gesture, he commands them to step forward into the light. Two more captured adventurers are dragged into view, battered and bound in chains. The leader scoffs, realizing he hired the wrong muscle for the job. His recruitment strategy clearly failed him. He flings open the cell door, taunting them as Klein's mother is finally revealed. Overwhelmed with guilt, his mother can only offer a tearful apology as her heart breaks for her son. She manages a weak, sorrowful smile, regretting that she ever dragged Klein into this nightmare. Klein rushes toward her, reaching out for a desperate embrace through the cold iron bars. But even in the depths of despair, Klein clings to the promise that a hero is coming to save them. His mother can only stare back at him, her expression one of utter disbelief. The leader turns back with a cold glare, declaring that Klein's role in this tragedy is officially over. He raises his blade, ready to permanently tie up these loose ends. Suddenly, a pitch-black, shadowy tendril snakes out and coils around his leg. He looks down in pure shock, his mind racing to comprehend what's happening. The shadow beneath his feet expands into a void, dragging him violently downward. His eyes bulge as dawning horror finally sets in. He's being swallowed whole by the very floor beneath him. Talk about a literal downward spiral. A nearby soldier watches on, completely paralyzed by the impossible scene unfolding before him. And just like that, the leader is consumed entirely by the rising abyss. The remaining soldier panics, realizing he needs to call for reinforcements immediately. He frantically opens his mouth to scream out a warning to the others, but before a sound can escape, an invisible force suddenly seals his lips tight. He touches the strange magic, unable to make a sound. It seems Bernhardt's magic is useful for more than just trapping Svel. Meanwhile, Gray moves in to swiftly neutralize the remaining guards. And with one decisive strike, the skirmish is over. With the lower level secured, the party quickly regroups. Gray notes that enemies still swarm the upper floors. The real challenge is only just beginning. The rabbit-eared woman approaches the cell, prepared to free Klein's mother. With a simple turn of the key, the hostage is finally liberated. Klein's mother tries to find her voice, still reeling from the sudden rescue. The rabbit-eared woman gently shushes her, reassuring her that the nightmare is over. The mother can only stare in silence, completely stunned by this sudden turn of events. With the hostages safe, the rabbit-eared woman declares the situation under control. She points out that while the walls are stone, the floor and ceiling are nothing but wood. She turns to Magia, noting this will be much easier than leveling a mountain. I guess demolition is their new specialty. Klein and her mother share a tearful, emotional reunion through the cold iron bars. The mother smiles through her tears, tenderly stroking her child's head. Magia suggests they don't need to be so ruthless with the remaining soldiers. But Gray and Svel disagree, their expressions grim. Mercy isn't on the menu today. Magia plants her staff firmly, preparing to unleash her devastating magic. She takes a deep breath, deciding to put every ounce of power into this next move. She warns the others to stay well clear of the impending blast radius. Elsewhere in the city, a lone wagon rattles through the silent, shadowed streets. The driver looks on, his expression etched with mounting concern. A distant explosion echoes through the air, leaving them wondering if magic is involved. His companion brushes it off as the city guard, joking that such blasts are just part of the local ambiance. However, the first man raises a mysterious bottle, insisting they don't have a second to lose. With that, their enigmatic journey pushes deeper into the dead of night. Sometime later at the clinic, Race hands over the day's hard-earned profits. Usato finishes treating another patient, who offers his heartfelt gratitude before departing. But their peaceful evening is shattered when a squad of knights suddenly bursts into the clinic. Their leader produces a familiar bottle, demanding to know if Usato is the doctor responsible for it. Our hero confirms he is, though he's wary of these mysterious armored men. The knight identifies himself as church security and urgently requests the healer's assistance. Instinctively, Usato shifts into doctor mode, immediately asking about the patient's condition. The knight reveals that the patients are actually the papal candidates, and the entire election is now on hold. Usato quickly realizes this is the golden opportunity they've been waiting for. Meanwhile, across town, the rest of the party prepares to make their move. Asgray instructs Koreru to keep a close eye on their teacher while they're away. But when Asgray returns later, he's shocked to find the clinic completely deserted. He demands to know what happened, but Koreru quickly steps in to settle his nerves. She explains that the church knights arrived, desperate for his teacher's expert help. She recalls them taking Uzuki to treat the patients in critical condition. Svela agrees this was their intent, noting that Uzuki should be safe now that his identity is known. However, Asgray can't help but worry about what might happen to his teacher if left alone. Meija isn't helping, jokingly imagining him being carried off by some random monster. Cortero suggests putting a collar on Reese just to keep track of her. Asgray admits that while it's a terrible idea, it might actually be the right call. For now, though, all they can do is wait for word from their mentor. Koreru asks about their quest, wondering why they've been delayed for so long. Asgray calmly confirms that the situation has finally been resolved. She presses for the details, but he admits that things got a bit complicated. He explains they solved the disappearances and handed the culprit over to the knights. Still, he seems hesitant to share the full weight of the story. He tells her there are complex political issues at play and asks her to keep it quiet. She nods in agreement, even if she doesn't fully grasp the situation. He explains their plan to report it discreetly for the reward, proving even heroes can't escape paperwork. With that, their focus shifts back to the Grand Nardis Chapel. Inside, Dr. Uzuki is already buried in work, preparing his official report. Within the chapel, Edgar reviews the findings, confirming the local medicine is utterly useless. He realizes the current treatments aren't just ineffective. Some are actively harmful. He wonders how Gerald would have solved this, feeling the heavy burden of his new command. A knight interrupts, announcing they've recruited a renowned doctor from the city. Edgar remains skeptical, doubting a local physician can succeed where their own healers failed. To investigate, he flings open the doors to the infirmary to see for himself. Inside the crowded hall, he spots a familiar figure already hard at work. Masked and focused, Dr. Uzuki assesses the grim situation before him. Edgar stands frozen, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief. Uzuki realizes these symptoms are a perfect match for the plague from Asgray's village. He immediately commands the staff to halt all ineffective and harmful treatments. Instead, he orders a total overhaul of the patient's sanitation and diet. Edgar watches from the threshold, stunned by the doctor's commanding presence. The knight introduces our boy as the esteemed specialist they brought from the city. In that instant, Edgar realizes they might actually have a fighting chance. He rushes forward, finally recognizing the man beneath the mask as Takuma. Edgar produces a report, asking if he's the genius behind the glowing medicine. Uzuki confirms it, explaining how he had an alchemist extract the vital ingredients. He reminds Edgar that he already submitted a comprehensive report on these findings. Flustered, Edgar admits he overlooked the author's name, proving that details really do matter. Uzuki notes that with Edgar's help, their mission will be far more efficient. He reveals his ultimate goal: eradicate this plague and then join forces with Justina. Edgar can only marvel at him, calling him a true hero for facing the epidemic head-on. The Holy Knight observes the remarkable results of this experimental treatment. He notes that the patient was only just administered the medicine, yet miraculously the man's jaundice is already beginning to recede. Edgar reveals the grim reality. The mortality rate here has already surpassed 10%. However, Uzuki confidently vows that with proper care, he can reverse the tide. Such unwavering conviction leaves Edgar absolutely speechless. Without hesitation, he entrusts the fate of the entire chapel to the doctor. Uzuki offers a humble nod, accepting the weight of this heavy burden. Edgar commands his men to record every single detail of Uzuki's methods. He intends to use these findings to revolutionize their entire medical system. The knight salutes, ready to execute his new superior's orders. But Uzuki steps forward, asking if he might offer his own perspective. Edgar agrees, admitting the crisis is far too dire to ignore fresh ideas. He's been waiting for someone to break this stalemate, as the old ways clearly weren't enough. Our protagonist asks about the emergency, suspecting a high-ranking official has fallen ill. Edgar confirms it, but explains the crisis extends far beyond the walls of this chapel. He then asks the ultimate question. Does Uzuki have the knowledge to save the entire nation? Uzuki is floored, wondering if he's truly the right man for such a monumental task. He begins to stammer, fearing the scope of the request is far beyond his capabilities. The sheer gravity of the situation leaves him completely paralyzed. But then, the Fallen Lord's final words and Alfridla's grim prophecy flash through his mind. Suddenly, every piece of the puzzle finally clicks into place. Clenching his fist, he realizes this is the golden opportunity he's been waiting for. He envisions the countless souls across this world who are suffering needlessly. He looks Edgar in the eye, declaring that if his medicine can truly end this crisis, then he'll stop at nothing to save this world. The Hippocratic Oath just got a massive upgrade. He admits he can't shoulder this burden alone, but with their support, he's ready to try. Edgar is stunned, completely caught off guard by the sheer weight of Uzuki's resolve. Uzuki breaks into a cold sweat as the gravity of his vow finally sinks in. The Holy Knight responds with a simple, deeply heartfelt thank you. He then guides Uzuki away, mentioning there's someone vital he needs to meet. Soon, they stand before a set of massive, imposing grand doors. Edgar knocks politely, announcing their arrival to those inside. He asks Cardinal Dilska if he can spare a moment of his time. A voice beckons them in, and Edgar pushes the doors open. It's time to meet the High Command. Inside, a man sporting a magnificent beard demands to know who has come seeking him. Edgar introduces Uzuki as the talented physician mentioned in Justina's report. The Cardinal scoffs at Justina's usual antics, but Edgar vouches for the doctor personally. He explains that Uzuki might just be the miracle they need to break this stalemate. Eager for answers, our protagonist asks about the war and the nation's impending doom. The descent of the floating island Valhalla has officially ignited a full-scale war. Edgar turns to Uzuki, asking for his perspective on the chaos to come. Uzuki draws a parallel to the invention of gunpowder back in his original world. He explains how it revolutionized both warfare and medicine, proving some lessons are universal. He realizes that magical explosions will result in similarly complex and devastating wounds. The Cardinal is visibly struck by how quickly and accurately Uzuki assesses the threat. Edgar commends him, noting that Uzuki has grasped the gravity of the situation perfectly. He explains that as more mages join the fray, the need for amputations is skyrocketing. Uzuki listens in silence as the grim reality of this magical conflict sinks in. The Cardinal warns that any delay in the upcoming election could lead to the nation's total collapse. He's in a bind, as every candidate is preoccupied with their own faction's war efforts. However, Uzuki knows that if he finally showcases the full extent of his skills, he could alter the fate of the entire conflict. It's time for the big reveal. Edgar assures him that Justina's endorsement carries immense weight, guaranteeing his credibility. He then asks if Uzuki has any other innovative ideas to save their people. Our protagonist takes a moment to formulate a solution that could be their salvation. Uzuki asks for a pen and paper, prepared to write a prescription for the entire nation. The Cardinal is momentarily baffled by such a simple, humble request. But after some time passes, Uzuki presents a detailed report. A medical revolution condensed onto a single sheet of paper. The Cardinal scans the document, his expression shifting into one of pure disbelief. Edgar watches on, sweating nervously as he realizes his own career is now dangling by a thread. The high-ranking official is stunned by the revolutionary, unheard-of medical treatments detailed within. He declares that this level of knowledge far surpasses anything currently known in their nation. In a shocking admission, he claims Uzuki's proposals are more reliable than those of the legendary Four Saints. It's a revelation that hits our protagonist with the sheer force of a physical blow. Dr. Uzuki stands frozen as the weight of such high praise sinks in. The Cardinal then demands to know exactly how he acquired such profound expertise. However, Uzuki maintains his composure, politely asking to consult with his party before explaining. Intrigued by the mention of companions, the Cardinal carefully weighs the request. His gaze falls back to the revolutionary report resting on his desk, a document that has the potential to rewrite the very foundations of their medical science. With a subtle, solemn nod, the high-ranking official finally reaches a decision. He orders Uzuki to bring his entire party directly to the chapel. This unexpected command leaves our boy completely floored. He questions the order, knowing the area is under strict lockdown. But apparently, rules are flexible for the elite. The Cardinal explains that while public laws exist, A hidden agenda always moves behind the scenes. Edgar chimes in, noting that in this political landscape, raw power is the only currency that truly matters. In that moment, Dr. Uzuki finally grasps the dangerous stakes of the game he's playing. The Cardinal admits his approach has been blunt, but his intentions are clear. He believes Uzuki's party holds the key to real change, and he's desperate for their aid. Flashing a confident smirk, it seems he's finally ready to play their game. Without further hesitation, he quietly accepts their terms. 3 days pass, and we find ourselves back at the Grand Chapel. Gray and the rest of the crew return from yet another successful mission, only to be stopped by a guild worker with an urgent letter in hand. Gray's eyes widen as a sudden realization washes over him. He realizes the scheduled message from his mentor is long overdue. Dr. Uzuki eventually arrives, apologizing for the delay and the chaos he's caused. He insists that vanishing wasn't his intention, though old habits clearly die hard. Gray leans in, wasting no time on pleasantries as he cuts to the chase. He demands to know exactly what transpired within those chapel walls. Uzuki takes a breath and recounts the unbelievable turn of events. He reveals the Cardinal's shocking verdict. His knowledge far eclipses that of the four saints. The entire party stands frozen, unable to fathom such a staggering revelation. But Koruru reminds them that this power is the fruit of their relentless dedication. Gray admits the stakes have shifted, spiraling far beyond their original control. Dr. Uzuki listens in silence, his face a mask of mystery. Gray confesses that at this stage, his ambition to become a saint has completely vanished. Having witnessed the plight of the demon tribe, his priorities have fundamentally shifted. He then turns his attention to his rabbit-eared companion. She seems completely bewildered by the sudden spotlight. Uzuki explains that he's had a specific plan in mind and wants her input. Addressing her as Forn, he asks for her cooperation. He then drops a bombshell. He wants her to become a saint to help save even more people. The suggestion leaves her paralyzed with shock. Clearly, a career change wasn't on her radar. Uzuki explains that this is the key to shifting the world's perception of demons. However, Forn is utterly flustered, insisting she's nowhere near holy enough for the role. Uzuki calmly admits that this has been his objective from the very beginning. Suddenly, she recalls being told once before that such a feat might actually be possible. She looks down, bashful at what feels like an intimate, high-stakes proposal. But Uzuki reassures her that there is no reason to feel ashamed. He locks eyes with her, firmly declaring that she is more than worthy of the title. The sheer weight of his conviction leaves her absolutely floored. In response, he simply offers a warm, reassuring smile. He then outlines the vision. She'll be the saint, the others will be her heroic guard, and Uzuki will serve as her personal doctor. But Forn protests, fearing the church would execute a demon like her on sight. Uzuki just smiles, promising to stay by her side even if the worst should happen. His gaze is steady, and his resolve is unshakable. Once again, she finds herself completely lost for words at his unwavering dedication. He explains that if their grand plan fails, they can simply flee. They could return to their lives as adventurers, traveling the world side by side. But she fears that even then, she'll never find a place to truly call home. So he proposes one final impossible solution: finding a way back to his world together. He offers her a gentle, reassuring smile, leaving Forn completely flustered as her mind reels. I guess interdimensional travel is the new third date. She tells him that if he's going to make such bold claims, he has to take responsibility. Without a second thought, he agrees with a confident grin. She finally admits that his medicine is the only way to save the masses. He then vows to ensure that she finds her own happiness as well. It's a declaration that leaves her brain completely short-circuited. Blushing, she looks away, her mind racing to process his words. She tells him to stop saying such embarrassing things, before ultimately giving in and letting him have his way. He takes her hands, promising that no matter which path she takes, he will be right there by her side. His gaze is soft, but his resolve is unbreakable. Forn can only avert her eyes, her heart pounding in her chest. Meanwhile, Gray rallies the group, declaring it's time to settle this election once and for all. Dr. Uzuki responds with a quiet, confident nod of agreement. Still flustered, Forn accepts her new path as Uzuki takes her hand, offering a silent promise of support. With their new mission clear, the party moves out as a single, unified force. They gather by the wagon, preparing themselves for the treacherous road ahead. Uzuki explains that he and Forn will take the lead to persuade the papal candidates. Gray tells him to just buy time if things go south, acting as the team's designated cavalry. He further explains that he's already requested support from everyone involved. Just then, Klein approaches, looking like he has something vital to say. The young demon offers his gratitude and bows, swearing to help however he can. It's a sincere promise that brings a warm, appreciative smile to Uzuki's face. As they set off, Thorn begins to explain the true, dark nature of the demon tribe, and with that, their fateful journey to the chapel begins. She explains that their lives are usually defined by nothing but resentment and agony, but she admits things are different with him around. It seems our boy is a walking cure for their sorrow. Her words leave Uzuki in a state of quiet, thoughtful reflection. It's a sentiment she seems to silently acknowledge as they ride onward. She explains that he is the vital missing piece needed to steer them away from destruction. This realization brings a small, knowing smile to Uzuki's face. He admits he still doesn't fully grasp the fallen lord's true intentions. Regardless, he hopes his abilities can finally bring lasting happiness to this world. Finally, they arrive at the Grand Nardis Chapel, prepared to change the course of history. Inside, Cardinal Diltska can only wonder if Uzuki has completely lost his marbles. His assistant concurs, noting that a demon saint is utterly unheard of. Clearly, they aren't fans of progressive policies. However, Uzuki remains unfazed, calmly confirming that he is in his right mind. He's simply here to do what's necessary, and he's fully committed to seeing this through to the end. The Cardinal listens intently, captivated by the doctor's seemingly impossible proposal. He admits that given the miraculous treatments in the report, involving the demon tribes actually makes sense. He then reveals he's been watching the Empire exploit demons just to stall the upcoming election. Turning toward Thorn, he asks what her true endgame really is. His assistant breathes a sigh of relief, glad to finally be dealing with someone who seems rational. But Thorn cuts them off, explaining that there's been a massive misunderstanding. It's a revelation that leaves the Cardinal absolutely bewildered. She clarifies that the recent chaos was just them being targeted. They don't actually have some grand, sinister motive. The Cardinal is confused. If that's the case, why try to become a saint? I guess their resume was a bit misleading. Thorn calmly explains that pursuing the title of saint was never actually her idea. Uzuki steps forward, declaring that if they want real answers, he's the one they need to be talking to. This sudden shift in the conversation leaves the Cardinal completely stunned. Thorn adds that her only role is cultivating plants. She isn't the mastermind behind this grand scheme. Uzuki then reaffirms that his medical report is a formal proposal built on knowledge that will unlock entirely new possibilities for their world. The Cardinal listens in silence as a new sense of understanding finally begins to dawn on him. He admits that even if it's achievable, it's a feat far beyond the reach of any ordinary saint. Uzuki nods, clarifying that he didn't just come here to offer advice. He's here to rewrite her destiny and the fate of the entire demon race. This bombshell leaves the church leaders speechless. I guess peaceful coexistence wasn't on the menu today. The Cardinal counters, arguing that demons are far too volatile and capable of leveling entire cities. Thorn can only stand by in silence, paralyzed by the Cardinal's cold, ruthless logic. However, the Cardinal notes that while the current saints are useful, the status quo is about to shift. It's a cryptic hint that brings a confident, knowing smirk to Uzuki's face. They're given until tomorrow's council to win over the candidates, but Edgar suddenly shouts for them to wait, his voice laced with desperation. He's terrified of how the other Cardinals will react, pleading with Uzuki not to rush into this. The assistant chimes in, fearing that if Justina is targeted, Thorn will be the next one on the chopping block. It's a dark reality that Edgar simply cannot ignore. Yet the Cardinal brushes off their anxiety, telling Uzuki that this is his chance to prove his worth. Without hesitation, our protagonist declares he's already prepared to tie his fate to Thorn's. The aide's expression darkens with worry, while even the Cardinal begins weighing the immense risks of the gamble. The aide offers a soft apology, insisting that Uzuki shouldn't have to carry this burden alone. He fears that if Uzuki is swallowed by church politics, his revolutionary knowledge will be lost to time. But Uzuki remains unfazed, telling him there's no need for such concern. He explains that his wisdom is meant to be shared, regardless of whatever happens to him personally. The aide is floored that Uzuki would just hand over such revolutionary techniques for free. Uzuki humbly replies that he's merely a successor to the brilliant minds of history. The aide struggles to grasp such a selfless philosophy. Apparently, intellectual property rights don't exist here. Uzuki clarifies that he's simply doing what he can within the scope of his own abilities. He explains that whatever he can't achieve alone, he'll entrust to the hands of others. If everyone takes just one collective step forward, the world will inevitably become a better place. He maintains that no single individual should ever have to shoulder the heavy burden of being a hero. This humble, selfless outlook leaves the high-ranking church leaders in absolute awe. In response, our protagonist simply offers a small, confident smirk. The Cardinal lets out a soft, contemplative chuckle at the boy's wisdom. That quiet amusement quickly erupts into a full-blown, boisterous laugh. He admits that after decades of toxic political scheming, Uzuki's sincerity is a total breath of fresh air. He even jokes about becoming a traveling poet after retirement. It seems he's finally found his true calling. It's a whimsical suggestion that leaves Uzuki completely speechless for once. The Cardinal gives Uzuki the green light, promising the full weight of his political support. Our hero is taken aback to have gained such a high-profile and influential ally so quickly. The Cardinal hopes this bold move will finally put an end to the Church's stagnant debates. Uzuki can only offer his most sincere gratitude for this massive opportunity. With the stage set, the day of the long-awaited grand meeting finally arrives. The papal candidates and cardinals all gather, eager to hear this supposedly impossible proposal. Many remain skeptical, doubting if these revolutionary methods are even feasible. But Cardinal Diltska reminds them that half the room was saved by Uzuki's medicine, and nothing motivates like personal experience. The others pore over the report, stunned by mentions of advanced anesthetics and corneal transplants. They finally realize the true potential of the demon tribe and the looming threat of a demon king born from their suffering. One of the cardinals notes that this long-ignored topic has finally been brought to the table. Another observes that Cardinal Diltska must place immense trust in this mysterious newcomer. Diltska confidently asserts that these developments will render their past debates entirely meaningless. A skeptical cardinal ponders this, admitting that the demon tribe's population is rapidly expanding. He argues that since their power is surging, total elimination might be the only way to prevent a global catastrophe. Cardinal Diltska listens intently, his expression remaining completely unreadable. Another member recalls the past, a time when saints protected the people and demons were few and far between. Diltska gives Uzuki a subtle nod, signaling for him to take the floor. It's showtime. Our protagonist clears his throat, ready to make his case to the highest powers in the land. He explains that simply persecuting the demon tribe will only lead to catastrophic losses for everyone involved. He asks them to envision a future where Forn herself is officially accepted as a saint. Forn listens in silence, her face a mask of hidden emotions. Naturally, the cardinals are hesitant to embrace such a radical and controversial idea. He breaks down the benefits, ranging from revolutionary anesthetics to undiscovered medicinal plants. He then reveals that only the demon tribe can produce these miracles, effectively giving them a monopoly on the good stuff. The cardinals are left speechless, unable to find a single flaw in his logic. One cardinal admits the idea is so radical he actually understands their hesitation. Another argues that rushing to name her a saint is far too reckless. Thus, a new proposal is tabled, a trial of their true abilities under Justina's watchful eye. Their mission? Resolve the dire medical crisis plaguing the floating island of Valhalla. The cardinals weigh the proposal, realizing this compromise might actually be the solution. A heavy, expectant silence blankets the entire chamber. Finally, Cardinal Diltska renders his verdict. He declares that stabilizing Valhalla is now the Church's absolute priority. Dr. Uzuki listens in silence as the gravity of their decision truly sinks in. The Pope suspends the election, handing full command of the operation over to Diltska. The success of this mission will determine the next Pope and Saint, a literal trial by fire. To Feline's surprise, not a single person objects to the plan. She realizes that from this point forward, she and Uzuki are officially in this together. Dr. Uzuki struggles to process this impossible turn of events. Meanwhile, Justina seems to be relishing the chaos she helped spark. She playfully asks if he's satisfied with the outcome of their little gamble. She even teases that she wouldn't have minded simply eloping with him instead, a joke that Feline insists is only going to invite more trouble. Justina warns him not to work himself to death now that he's leading the demon tribe. Talk about a promotion he never asked for. Uzuki simply smiles, confident he can handle things with Alfreda by his side. Suddenly, the meeting is officially suspended, leaving Forn in a state of total shock. However, their brief victory is shattered by a thunderous explosion from outside. Every head in the room turns, dreading whatever new crisis is unfolding. The Cardinal's aide urgently calls out to Uzuki and Forn. The pair turns around, caught off guard by the man's frantic tone. Uzuki asks what's happening as the aide tries to usher them toward the exit. Before they can leave, a violent crash from above halts them. It seems the cavalry skipped the front door. Uzuki immediately recognizes that chaotic sound. It could only be his own party. Asgri picks himself up, sheepishly informing his teacher that their mission was a success. Dr. Uzuki can't help but offer a weary, relieved smile in response. Asgri tries to hush Koreru's cheering, reminding her that they're still technically intruders. The aide presses them to move fast before the local guards intercept them. He presses a small token into Uzuki's hand, a vital pass for their escape. The doctor stares down at the peculiar object, wondering what it represents. The aide explains it's a pass for a flying mount, a contingency plan for their departure. After Uzuki thanks him, the aide suggests that finding Justina is their safest move. He directs them toward the station, offering this help as a small repayment for Uzuki's kindness. With a clear path ahead, Uzuki turns to Forn, ready to make their move. The rest of the group attempts to hide, though it's clear stealth isn't exactly Koreru's forte. With that, they slip out of the chapel and emerge under the vast, open sky. Regrouping outside the city walls, their next objective is finally clear. Gray realizes that solving this medical crisis might be the key to ending the war entirely. Forne assesses the party's immense demonic power, noting that Koreru is in a league of her own. Uzuki relays what Edgar told him regarding the soldier's mysterious curse. The beastmen admit they don't understand the symptoms, so they simply label it a curse. However, Koreru has absolute faith, insisting her teacher can solve any medical mystery. Gray points out that Forn doesn't exactly give off that saintly aura just yet. He reminds her that even the greatest legends started out as complete novices, and he's confident that with time she'll grow into the role perfectly. Forn seems to take his words to heart, offering a quiet nod of agreement. Her expression hardens, fueled by a newfound resolve to become a true saint. Gray declares that they will be the heroes who stand by and support her, while Uzuki acts as her personal doctor, guiding her through every challenge. Gray reminds the group of the contract they all signed together. He vows they'll stay by her side until she finally succeeds. Forn offers a soft but determined response, fully committed to the path ahead. The rest of the party looks on, their spirits finally united in a single purpose. Dr. Uzuki flashes a smile, announcing that it's finally time to move out. A silent, shared understanding hangs in the air as they begin their journey. The scene shifts to a gathering of beastmen, centering on Forn and a mysterious robed rabbitkin. With a quiet command from the robed woman, the magic begins. Forn unleashes her power, conjuring a field of glowing flowers. Subtlety clearly isn't her strong suit. Looking over the blooming garden, the robed woman asks Forn if she's satisfied with the result. She then turns her attention to the harvest, questioning if this bounty will truly be enough. A young foxkin named Ent begins diligently counting the newly sprouted plants. With the small grove now flourishing and ready, their mission here is finally complete. Ent turns to the robed woman, his older sister, and confirms that his work is done. She thanks him, teasing that he's becoming quite the expert at running her errands. Ent quickly protests, insisting he isn't just a messenger. He's helping because he genuinely wants to. His sister simply offers a serene smile, calmly humoring his passionate outburst. He declares his ambition to study under Uzuki so he can help others just like she does. She tells him to only emulate her good traits, proving she's well aware of her own shortcomings. As he lists her virtues, he accidentally mentions her clumsiness, questioning why she always seems so stressed. Panicked, she clamps her hand over his mouth, daring him to repeat that last part. Ent muffledly complains that she's still just as aggressive and unrefined as ever. Their bickering is cut short when a sudden glint catches the light, a ring on her finger. Forn gazes down at the jewelry, a faint, bashful blush creeping across her face. With a hint of pride, she holds her hand up for her brother to admire. However, a bystander notes she's been wearing that engagement ring for 2 years now, leaving Forn completely flustered. She quickly pivots, noting how useful their newly grown plants have become. Thorn agrees, confirming that this stage of their plan is unfolding perfectly. Suddenly, a young catkin girl calls out to Forn. Wide-eyed, she asks what kind of tree such incredible magic can create. Her mother immediately rushes over to apologize for the interruption, but Forn reassures them, explaining the plants provide both food and medicine. The young girl's face beams with pure excitement. Thorn simply offers a small, knowing smile in response. The child is left in awe of how beneficial her powers truly are. She sprints up to Forn, affectionately calling her big sister. She asks if Forn is a legendary saint, and if she could one day become one too. Her gaze is filled with a sense of pure, innocent hope. It's a question that catches Forn completely off guard. However, another beastman chimes in, telling the girl that with hard work, anything is possible. She explains that even a curse-bearing monster can become a saint through their deeds. This profound statement leaves young Ent completely stunned. The catkin mother urges her child not to be a nuisance while they're busy helping the village. She tells her daughter it's time to head out, and the little girl reluctantly agrees. With a final, cheerful wave, they make their way back into the village. The woman with the cheek mark waves back, a pensive expression crossing her face. Forn nods, fully agreeing with that assessment. Gazing across the village, she admits the scenery reminds her of her own childhood home. Her companion listens in silence, her expression remaining unreadable. Forn recalls how their own village was just as isolated and cut off from the world. She reflects on her painful past, realizing those hardships gave her the strength to save others. To her, there's nothing more noble than aiding those suffering the same way they once did. Taken aback, her friend notes just how much Forn has truly matured. Forn simply smiles, attributing her growth to the wisdom gained during their travels. As she looks out once more, she admits that this journey has been well worth it, a heartfelt sentiment that leaves her companion visibly moved. Suddenly, a village elder approaches, marveling at the medicinal garden they've established. He declares that she is truly worthy of the title, Saint of the Medicinal Garden. Forn explains that the church will soon dispatch someone to manage these new resources. The elder is left speechless, completely overwhelmed by her generosity and grace. Even her friend can only stare, stunned by Forn's newfound depth and wisdom. The elder then pulls her aside, asking for a private word. He anxiously asks if the treatments for the sick are progressing as planned. Forn admits she's worried, as her reinforcements have yet to arrive. Unfortunately, the treatment for the most critical patients is still far from over. Inside the clinic, they're currently only fighting the symptoms, while the root cause remains. The infirm lie bedridden, their bodies ravaged by a debilitating illness. Others are so weakened that they lack the strength to even move. Dr. Uzuki works tirelessly, with Ent and the rest of the team providing desperate support. However, Forn realizes that even with their combined efforts, they are far from finding a true cure. Forn questions if the patients can even be properly treated while confined to these chairs. Her companion explains that for those critically ill, even sitting upright is an exhausting struggle. A grim diagram illustrates the process of peritoneal dialysis, a makeshift substitute for failing kidneys. The village elder listens in somber silence as the crushing weight of their plight sinks in. Just then, another villager rushes forward with a frantic plea for help. She reveals that a man-eating monster has appeared, dispersing a cloud of lethal pollen. The elder is skeptical, questioning how mere pollen could cause such widespread devastation. The woman explains that lilies are highly toxic to carnivores like them. It seems allergies are the least of their worries. She concludes that this new monstrosity shares those same deadly poisonous properties. Forn realizes that for those already poisoned, there may be no choice but to surrender to fate. But the Catkin woman refuses to give up, insisting that the situation isn't hopeless. Right on cue, a winged beast swoops down from the clouds as Forn announces a new arrival. A woman with striking blonde hair and glasses rides atop the creature, her expression radiating confidence. She leaps from its back, sticking a perfectly graceful landing on the dusty ground. Striking a dramatic pose, she boldly declares that she has finally arrived. She introduces herself as the Saint of Regeneration, dismissing her former title as a relic of the past. She confidently reveals that she's already well aware of their little predicament. She points out that they've arrived far too late, as the poison has already liquidated the patient's kidneys. However, she boldly declares that as long as they're still breathing, she can simply regenerate the organs. Talk about a miracle worker. Stunned, the elder can only stare in disbelief at such an impossible solution. He quickly seeks confirmation on the details of her miraculous plan. Desperate, he insists they begin immediately, offering any price for the treatment. With a profound bow of gratitude, he entrusts the lives of his people to these saints. The group gazes over the village, feeling the immense weight of the task ahead. The Catkin woman observes that Forn has already rushed ahead to get started. Suddenly, Justina collapses, whining about her utter exhaustion. Turns out even saints need their beauty sleep. Her companion scolds her, reminding her that a true saint shouldn't complain in front of the suffering. But she fires back, claiming Uzuki is pushing her to her limits and needs to learn how to delegate. The Catkin woman can only sigh, realizing just how much of a handful Justina truly is. Justina then turns to her massive mount, telling the beast to wait just a moment longer. Meanwhile, the Catkin woman complains to Alfrela that their efforts are proving entirely futile. Alfrela points out that Forn has actually become a proper saint since she started getting closer to Uzuki. Justina feigns tears over how adorable it is, while her companion simply yawns, noting yet another troublesome person has arrived. Her attention then shifts to a newcomer, yet another member of the demon tribe. Justina explains that this is their chance for a first contact, and that Uzuki is the key to elevating their status. Just then, Forn spots them, shouting that their timing couldn't be more perfect. The Catkin woman is taken aback by the sudden, urgent request. She peers into the makeshift clinic, seeing it overflowing with the gravely ill. Dr. Uzuki looks up from his work, his attention immediately shifting to the new arrivals. He greets Justina, expressing his relief that they've finally arrived to help. Justina calls out to Uzuki, hailing the doctor as a total lifesaver. He explains that the critical patients have reached their limit and he needs her expertise immediately. Flustered by the intensity of his plea, she can only offer a hurried agreement. She grumbles about being overworked but promises to show them exactly what she's capable of. Meanwhile, the rest of the party ventures further into the treacherous mountains. They soon find themselves staring down a forest of massive plant-like monsters. Bernhardt identifies the creature, noting a maw lined with deadly spikes. It's safe to say vegan isn't in its vocabulary. Asgray is baffled, questioning how a mere plant is capable of moving like that. Bernhardt explains that these are different, prowling the land in a constant search for nutrients. He compares them to snakes that multiply like weeds, much to Asgray's visible disgust. Magia considers blowing them all to Kingdom Come, but worries about sparking a massive forest fire. Bernhardt, however, is itching for a fight, vowing to charge in and tear them limb from limb. He insists he can provide all the support they need. But Asgray remains unimpressed by such a reckless plan. Without hesitation, Bernhardt and the Beastmen charge headlong into the fray. Magia turns to Asgray, asking why he isn't joining the assault. He explains that leaving their rear exposed is far too dangerous, so he'll observe the battle for now. He's confident Bernhardt can handle the pressure and will only intervene if the tide of battle shifts. Maya lets out a soft sigh, reluctantly accepting his logic for now. She then turns her attention toward Asgray, a sudden curiosity crossing her mind. She asks if it's been 2 years since Uzuki and Forn tied the knot, a fact Asgray quietly acknowledges. Admitting her envy, she teasingly tells him to hurry up and finish his work so they can catch up. The unexpected suggestion leaves Asgray completely flustered and struggling for words. He stammers, asking what she's implying, but she simply stands her ground with a smug grin. He insists that now is hardly the time for distractions, and she calmly agrees. He orders her to stay back while he handles the fight alone, though she notes he's clearly just running away from the conversation. Asgray is left baffled, wondering what could have possibly gotten into her so suddenly. He tries to process her cryptic words, his mind racing through the implications. They've been close friends forever, but this shift in her behavior is entirely new territory. Caught in a whirlwind of confusion, he has no idea how he's supposed to react. Ultimately, he channels that internal frustration into the fray, silencing his thoughts with a devastating blow. Meanwhile, tucked away in the heart of a remote mountain forest, inside the walls of a quiet, makeshift clinic, Dr. Uzuki is deep in the zone, his focus bordering on absolute. With steady hands, he performs a delicate, high-stakes procedure on a patient's failing kidney. With a sudden surge of magic, Justina's divine power begins to rapidly regenerate the damaged organ. However, the immense strain of the miracle leaves the saint completely drained and collapsed on the floor. She declares she's hit her absolute limit. Turns out organ regeneration isn't covered by her stamina bar. Left with no other choice, Uzuki asks Forn to take over for her. He then heads off to check on the other patients currently receiving transfusions. Koreru cheerfully promises to keep an eye on everything, which only fuels Uzuki's anxiety. The Catkin woman assures him she'll be careful, though she seems a bit annoyed by his doubt. Uzuki then turns to Koreru, explaining that if she's coming along, he needs her help to closely observe the patient's progress. He explains that when kidneys fail, the body emits a very distinct scent. Her keen senses make her the perfect diagnostic tool. I guess she's a walking medical scanner now. She eagerly accepts her new role, ready to assist in any way she can. But as they head out, Uzuki's attention is suddenly snagged by something in the distance. A small white cat sits motionless in the grass, watching them pass by. He recognizes it as a stray he's seen before, while Koreru is just excited to meet a feline friend. She kneels down, gently asking the little creature what it wants. However, Koreru's focus is suddenly pulled away by a chilling realization. She turns around only to find that her teacher has completely vanished. The white cat is still there, but its meows now sound strangely urgent. It seems to be trying to tell her something. Or perhaps someone else is speaking through it. Just like that, Uzuki wakes up in a strange, futuristic hall. Talk about a literal catnapping. He immediately recognizes this place, the domain of the fallen lord. Scrambling to his feet, he tries to wrap his head around how he ended up in this place. There, perched upon a massive throne, sits that all-too-familiar robed figure. Uzuki can only manage a nervous greeting, awkwardly acknowledging their sudden reunion. Looking down from his height, the fallen lord explains he's here to offer his gratitude. Confused, Dr. Uzuki asks what he could possibly be thanked for. The lord reveals that Uzuki's actions have gone above and beyond beyond all expectations. Because of his efforts, the demon tribe's long era of suffering may finally be over. It's then Uzuki realizes the path they've walked was the right one all along. As a reward for his service, the robed figure offers to send him back to his original home. He's more than earned his rest after successfully stabilizing this chaotic world. But Uzuki refuses, insisting his work is far from finished. He's not ready to clock out just yet. It's a selfless response that leaves the fallen lord completely blindsided. Uzuki explains that it's only been 2 short years since he first arrived, and that simply isn't enough time to repay this world for the miracles he's been able to perform. The fallen lord considers his resolve, a faint, impressed smile playing on his lips. He agrees to return Uzuki, offering a brief apology for the sudden jarring summons. But before he goes, our boy stops him, claiming he has one final question to ask. He turns the tables, asking the fallen lord if he's the one in need of medical treatment. It's a bold inquiry that leaves the powerful, godlike being absolutely stunned. Uzuki reasons that there must be a specific medical reason he was brought to this chamber. The fallen lord listens in a heavy silence, his expression unreadable and cold. Uzuki suggests the root of the problem might be personal, deciding it's time for a divine checkup. The robed figure admits he lacks the temperament to cure the rot within the demon tribe. Dr. Uzuki listens intently as the final pieces of the puzzle finally fall into place. Uzuki offers a small, knowing smile, seeing right through the deity's stoic facade. He tells the fallen lord that there is clearly more to the story than he's letting on. He explains that by watching over them, the lord has inherited their burdens and their pain. It's a bold claim that leaves the powerful entity completely stunned. So he offers to make a house call whenever needed. I guess even gods need health insurance. The fallen lord can only stare, his mind reeling from the doctor's unexpected kindness. He closes his eyes, deeply considering the weight behind the doctor's words. Finally, he agrees that if the time ever comes, he'll reach out for his services. With a nod of respect, he wishes our protagonist a safe journey back to the living world. And just like that, Uzuki snaps awake, tumbling back into reality. Kotaro is relieved to see her teacher has finally returned from his little astral trip. Uzuki nonchalantly explains he was just having a quick chat with the fallen lord, but Magia suddenly interrupts the reunion, declaring it's officially time for a girls' night. She drags Kotaro away, leaving the boys to their own devices. The beastman asks what's wrong, noting that Gray is usually the cause of these headaches. Gray can only look on in silence, his expression deeply troubled. He lets out a heavy sigh, admitting that's likely the case. Suddenly, he clutches his chest and cries out for his teacher. Looks like that teenage angst is finally hitting him. Desperate, he begs Uzuki for life advice, framing it as a strategy meeting. With that, the trio heads off for a serious heart-to-heart. Asgray begins opening up about the situation with Magia. The Beastman explains that because of her overwhelming power, she's always carried the burden, while Asgray has always been her rock. He admits that their dynamic hasn't shifted since they were children. It's a painful confession. Despite everything, nothing has truly changed. The Beastman nods in agreement while Uzuki listens intently to the boys' struggle. But then, Asgray turns the tables, stating there's one person he truly doesn't understand. He points directly at his teacher, leaving Uzuki completely bewildered. He calls Uzuki reckless for abandoning his home, entering a new world, and getting married so fast, a total life speed run. Uzuki simply chuckles, admitting he never viewed his own journey that way. However, Uzuki's expression soon turns solemn as he reflects on his past. He clarifies that his choices weren't reckless, but rather calculated risks. This explanation only leaves Asgray more confused than before. Uzuki reveals that in his original world, he was nothing more than a replaceable cog in a massive machine. He was just one of 300,000 people who could do his exact job. Even worse, he considered himself to be well below average among them. Asgray listens in silence, stunned by his teacher's brutal and painful honesty. But in this world, the rules were entirely different. Here, he discovered a purpose that only he could fulfill. It's a revelation that strikes the young mage with the force of a physical blow. Asgray explains that Forn was no different, a gentle soul trapped by a cruel reputation. He believed that only Uzuki, an outsider from another world, could offer her genuine happiness. Dr. Uzuki simply responds with a quiet, understanding smile. He notes that unlike his previous life, this world offers him a unique destiny. There are burdens here that only he is capable of carrying. Because of that, he harbors zero regrets about the path he's chosen to walk. These words resonate deeply with Asgray, forcing him to reevaluate his own purpose. Uzuki points out that the same logic applies to Asgray's bond with Magia. Asgray realizes their dynamic is shifting. Being childhood friends was only the beginning. The scene shifts to Magia, who wears a smug, knowing smirk. In that moment, the pieces click into place, and Asgray's eyes widen in epiphany. Determined, Asgray announces that it's finally time he spoke with her. Dr. Uzuki nods, his expression filled with silent encouragement. The young mage stands tall, ready to confront his most personal challenge yet. He admits that anyone capable of such conviction is a true hero. It's a sincere compliment that catches Uzuki completely off guard. Uzuki jokes that he's just the hero's doctor, always ready to patch him up when things get rough. He reassures Asgray that everything is going to turn out just fine. Svel adds that Magia would forgive any mistake with a swift kick, the ultimate form of tough love. Asgray can only offer a weary sigh at his friend's ridiculous antics. With their encouragement ringing in his ears, he heads off into the night. He finds Magia waiting for him in a quiet, moonlit clearing. She looks back at him with a smug, knowing smile plastered on her face. It's a look that leaves Asgray completely and utterly flustered. After a painfully awkward conversation, she delivers that promised kick for his troubles. Some things never change. The next morning, the two stand together, a brand new dynamic blooming between them. It seems they've finally worked things out, sharing a quiet, mutual understanding. It's a development that Bernhard and Rice find absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, the rest of the party cheers for their friend's long-awaited happiness. Even Uzuki and Forn take a moment to celebrate this milestone. Rice notes that since their journey began, she's seen nothing but smiles from everyone around her. Uzuki explains that Asgray is simply the type who needs a strong woman to lead the way. The Catkin woman agrees, noting that the two of them make a surprisingly good pair. As they walk, Forn tells Uzuki that while medicine and skill are undeniably important, there's something even more vital to healing, a lesson she's learned just by watching him. He asks her to elaborate, but she gets flustered and tells him to forget it. Some lessons are best left unspoken.